Hello there, everyone. Welcome to the third part of my Let's Play of The Last of Us. Tonight I'm going to be playing through the fall section as well as the entirety of the Left Behind DLC. Joining me today, of course, is my friend and South Podcast co-host, Evan Monroe. Evan, how are you doing today?
Excellent.
Excellent, excellent. Good to hear, good to hear. I'm going to quickly make sure that I've got my OBS Streamlabs window up. And then in front of that, I'm going to have, actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to just sort of minimize that a little bit. Just move that around. And then I'll have my studio mode, of course. And then I'm going to make sure that chat's up in a window so that I can see it. Hello, Southpaw's Stalker. Good God.
Good God. Copwiso changing his name.
I need to get Copwiso on the South podcast at some point. That would that would be hilarious. Hello,
His
Nick
contribution.
Brown, Mr. Clutch, Leader Tears. How's everyone doing today? We excited? We're going to be playing the fall section, followed by Left Behind, and if I have enough time, I'm going to try to get through winter. Although I'm not entirely sure if I can play that much video games tonight, but we will see. I will try. I will try. And I'll try not to be stuck on too many tangents. So we're just gonna go ahead and get going on this. I think that there might be some parts around here, like if you turn around at the beginning. That's how it is in some difficulties, I believe. Can't remember because it's been a while since I've played this game. How do you do, everyone? Oh, there might be parts up here. Oh.
Want to talk about that leaked sex scene, or
I'm probably going to like howl in terror when I see it. On like as I'm playing the game. It's gonna be very unfun.
it's like disturbing. It's like it really is disgusting to watch, and I'm like apparently that's the Neil Druckmann like self-insert character, like that from what I've heard, and I'm just like,
Yep.
what the hell is this? It's unbelievable.
It's kind of crazy that he's created a self-insert character that's going to have sex with this strong female character that he's created. Like there's just something. There's a very bizarre vibe I'm getting from Neil Druckmann, especially like considering how big of a simp he is for Anita Sarkeesian and feminism. I get this like predator vibe from Neil Druckmann. You know what I mean? Like he's got ulterior motives in mind. He's like trying to. Like, I'm just saying, I won't be surprised if Neil Druckmann gets Me Too'd. That's all I'm gonna say. If he gets Me Too'd at some point in the future, I am not gonna be surprised at all.
We're getting those vibes, man. It's really weird from what I've been seeing with the leaks, and I'm like, I can't believe some of the creative decisions that are being made here. And again, it's like the critics are eating it up, but the audience, it's like it's spitting in their faces, and they're not happy. So
yeah,
when this gets released tomorrow, I think you're gonna have a lot of people who are really freaking upset.
So, how's it going, Marcus? Super Florida man. Yeah, I saw the new 4chan meme.
The river's movement.
You know, it's interesting because I've been watching videos today about
Look, I know what it is.
subverting expectations, and the thing about it is like the idea of subverting expectations is you're giving the audience something that they aren't expecting, right? And you know that's generally, you know, the word for that, the common terminology for that is like it's a shocking twist, right? It's a plot twist or something. The problem is that a lot of expectation subversions that are being done today, it seems to be like done intentionally to prevent the audience from getting what's going to be satisfying to them. There was one video I watched today that was really good, and it compared what happened with Arya Stark in killing the Night King in season 8 episode 3, comparing that to if like Legolas were to show up at Mount Doom and then like take the ring from Frodo and then backflip it into the fires of Mount Doom, which I found to be like a very apt comparison. And it's like the problem is, even if you like Legolas as a character, you know, and I like Legolas. I liked Legolas enough to name my dog after him. The problem is that the like he didn't have an arc where the like, you know, much of the time in Lord of the Rings is spent about how the ring is such a burden to Legolas, you know. So it's just all that time that's spent developing Frodo's character with the ring, you know, only to then have Legolas be the one that destroys it. It really misses the point of like all of the character development and all of the time that's being spent on this character and his relationship to the ring. So that what that ends up doing, of course, is that it feels like all that character development is pointless and it's just a waste of time. And what a lot of people don't want to see in their art is like, you know, pointless plots, pointless quests where, you know, it's ultimately, oh, all this development is inconsequential. And that's the problem with what they did with the Night King and Arya Stark in Game of Thrones. And it would be the same problem if Legolas were to be the one that, you know, destroys the One Ring. Now, one thing I've been thinking about is, like, when you're a writer, you're having to strike this balance between surprise and catharsis for your audience. You don't want your story to be too predictable, so you want there to be some element of surprise, okay? However, there also has to be catharsis. That's why we consume art, right? That's why we watch movies, TV shows, video games, read books. Like, we're there for some satisfying payoff.
Oh, give it a spin.
And it sounds like the problem that The Last Jedi and Game of Thrones Season 8 and Last of Us Part 2 is going to have is that it's focused, like, it's not focused on catharsis at all.
Hey, be careful
It's
dropping
focused
that
more
thing.
on, like,
I will.
you know, providing a temporary shock rather than telling a
Teamwork.
story that's going to be satisfying. And so the thing about balancing catharsis and surprise is that surprise is temporary. It's only, like, the novelty of a surprise is going to wear off after more than one viewing. So, like a story that's more focused on catharsis, like, catharsis is going to have a lasting effect. It's going to always be there, like, oh, shit, hang on, there might be, oh.
That's
yeah.
too small. Grave.
Forgot to leave that stupid robot on his grave. What should I do with it?
Ellie,
What? I want to talk about it.
no.
Why not?
How many times do we need to go over this? Things happen, and we move on.
It's just...
That's enough.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Let's get to Tommy's.
Yeah, so a cathartic ending, like the One Ring getting destroyed in Lord of the Rings, even though it's not going to be a surprise, the catharsis is always there in each viewing. The catharsis in them stopping the nukes from going off in Mission Impossible Fallout is always going to be there. The surprise that August Walker is John Lark, which might not be a surprise to you if you predicted it, it's going to wear off after just one viewing, right? But the ultimate payoff of the story is always going to be cathartic. So it's like when you don't focus on catharsis at all in your story, you're making a story that's not going to have a whole lot of lasting power with like a mainstream audience. So it's not just a matter of giving people something that they'll want to watch, you know, selling people what they'll want to buy, but it's also like there is basically like no again, it kind of feels like malicious to seemingly intentionally deprive your audience of something that they're going to be satisfied with. That's my thoughts on subverting expectations. And I'm not saying that you can't ever subvert expectations. It's not what I'm saying. Basically, subverting expectations done well, it's like it's a plot twist that makes sense within the context of the story and the universe that it takes place in. Done poorly, it's like, God, it would be, like in some cases, it's a retcon. Some, you know, of course it would subvert your expectations if it does not fit in with what's been established before. But then also, it would, it's an anticlimax, you know? a climax is supposed to be satisfying, and an anticlimax is, by design, not satisfying. And a lot of expectation subversions these days seem to be, just focusing on, I'm gonna make an anticlimax just because you weren't expecting it to be anticlimactic.
Tell the girl to drop hers now.
Ellie, do as the lady says.
Hey.
Please tell me you're lost.
Oh, we didn't know the place was occupied. We're just trying to make our way through.
Through to where?
They're all right.
But you know these people?
Know him. He's my goddamn brother.
Tommy.
Holy shit.
Thoughts on Star Wars Squadrons? I have not actually seen anything of that.
Let me look at you. You get fucking old.
If the gameplay is anything like Battlefront 2's dogfighting, it could be okay. The problem with Battlefront 2's dogfighting was that once two players were like locked in with each other, it would just become like a spinning battle. Like they would just be constantly spinning, trying to get behind the other person to shoot them.
We all gotta get wrangled up at some point.
Ellie, right?
Yeah.
What brings you through here?
That's kind of a long story.
Why don't we bring him inside?
Yeah. You hungry?
Starving.
5v5 multiplayer. 5v5 multiplayer? Oh. Battlefront 2's Starfighter Assault is a 20 versus 20 multiplayer mode. That's a downgrade. That's a huge downgrade.
It's been quiet for a few days.
What the hell are you
Bad.
doing here? I thought I'd find you in Jackson.
Trying to bring the plant back.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of like what would be a case to make that art is actually
We'll get it running again.
it's better for art to be surprising, mainly surprising than cathartic.
Got a whole lot of them.
Tommy, give me a
I
hand
really
with this.
can't.
I don't think it needs to be cathartic to the audience necessarily. It needs to be for the story. Like I'm like, Seven is the perfect example of a film that like leaves. I could see the audience being left from that movie and being like, "That sucked. It was a terrible ending." But it's like, it really isn't. It's satisfying in the case of the story. It serves an emotional payoff, and like it still concludes arcs for characters. It isn't a fizzle out.
That's true. That is true. Because as I define it, it seems like only happy endings would be good, and I don't believe in that. You can have a tragic ending, a total downer ending even, and it could still be fitting for the story. Like Uncut Gems is a downer ending, depending on your attachment to a certain character, but it's fitting for the story. So
Same with No Country for Old Men. That's another one. And I swear my dad hates that film. Like he cannot forgive that film for the ending or get past it. But it's like I've argued with him for a while, and I'm like I really do think that the film is still well made, even though it ends in a way that might not seem satisfying. It's still like a solid ending. It's not something that's enjoyable.
yeah, totally agreed. American History X is another movie that I think is really good, and it has a very tragic ending.
I'll go.
Not nearly as like haunting as No Country for Old Men, I suppose, but pretty tragic nonetheless.
I'm sending Tommy over. Stand
Andrew Dunn is in the chat asking if he can come on in.
Who is?
Dunn from Smodcast.
Oh, yeah. Can you add him to the group, or do I have to do that?
I'll see if I can. One sec.
Okay. I will have to resize the Discord window though, so give me a quick second. Or maybe I won't. Maybe we'll actually be fine. Oh, although actually what I am seeing here is just a little bit Hello there. Done, you there? Oh, shit. Hang on. I have to join the call. Hello there. There we go.
Yeah, sorry to butt in on you guys. I just thought it'd be fun to chat writing.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
100%, dude. It's all right.
Let me quickly just transition that. Should be looking better now.
Cool.
Let me quickly just do one little thing.
Yeah, thankfully I have figured out, like, just using Streamlabs for my stuff. I just barely put out, like, a little test video, kind of establishing expectations on my own channel, so
Oh, yeah?
hopefully I'll be able to start it up soon.
Okay. Hang on. I can't get my name lined up exactly with the Discord heads, which is a little frustrating.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. Oh, wait. Didn't want to do that? Okay. Okay, now it's narrower. Oh well. It's the best that I can do, at least. Anyways, yeah, so, Dunn, did you have anything that you wanted to add on to what I was saying about, like, subverting expectations and whatnot?
Yeah, I think, in terms of subverting expectations, usually it's, at least like I've found that when you subvert expectations, you, kind of what Brandon Sanderson talks about in his class is basically, you are giving the audience a promise, and when you subvert the expectations, you break the promise. But usually the best way to kind of not go away with, leave your audience going away with a sour taste in the mouth is give something better than the thing that you promised in the first place.
Hold on to it.
Right.
That's usually what I've found. Like,
I need to talk to you.
for instance, I guess like an example maybe of subverted expectations is that's done right
Let me just
is
check on my guys.
when Ned Stark gets killed.
Or like the Red Wedding, right? Because that makes
or the
sense for
Red
the
Wedding.
story.
Yeah, and because it makes sense with like the characters of Walder Frey and Joffrey.
Right.
Because they're both not very moral individuals, and the main characters have very much not very much underestimated how awful these people are.
Plus, like, the expectation that's being subverted there is the expectation of characters basically being invulnerable to, like, paying for mistakes. Like, they're, like, plot armor, you know? Expecting, well, they're the main characters, so they're invulnerable, right? Like what Shad's expectations would be.
Yeah, and that's like the perfect example of that was Robb Stark beheading Rickard Card Stark, because like that's what eventually leads to his demise, because he loses a lot of his supporters inside of the war, and he did that basically after he died because of him killing the Lannisters, the younger ones. So basically that's something that's a result of that, and in order to do that, you trust Walder Frey, and it's something that it's something that makes sense based on who Walder Frey is and what like he did to cross him, so it would make sense what happens as a result, but it's like it's not something that you necessarily see coming, because like you said, that the main characters, and it's something you just expect them to get through, that they pull through in the end and win the war, but
yeah,
they don't.
Give me 1 second here.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, doggy.
That's Buckley. Not much of a guard.
Gotta make a room reference when I can. Yeah, I don't know. Like, someone mentioned, Nick Brown mentioned True Detective Season 2's ending, which is like the wrong kind of downer ending, I suppose, where that season felt pointless. Like that ending to that season made the whole thing feel pointless, and it had a lot of other structural issues. As he mentioned, now I can't go into all that just because I haven't rewatched it since I first saw it, just because it's such a terrible season of television.
Yeah.
But
one of the biggest troubles with that season is all the villains. Like Tony Chistani is one of the lead villains in that series based on what we're told through dialogue, but like he has so little agency and we know nothing about it, and like he essentially wins at the end.
right,
And it's like I get the idea that it's kind of poetic justice for the lead characters, like what they've done, like Ray and Frank, like they've done a lot of bad things in the past, so it's like it kind of makes sense that like they get an ending that like they pay for what they've ultimately done in their lives. But it's like the way that it ends is so unsatisfying because we're basically like they were kind of trying to go for like a Watchmen approach at the very end there with like the fact that Annie like kind of gives evidence to like bring down the people who like ultimately caused everything, but it's just like
Right.
the way it's done, it isn't satisfying for the characters, it's not something that's satisfying for the audience. It just leaves you like on a sour note for pretty much no reason, and yeah, that season was a mess.
I think you need like at least traces of like there's something being accomplished here in order for an overall downer ending to go down well. This game is actually a great example because the idea is, well, humanity is basically doomed because even if we're to say that, okay, let's suppose that Ellie's brain-tisms could have actually resulted in us getting a vaccine, and that the Fireflies wouldn't have just used that as a commodity to like manipulate people into joining them and like basically only using the vaccine for themselves, right? Suppose the Fireflies are telling the truth about, oh, we're here to help humanity and everything, we're here to save humanity. So given that, given those like just granting those two things, humanity is fucked because of what Joel does. However, the reason why is due to character development, like, or a decision that is made because of character development that is seen throughout the whole game, and it's built up to throughout the whole game. And not to mention the idea is, okay, big picture, it's a downer ending, but smaller picture, like on a personal level, because it's between Joel and Ellie. It's bittersweet, but it's not like a total wow, everything just sucks. The idea is, what, Joel and Ellie still have each other even if the world gets screwed.
you got here?
I think that's kind of the perfect game in all honesty. That's the central focus. It isn't so much on the central plot. It's about developing the characters. Like that's why this game resonated with so many people. It's a very character central game, not a plot one. So
I mean, like, would an ending where they manage to cure the virus like actually be very resonant?
Really, because I've said this before, but like the plot is actually pretty cliched. There's tons of stories that do this. The whole idea of like older like guy and like trying to transport like a younger girl or something like that. Like basically like the father figure like comes over time, but it's like it really is the perfect example of it's not the destination, it's the journey, because like that. Like curing humanity or anything like that, that's not like what the story's about. Because like if that was what the story was about, then that would be something that would be resolved in like the second act and conclude later on. But the point is like getting there and the development in between. So.
Well, yeah, like the idea is the execution. Like it's a very derivative plot. It's very it's not original, but the execution is really good. And it doesn't like straight rip off of other stories that do this, Like there's a difference between derivation and just straight rip off. So like when Joel's daughter dies in the beginning of the game, that's something like, again, when I first saw this new Sarah character who's like Joel's daughter, is like, oh, she's totally gonna die, right? She's totally going to get killed off like at the beginning of the apocalypse. I predicted that, but and even though she dies after I've only known her for about 15 to 20 minutes, it's still a really powerful scene just because of the voice acting. Like the voice acting in that scene is immaculate. The way that she is, like, screeching as she's dying, or squealing rather. It's very affecting. It's really good voice acting that helps like pull off the intended effect. So.
And the fact that you open on Sarah, actually, like you play as her, and like in Joel isn't in the game for like 5 minutes before like you eventually find her. Like you're seeing her.
Right. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna a little bit of a gunfight here.
I think actually like a good example of something that's at least like a little bit derivative is actually like The Eye of the World, the first Wheel of Time book. In terms of, there's clearly a lot of Lord of the Rings homages in there. Like you have the wise wizard who comes to the town, only it's a lady and a bodyguard. You have your team, including a wise old man that he's a traveling storyteller called the Gleeman, who wears a patch-covered cloak. Who's kind of a smart young man destined for greatness, that sort of thing. And then you want to find a specific MacGuffin thing.
There we go.
But thankfully, it eventually transitioned into something in the Great, where it's actually more like a reverse heist, where they're having to chase after a bunch of guys who had stolen an artifact that is of great value, and they don't want to get into the hands of the bad guys.
Let's see. I don't know why Sarah was crying when she got shot. When I was her age, I never cried. I understood that reference.
Is that a Spider-Man reference with the crying? Or...
Nerdrotic, yeah.
Oh yeah. It's fine for a 15-year-old to cry. It's so funny. Like I've said this for a while. I honestly think the whole "Should This Be My Destiny" comic like is still got like failed to get a faithful adaptation. Like there's so many different Spider-Man like live action or animated that have tried to pull that scene off, and it's like you have to understand like that scene takes up an entire like comic strip. Like he's underneath that rubble for like so long. And it's like that all the dialogue and like his internal monologue is what drives that. I'm like, I think people tend to do it too quick in movies, and I'm like I get being frustrated by that. But like him crying is like not the argument to go after.
No, definitely not. And I thought that, you know, even if it's not like how exactly do you adapt that comic in a way that's going to be interesting to watch? You know, because it's you can't have an entire movie where Spider-Man is trapped under like rubble. Like that's, I mean, you could, but it wouldn't be very interesting to the audience that Marvel's trying to cater to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's like I've said this. It's like there are some things that I honestly do think are kind of unadaptable. It's like it's hard to adapt things that are in the comic format to the screen perfectly, because like sometimes things just don't translate well. They work better when you're reading it, and you can just absorb the dialogue because it takes more time to read something as to watch it. You have to like achieve things more visually. And that's kind of what they went for with the Rebels. They went with just like let's focus on him being there, and basically like the dialogue basically like, come on Spider-Man. So
yeah. So we can find another little brick. There you go.
Scene of the rubble on him is one of my favorite scenes in the MCU. I think it's effective. It's just one of those things that like I personally dislike because I'm like I'm just like, you will never capture the essence of that comic because it's like it's so well done in that. And it's hard to adapt it on the screen. There's a lot of book adaptations that I just think are difficult. Like I've always said that I think that the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movies fail in some ways. There are some people who love the ones from the 70s, some like the Tim Burton one. I'm like, I think all of them fail in some respect, like based on how much material there is in the story and how they adapt the characters. Like it's hard to adapt a Roald Dahl. Like I think even Steven Spielberg had his shortcomings with the BFG, even though I think he did the best he could. But there's some stories that are just really hard to adapt.
You know what was a great
Yeah.
adaptation of a Roald Dahl book though was Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Oh, that was Roald Dahl?
Yeah.
Oh
That's a
wow,
Roald
yeah.
Dahl book.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think my younger brother says that Matilda's pretty good as well. Like it's rare. It can happen. It depends on execution, but yeah, it's difficult to pull off his writing style because like it's also very like attached to I think Quentin Blake is the person who did the illustrations, and like that style, it's like it almost plays on your imagination, just the amount of illustrations that they do. It's kind of about shapes almost, like it's difficult to capture that on screen perfectly because
Yeah.
that's how Roald Dahl kind of works, is you have to imagine things up together.
Let me reply to a few people. Papa G, there's a whole movie of a guy trying to survive being buried alive. That's Buried with Ryan Reynolds, and I heard that it wasn't that great. I'm talking about Spider-Man though. When you go to see a Spider-Man movie, you don't want to see Spider-Man stuck under rubble for an hour. It's like, God, Evan, stop me if you've heard this before, right? But wouldn't it be a terrible idea if they made a Batman movie where Batman spends about an hour in some prison in the middle of nowhere, and he's just trying to get out of it, and it's a prison that's actually easily, well, not necessarily easily escapable, but it's designed with the intention of it's possible to escape from it? Wouldn't that suck?
That would definitely suck.
That would be very slow paced and kind of boring, and the second act would drag and then you'd have to question like, well, how would he get back to Gotham if he's all the way around the world? Like, I mean, it would. I'm so glad that they've never made a movie like that. Anyways,
well, I was about to say, like, I don't think that can be adapted very well, like outside of maybe a TV series, because the whole thing with Should This Be My Destiny is it's all built on different like issues building up to that final payoff. Like the whole thing with the master planner and I believe it's ISO 36 or whatever he needs to get for Aunt May. That's what builds to that finale. That's like the whole point of like him basically being underneath that rubble and coming close to drowning, is that it's like he's spending the entire time with the internal monologue and basically just like refusing to let this defeat him. He's like, I can't let this be the reason that Aunt May dies, and that's how he lifted that. He didn't just lift it because he got a second wind and he's like, I realized I'm strong. It's like I've always said, it's like I don't think he physically was able to do that. It was basically a force of sheer will that he managed to do that, because like it's clear that he's not strong enough just on a basic level of determination. So
right,
it's pretty much hard to pull that off. Like in order to do that, you need so much time. Maybe you could pull it off on TV, but it's one of those things that like works best on the page rather than the screen.
Sure. I'm about to axe some people about a Night Arc fanatical Last of Us universe.
So
Axe you sabotage.
Whoa, shit. That's Molotov. That was a very far Molotov throw. That dude should play football or something.
Old is a very good adaptation, Sophistic Autistic. That's actually one of the examples that I would say improves on the source material. There are a few of those adaptations out there. I think that the writer, I forget his name, the writer who actually wrote the book, I think actually worked on the movie, and I definitely think he sharpened the dialogue, and I think that the story's better structured. It's a very solid adaptation.
Which Hulk movie is it? The first one or the Incredible Hulk?
No, Holes, not Hulk.
Oh, Holes. Okay, I heard you say Hulk. I'm sorry.
I love that one. And it's controversial, but I think that blue is the warmest color improves on the source material. I didn't really like the book all that much. I think it.
Yeah, totally. Like there are a few that I believe, but go on. All of them.
I was just saying, I think it improves on the source material. I think the story's melodramatic, and this is the point of kind of that. It's weirdly structured the way it's put together, and I'm just not a fan. You go.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, there are a couple, like, I like Prince Caspian the movie better than I like the book.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's some. I like a lot of elements of Prince Caspian that are like that's probably my favorite of the Chronicles of Narnia trilogy. I hate
what hold wait what no what you like. I'm sorry. okay, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was the only decent one in that trilogy. I'm sorry, no, I'm not. Okay, so apparently, Evan, you have just ignited a war that you. I just had this discussion with Wolf on Discord. We agree, like, the first movie is decent. Second one, and especially the third one, are terrible. It's
The third
it's,
one, like a fire and passion. That missed
Yeah, the
marks
third one.
so
Yeah,
bad.
third one is utter trash.
And again, it's like that's the problem is I think it's very difficult to adapt the voice of the Dawn Treader into a book because like it's so slow paced and there's so little action in it that it's like in order to adapt it you'd need to make something that I don't think would work well on screen. But it's like I think the Prince Caspian holds up in a lot of respect. What do you think is bad about Prince Caspian?
I'd have to like rewatch it honestly because it's been so long. I just thought it was terrible when I saw it. I just oh shit, hang on, I gotta focus on this gunfight here. I'd have to rewatch it honestly, but we could totally do like we could watch the Chronicles of Narnia movies together, and maybe do like a South podcast talking about it. The thing is that I don't even think that the Chronicles of Narnia books are that good. They're really heavy-handed on the biblical allegory, which is one of the reasons why Tolkien hated the Narnia books. He was friends with Lewis, but he absolutely hated the Narnia books, which I knew, but Wolf apparently didn't know, which was pretty fun to tell him about the other day.
I think Tolkien works better with world building. I think that he nails that more.
Mhm.
I still like the characters instead of the Chronicles of Narnia. I think that's probably the best part. But yeah, the allegory is very heavy-handed. I think that like he's so good at world building and story as he is with like helping with characters. But yeah, I don't think the books are great, and I don't think the movies are either. But I think that the first
I don't either. I agree that they are not like as good as books. They're definitely not very character focused. They're very atmosphere focused, which is I think an issue that Lewis struggles with is that he doesn't really have much in the way of character development.
Right.
I totally agree. My thought is like at least Prince Caspian has some measure of character development in the movie as opposed to the book. That's why I say that like as an adaptation, it's a better movie than it is a book.
Yeah. Papa G, Wolf is doing fine.
I'm fine.
Narnia books have an unhappy ending as well. Everyone dies. Yeah, and Susan isn't allowed into heaven because she likes to party and wears lipstick. Like you can see C.S. Lewis's extreme conservatism, like showing in his writing there.
I got what he was going for with the idea of kind of like losing your faith, but it's just like the way it happens. It like the development is like so rushed. It's like she essentially just like stops believing in Narnia. She just
Like,
finds
how
it like
the hell does she stop believing in Narnia when she was actually there? That's the like.
she lived there for the greater part of her life. They grew up in it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'm like, you got to be kidding
like
me.
mentally, she is like.
The world.
Mentally speaking, she would be over 100 years old by that point, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, yeah, she lived to be like 40 or something like that at the end of Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then after that, it's like what she came back for a couple years, and then she was back for a year. She started to forget in Prince Caspian, and then she just drops it completely. It's like, come on, that's not.
Yeah.
I think I have problems with that. I don't agree with that either. I think that's stupid.
Anything
Horse and His Boy might be my favorite Chronicles of Narnia book. It's really divorced from the rest of the stories. Like that and Voyage of the Dawn Treader, I appreciate. But yeah, those are two of my favorites probably.
I mean, my favorite's Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which I know is a basic bitch answer, you know.
You don't have to worry about it.
But I grew up like reading that book and like that book in particular, and I saw the really shitty BBC adaptation of it with
I hate that.
the human-sized beavers. That was hysterical.
Those are so bad.
Oh, okay. You know what?
hate those.
Let me chat. I don't know if you guys have seen the BBC Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, but we're about to go on an adventure here. Okay. All right. Let's see here. BBC Lion, Which wardrobe beavers is like the top suggestion there. Okay. I go to images.
Of that, like it's easily recognizable. You're like, oh man, they actually meant for this.
Pretty fucking amazing. Okay. Window capture. Add a new source instead. Google, I guess. Okay. I go to that. Then I go... Yeah, that's what I want. Alright, now... I'm going to quickly pull this up. I'm just going to put that behind my face cam. There we go. So now everyone can see the horror that is the BBC beavers from Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe. Here we go. Alright. Transition. Alright. Have a look at this. Oh, wait. That's not showing up quite right, but like here. Open image, a new tab. Like, just look at this shit. Open image, a new tab. There we go. There we go.
Yeah,
the BBC beavers. I want to see chat's reaction to these things.
Yes.
They look like
for like a stage
Dr.
play. It's like,
Yeah, it is so bad.
it's like
so
weird,
bad.
like furry cosplays for bears. It's
You know what though? It's still a lot less disturbing than 2019 cats.
yes,
Yeah, I
I'll
would
take
concur.
this.
Yeah.
At least this is like these are practical effects, and they're trying, not just doing like horrendous uncanny. Like this does not count as uncanny valley. This is just like shit. That's what this is that we're seeing here. It's just shit. It's a really shitty looking costume, but it's way funnier than the fucking horrifying CGI.
Yeah. This Aslan is so bad in this version.
Open image. Yeah. But and that's there you go. It's not like they do any camera trickery to make it look like they're shorter than the humans. No, they are human sized in this BBC version. That could actually be a very fun South podcast versus if we can find that on like the internet or something.
It's on YouTube. The full thing's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Oh, we could watch together it then.
Very easy.
Yes,
to
yes.
find.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
so it's actually broken up into like episodes. It's not really like in its. You can find it in its full version, but you can also find it in just its episode format. Either one.
Yeah, I just love how just terrible these things look. Now, I mean, some of this is mixed in with the Disney version of Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe, and like those actually look fine. That's the weird thing is that you look at this is the Disney version of the beavers, and what's funny is even though these are like photorealistic CGI beavers, they are actually a lot more expressive in their emotions and their faces than the photorealistic CGI animals in The Lion King. So what the hell happened, Disney? Like this was a Disney property here. These movies were made by Disney.
I think they just didn't get Weta or something.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's like it's strange how Aslan. And let me see if I can. Okay, let's see. Disney, Aslan. Let me see here. Like, this is way. All right, open image, a new tab. Like, this is way more expressive than any of the frames in The Lion King. Like, it's honestly kind of crazy. Like, you could do photorealistic CGI animals that are somewhat expressive. It's not going to have the same expressions, like expressiveness as like the original 2D animation, but still, you know,
get that sense like in the scene where like he's crucified more or less, that on the stone table, like that scene, he has expressions. Like they pull it off. He looks like a regular lion. It's not like the beavers look different. They look like there's something slightly off about them, obviously, but it's like inside of this, like, that one looks real.
So, so Southpaw, I put in the full Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe 1998 in
Forgot
the.
about the
Nice, sweet.
Phil-
Oh,
Phil did such a better job.
I just want to highlight this really funny comment from Copwiso. He says, "Honey, I mutated the Ewoks." What do they use as their costume budget? Spare change from between some couch cushions? I think they used Monopoly money for their costume budget.
Probably. Probably. I don't even know if they had that. Margrim's costume is terrible.
What is the best movie Disney has ever made? That would be Emperor's New Groove, Papa G.
I love that movie. That movie's so great.
Sophistic Autistic wants to be there for the watch together of those. Yeah, we can do that. We're probably not going to live stream it. Well, would there be copyright problems if it's BBC?
If it's on YouTube, it might not.
Yeah.
Depends. I don't know.
We'll see.
Okay.
I definitely want to be there because I think I think that I will laugh uproariously and you will get a lot of views out of it and you can monetize my laughter.
I am tempted to do that, sir. All right.
You might need to mute me at least a few times because if you've seen like the Sharknado watch through with on voice in the radio, that's how I am when I watch that movie.
Yeah, I love watching bad movies too. Just depends on the how bad the movie is, I suppose. I like watching so bad it's good movies, or I can stand a truly terrible movie if there's like some redeeming elements to it. Like I find redeeming qualities to the Amazing Spider-Man 2, guys. Like I think that there's a lot of that movie that's terrible, and the stuff that's terrible I think is so bad it's good. But there's some also genuinely like redeemable qualities in there. I was talking to a guy on Twitter. Well, I had a brief exchange, but he was telling me that like Venom is better than the Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's like, no, there is a certain shot in the Amazing Spider-Man 2 in the very beginning that is better than anything in Venom. It's the one where he does like that weird like spinning animation as he like transitioning from a web swing to like a free fall. Like a dive in the air at the very beginning, and it's so good that Spider-Man PS4 actually reused that animation. Like they stole that animation straight from the movie and used it in the game. Yay, you're insane. No, I'm not insane. I'm not saying that the movie is great. I'm not even saying it's good or even okay. I'm just saying that there are enough redeeming qualities in it for me to like that I enjoy enough that I can stomach the movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen Venom, but by all accounts, Amazing Spider-Man at least has some dramatic moments and doesn't have as bad of a problem.
Oh, Venom's just hilarious. I laughed so hard. The scene with Riz Ahmed where he's like interrogating Eddie Brock, and it's like Riz Ahmed is trying as hard as he can to be like an intimidating villain. It's like that is just it cracked me up. I could not stop laughing in the theater.
All right, let's see.
By the way, this is one of few things that like kind of I was curious about with the story. So they imply that Ellie went straight through here somehow. How did she get past these people?
That I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the few things. The only other one that I thought of in regards to the story that I was like I'm not sure if this makes too much sense is after Joel gets skewered by the piece of rebar, you like Ellie and him just press on. It's like you'd imagine that Ellie would just go back to the dam. I'm like, it's not too far away. It's like that'd probably be better than trying to press on and go to Salt Lake City.
Sure. I'm not entirely sure what the mentality was behind that, actually.
I've heard that like Joel was like too sick, and it's the idea that like she was just trying to get food and resources as close as there. Because I'm like, I think they imply that they didn't go very far before winter started, so it's like it's possible that like it'd be pretty much impossible to move Joel without treating him, and thus like getting him the stitches and then the penicillin afterwards. So like kind of things just transpired the way they were, and she didn't go too far. So I'm like, that's reasonable. This is the one thing though. I'm like, I don't know how Ellie managed to go through, because like they're following the tracks the entire way, and then these people just show up. You're like, did they just not notice her? You're like, okay.
Or maybe she found just a different path that isn't available to the player.
Could be.
There you are.
So, I guess, if we want to do a bad movie night, do we want to watch Artemis Fowl?
Oh God.
I swear I haven't read the books. I don't have any connection to source material, but everyone is saying that it is like as bad of an adaptation as The Last Airbender. Like, I've heard nothing but terrible things.
Yeah, I watched it and I have read the book, and the first 4 books in it borrows liberally from before and just kind of utterly ruins any possibility of a sequel.
So kind of like the Percy Jackson movies.
It's worse than the Percy Jackson movies.
Really? Because those movies are trash. I didn't even read the Percy Jackson books, but like I was dragged into watching the 2 movies by my nephew fairly recently.
Going for a Harry Potter type vibe. They're trying to copy the success of Harry Potter by making movies. It's like that franchise failed. It ends on a cliffhanger after the 2 movies where they're like, "Well, keep going." It's like, you're not, because these movies are terrible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're gonna like do a Disney Plus TV show, which, you know, I know it's Disney, but Rick Riordan is involved. You know, the guy that wrote the books, so he'll probably be making sure that it's as good as it possibly can be. And you know, like, good on them for allowing the creator of the books to be involved with the process of the story. Oh, there we go. Got some ammo. Jay actually has had lots of copyright issues with BBC content. Oh, I could have the same problem with C.S. Lewis. Okay, thanks, Uncomp.
Oh dear.
You might have to edit it if you like do something
Yeah.
that's versus EFAP movies type of thing.
Well, that's why I got Shiny to make that logo, was so I could, like, for one thing, have something for when we're talking without like watching a video. The South Podcast logo that I've cropped to have just my name up there on the top right of the screen. But also it'll certainly help with copyright issues like in EFAP movies. So.
Come on, back to the horses.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I watched it, and like I was watching it with a friend, and like me and her were like I was having to pause frequently to shriek wordlessly into them, like, because I needed some way to vent my emotions. I was so angry.
Artemis Fowl?
Yes, Artemis Fowl. Like, it's an hour and a half long, but it took me 3 hours to watch it because I had to pause frequently to vent, and just, it was so bad. It felt like it was like every single minute was giving the finger to the book readers by deliberately making changes for the worse.
Well, the problem is I don't have any connection to the books. But
Oh,
I mean, I could.
It's a bad movie on its own. It's a bad movie on its
It
own. Like,
probably
it has
is.
Like, it has the most hideous CGI mouth effect I have ever seen.
Is that the thing that, like, out of context Disney Plus clips uploaded? That was Artemis Fowl?
I think
where
it
a dude
is,
like
yeah.
adjusts his jaw to be like it looks like in Guardians of the Galaxy 2 when Yondu is yelling as they're going through like 700 different jumps.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
It looks so.
And that's Artemis Fowl.
Yes, that's Artemis Fowl.
Boy.
It looks disgusting.
Alrighty then.
It's so gross. And like, Yeah,
It's
it's
feeding
so.
time. That one, yeah.
Ellie?
I mean, I
I-
kind of wish that I didn't see that
Ellie?
tweet from out of context Disney Plus clips. Just because it would have been funnier if I just live reacted to it for the first time, like not knowing what was going to happen. But oh well,
Yeah.
such is life. Jeez, Joel. Oh, hey, there's something in a bathroom, Evan, and they have toilet paper still. Cool.
Eh,
Let's see. Toilet paper in here too. Interesting. Oh.
There's that comic of hers.
Let's see here. Oh, got binding and blade. Nice. But yeah, oh, and I guess I'll go ahead and make a special little announcement. One of the movies that we're going to be covering on like South Podcast Versus, where it's like EFAT movies, but the South Podcast version of that.
Okay.
We will be watching The Dark Knight Rises together.
Okay.
And
I'd be
joining
down.
us, well, we already have a couple of guests lined up.
Fine. Okay, that's fine.
We're going to be joined up by Mauler and Rags. Rags has never seen The Dark Knight Rises, and
Wow.
we're gonna watch it with him as he sees it for the first time.
Yeah,
So
okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'd love to watch that when that comes out.
I look forward to recording it. It's gonna be pretty funny. I imagine so. I can't wait to see Rag's reaction to, like, he's already reacted to me describing sending every cop in Gotham into the sewers at once. It's another thing to see it actually happen. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, I bet. That sounds nuts.
Yeah.
Is this really all they had to worry about?
And
Boys.
we'll also be doing so there is a strong chance that a certain YouTuber whose name rhymes with Cinema Bins might do a video on Toy Story 4. I'm not talking about Cinema Sins either, okay? It's Cinema Wins.
Huh?
Cinema Wins might do a video on Toy Story 4 one day, guys. I'm waiting for that day to come.
Well, I guess
Oh,
we're both
he will.
disappointed in each
He
other, then.
is kind of a shill in a lot of ways.
Admit that you wanted to get
Well,
rid of me the whole
when that day
time.
comes, I've already got something
knows
set
this
up.
area.
I think that Mauler and
I'm
like
sorry. I trust
that
him
that
better than I trust myself.
Evan
Stop with the
and
bullshit.
Buzz and me and
What are you
Mauler
so
and
afraid of?
possibly Rags too
That I'm gonna end
will
up
be
like
watching that
Sam?
movie
I
again in
can't get
preparation
infected.
for the
I can
either
take
the
care
South
of myself.
podcast or
Close
EFAP
calls that
covering
we
that
had.
video.
Well, we seem to be doing all right
Because
so
we already
far.
did
And now
that
we'll be doing
for
even
the
better with
for
Tom.
EFAP 77. We actually did a watch party together a couple nights before that. And we're gonna do it again for the movie, for the same movie, and I will record that watch party. So it'll be
You are treading on
Mauler and Rags' third time seeing the movie, and it'll be my
I'm sorry about your daughter, Joel.
fourth,
But I have lost people.
fifth.
You have
I think it'll be fourth.
what loss is.
Yeah, fourth. So
Everyone I have
that'll be
cared
fun
for
too.
Has either died
Yeah.
or left
I
me.
look forward to the rage.
Everyone
Oh yeah.
fucking except for you. So don't tell me that
This
I
is
would
a
be
great
safer with
scene.
someone else.
I
Because
love
the
it.
truth is I would just be more scared.
Will the video only be a minute long because I assume that he'd only praise the voice acting visuals? Yeah. But no,
Real
he's
dude.
definitely going to love
Sure as hell
almost. He's gonna pretend that Woody leaving his friends and Buzz being a retard was what he wanted to see.
Absolutely. I just pisses me off to no end. I swear. Video's gonna come out soon, guys. I need to just work on the audio. Once I get that done, I will get it done as quickly as possible. But man, people need to start waking up about Cinema Wins, man. His channel's terrible. He makes terrible videos, and no one calls him out on it. Everyone's like, it is great work. He's happy. It's good. It's like, no, his videos are bad. Just as bad as Cinema Sins, if not worse.
Yeah, because I would much prefer to be overly critical as opposed to blindly liking. I would much prefer that.
Mhm.
But even
Really?
even though
I
even
mean,
though
what-
even though like Cinema Sins, like all he does is doesn't take like what's happened previously in the movie into context. He just watch it. Like if you've watched the Cinema Sins' garbage video,
Check over there.
where he like the guy actually has behind the scenes stuff of Cinema Sins, where he just says, "Oh, that," and he just watches it and makes a joke as he records and doesn't even like redraft or make a script. He just watches it, and it's just like, I'm not a fan of either, but Cinema Wins is worse.
Yeah.
like, I don't think that there's as much behind the scenes with Cinema Wins. At least I'm not going to use any in my video, but I don't know too much about him as like in terms of like the history with him. But it just seems like he just wanted a way of like talking positively about movies, and I'm like, I think Mueller said it in the EFAP that I was on, but it's like he hasn't discovered his own identity. It's like he doesn't know what he wants to do with his channel. I just think he should break away from the Cinema Wins format. Like seriously, he should stop being Cinema Sins and he should just do what he does in his conclusions. I think that that's bad, but I think it would work a lot better for him
Check
than
over
like
there.
building it off of evidence that's just built on these dings. Because like that's the trouble that I have is like all of his conclusions are built on his evidence, and his evidence is a bunch of nonsense. So it's like, yeah, that's what kills his videos, man. And he could make good stuff. His Baby Driver video is pretty good, but it's like, as a whole, man, his channel, it's not good.
Yeah. With you there. With you there for sure. Being overly critical and overly positive both suck, in my opinion. Both Cinema Wins and Sins are equally bad. I believe that is Evan's thesis in his upcoming video.
Seriously, I'm sorry it's been taking me so long, but I will make it as quickly as possible. I just want it to be good. I want the audio. I recorded the audio, and I wasn't a fan. I'm working with Chaseface actually to get that done. I've got acoustic tiles that I'm going to use, and I'm going to try to get some of them like because I want it to sound as good as possible and get it done. Yes, I'm making the video. It'll come out soon.
Hopefully the file doesn't get corrupted.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not switching to Vegas. Seriously, I tried Vegas. It was complicated. The whole payment process was shady. I'm like, I just went in for. I'll probably use what is it? Premiere Pro if it comes down to it, or something
Yeah.
along those lines. I'll use one, but I'm like, I've had no problems with DaVinci Resolve, man. It works fine. I don't know if renders are better with Sony Vegas, but I'm just like, dude, I'm fine working with DaVinci Resolve because I've been using it for a while and it hasn't done any wrong for so far. So
Okay. Shit.
what is Evan working on with Chaseface? He agreed to help me out a little bit with my audio. He works as an audio engineer if I'm not mistaken, and he's a lot more critical than I am with stuff like audio. I honestly wasn't too happy with the audio that I created on my character assassination video. A lot of people said it was just fine, but I'm like, I'm very overly critical when it comes to my own audio, so he's gonna help me out with trying to make it sound good as possible.
Makes sense. We have quality.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
House is clear.
So look.
So, what would you say is like the worst book to movie adaptation y'all have seen? Like, just personally, would it be Percy Jackson or would it be something else?
I'm trying to think of like what was a movie I've seen that was adapted from a book that I read that was like really unfaithful.
One that I go to a lot is Watchmen. Like it's not terrible, but it's like that's the perfect example of like an adaptation failing because it misses so much of like what of the material that makes the book so great. And it's like it's all for the sake of like it's the perfect example of like the visuals are all on point. It looks really good. It's an adaptation solid in terms of the production design, everything that is on point from a visual sense, but the quality of the story is completely hollow. And it's because they focused on being accurate to how the comic looks, but they didn't focus on the source material. So that's an example where I'm like, yeah, the book is great and the movie is not. And it's because they focused on the wrong things.
The Hobbit trilogy.
Oh,
Yeah,
Those
the
movies-
Hobbit are not a good.
That's my
man,
answer.
Trouble.
That's the one that I've read that I've also seen and was just hot garbage.
Yeah.
They should have made two. They missed the point because I swear that's the whole thing. Like the Lord of the Rings is designed for like an older audience, but like the Hobbit is very much a children's story, and it's like they missed the mark on that one because it's too big. It's too big for its own good. The story meanders. It's just it doesn't nail the dwarfs. It's a terrible adaptation.
Thoughts on Baby Driver? Baby Driver is a great film.
Love Baby Driver. That's fantastic stuff.
Yep. Might be my favorite Edgar Wright movie, actually, which is saying a lot because I like Hot Fuzz quite a bit.
I was about to say Hot Fuzz is my favorite of the Cornetto trilogy. That movie's so great, but like Baby Driver is up there.
Mhm.
It's real close between those two. I love both.
Aragon. Aragon's also a terrible film adaptation.
Yeah, Aragon's really bad. I really hate
Golden
Aragon.
Compass. I've never seen that. I've heard that was bad adaptation.
I've heard that the His Dark Materials show is good though, the one on HBO.
I've heard good things about it. I have not seen it. I would like to though.
Linkara defends the Hobbit trilogy?
Yeah, he does.
Oh.
World War Z. Like the filmmakers have literally said that like the only like similarity between the adaptation was the title. Like it's nothing. It's not even close to what the book was.
When will the god Doug Walker be on the podcast? Probably never. Unless he is like just right was with Wolf and Mahler that one time. Like maybe he's watching our stream as we're covering him, which I highly doubt.
How do I find this lab?
By the way, we have another guest locked in for the South podcast covering The Last of Us 2, like within a week of the game's release. So I mentioned that we already have Chase Face. We do have Weekend Warrior now too, in case that hasn't already been mentioned. We're actually going to be doing at least 2 podcasts. There might be more, but we're going to be doing at least 2 podcasts talking about The Last of Us Part 2. One with, it's going to be right after the game's release, when everyone is furious about it. But people might be furious about it for months, But we're going to do another one that's going to be sometime down the line. We're not entirely sure. That one's going to have Ren's reviews, as well as The Critical Drinker and Mahler all together. So we're looking forward to doing that one too. That one might become a little bit more popular because of the guests that are going to be there. I figure it's pretty good idea to like balance out okay, so we'll have Weekend Warrior and Chase Face for like when people are the most mad, and then we're gonna get Mahler and Critical Drinker and Ren later on when the anger's probably dissipated just a little bit, but those are still like very popular, very beloved guests. So popular YouTubers. Get Jeremy. I might actually get Jeremy. However, the problem is that so he's been suspended on Twitter, and that was my only way of being able to communicate with him because he appears to have me blocked on Discord. I used to be able to send him messages over Discord, and now I'm not. I've tried sending him a message on there in the past, since the debate that we had. I sent him one message after the debate, or argument, or whatever you want to call it, and I was able to send it to him. And then the more recent attempt that I tried to contact him, it said I wasn't able to message him because I've either been blocked or like I have to be in a mutual server with him, which I don't think I am unless he's in a Discord far, far away.
He is, isn't he? Could be wrong.
I'm not sure. Strike Class says, "Don't for fuck's sake." Don't as in... No, he didn't block me on Twitter. He probably blocked... It's possible... I'm not entirely sure if he blocked me on Discord or if there was something else, some other reason, like it might be privacy settings. But I'm not able to contact him over Discord, is the thing. And now I can't contact him over Twitter either. Would you be willing to bring someone who likes The Last of Us 2 on one of the podcasts? Would there be someone that likes The Last of Us 2 and would be willing to come on the podcast? I'm trying to think. Like,
Suppose I'd be curious to talk to them if that's the case. Cause
I'd really want to know the mindset that goes into like liking this game.
I just seriously, I haven't played it yet, but man, from what I'm just been seeing online, it looks like it is going to be a nightmare to play. I think that's the biggest thing that people are talking about is basically just the basic idea that it does not like feel fun. It's like it feels depressing and just dragged down, and like it's just like a nightmare to play. So I'm like, yeah, that's the thing that I don't think we'd be looking forward to.
With like no catharsis too. Like there's no cathartic factor to it.
Seriously, that's the thing with this game. I mentioned this on the last stream, but it's like this game has like a dark like atmosphere, and it's like the world is it has some depressing elements to it, but the central theme is about like relationships and like coping with loss and love. And it's like that's the core of the game. That's what gives this hope. And it's like if you just remove all of that, it's all cynical. It's like that's why is this even a sequel to The Last of Us? Because that's not in line with what the first game was about. So
no, it feels like they're trying to make, because what it seems like they're setting out to do with the sequel is they are going to make the ultimate payoff of the first game pointless. Like they are going to make the entire story pointless in the sequel, which is a real drag, you know. I'm trying to think, like, you can have a depressing game that's not fun to play. Like Spec Ops: The Line is a perfect example of one, but it works because it doesn't destroy characters that you loved in a previous game. And it was actually, it subverted your expectations because you were expecting a generic military shooter that was like going to be jingoistic, you know, America saves the day and everything. And then it turned out to be like the total opposite. And it was so unique compared to all the like Call of Duty knockoffs and everything that were out there that people thought it was just a copycat of. And then it turned out to be something so much more. And that's why I think Spec Ops: The Line works in a way that The Last of Us Part 2 is not going to. I think that guy wants to watch movies instead of play games. Depressed director? I suppose, maybe. Let's see. Damn, I'm just 4 parts short. Isn't the flamethrower somewhere around here? Evan, do you remember where you picked up the flamethrower? Was that like, was that in the spring section of the game?
no, I think you pick it up at the university.
It's right
I
here.
think you pick it
It's right here.
later on.
There we go.
It's right here.
Yep.
Oh wow.
I knew that it was somewhere around here. I have a buddy who thinks Baby from Baby Driver is a Gary Stu and plans to make a video on why.
Okay,
What?
Yes, this is good.
Rebut. I'm interested. I haven't watched that. I'm interested to hear you rebuff that. If since that doesn't seem accurate.
That could be something
Call
we
it.
covered.
Like he screws up majorly instead of the film, like in the third act, and it's because like he basically tries to go off and do his own thing, and he's pressured by different characters. Like there's a lot of characters who like him. There's like Bats is kind of an opposite to him. He despises Baby later in the film, and that's kind of what leads to his downfall. But I think the ending does kind of come. There's a lot of people who go the whole like that isn't actually happening, and it's like it's kind of a virtue of like it being a little bit too convenient. Like okay, it's like it's a happy ending. You're like wow, that was resolved pretty quickly. But I still think that he's a pretty good character.
Yeah. I'm trying to think here. Guys, I've got a horror story for you that I can tell in 11 words. You ready?
Oh yes.
Written by Ryan Johnson, Neil Druckmann,
That was fun.
David Benioff, and D.B. Weiss.
Oh.
All of them collaborating together, man.
The
I-
four
No.
horsemen of the of apocalypse of writing, of apocalyptically bad writing.
Well, kind of like much as I hate Ryan Johnson, at least he has some, like, he has probably been to film school.
You know what?
David Benioff hasn't even read a screenwriting book. Like, he brags about that.
He at least made Knives Out, and that was okay. That's better than fucking. Like, I mean, okay, so Neil Druckmann did make he was part of making The Last of Us, and you know, Benioff and Weiss did have the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones, but they were adapting it. That's the scariest thing I've ever heard.
I've heard the stuff between Tywin and Arya like isn't in the books, and if so, like that's some of my dialogue material instead of the show, at least. Seriously, I just get this obsession that's come as of late of just destroying characters like that. It seems like that's popular to do now. Like this whole idea of character assassination and like destroying the previous films, like Terminator Dark Fate did that recently, and it's like why do people want to kill beloved characters like in a desperate attempt to like bring up these new characters? It's like no one wants to see these new characters, man.
No.
They're terrible.
Yeah,
I think
I mean, they keep on like forcing this stuff onto us.
I think like, not to like toot my own horn, but like, I actually actually a good idea of kind of killing old characters is actually in Redwall, where it's more of an anthology series, where just slowly over time, sometimes sometimes characters will overlap between books, and a character from the last book will die. In another book that wasn't about them, like an example is actually Craig of Rose Eyes in Tagarung, when she's introduced in the Long Patrol.
Right. I have to answer a few questions from chat. Papa G, sure, you can send me that video after it's made. And a press director, I have not seen Brothers Bloom. Only Ryan Johnson films I've seen have been Knives Out, Last Jedi, and Looper.
I've seen Brothers Bloom. I think it's okay. I like there's some stuff like I've always said the way that I think it feels like a children's book that's like written for slightly older kids. It feels like something that you'd read like after your parents stop reading books to you, if you know what I mean. It's like it's a little bit older. It feels like a strange world, but I appreciate that film. It's not one of my favorites. I still think Brick is his best film though.
Right.
I think one example is if you have like an ongoing anthology series, that's when like killing a character off works.
Killing off the main character can be done. It just has to be done well. I agree. There's a movie that comes to mind. I feel like if I name what movie it is, it'll spoil it. So, it's one that we mentioned the other day, Evan.
I think I mentioned. I think I know what you're talking about. Like again, it is a spoiler to say it, but yeah.
It starts with the title starts with the word D. Okay, sorry, the word D, the letter D, the word D in the letter 6. the letter D. That's what the title. Okay. Well, it technically starts with a T. At that point, people should know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one way that I did it, at least like in the later Dragon Lord books that I'm writing, is that once their story is completed, once the characters in like the 4th and 5th stories are finished, they actually die in order to serve it to push forward the plot in the book that they're not the main character in.
It's a Martin Scorsese movie, Robert.
Yeah. I think it has Leonardo DiCaprio, right?
Yes.
And Mahler mentions it in his Last Jedi critique.
Yes. At that point, we basically said what movie it is. It's The Departed, guys.
Yeah.
Although, you know, if you guys haven't seen The Departed already, after like 14 years after it's been released, it's your fault.
Yeah, it is totally my fault. I haven't seen it yet.
A 14-year-old movie.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. I need to, though. or I kind of feel bad that I've seen a kid in Aladdin's palace, and I haven't seen The Departed.
Like I said, like I've Macabre Storytelling has that video. The bloody thumbnail is a spoiler, like spoils the movie, so that's why I tend not to share it around. But yeah, we need to check that video out, see what you think of his arguments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking that you guys would probably find the Dragon Demands videos fun. Like, they're 2 hours long, at least some of them are.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in-depth documentaries on what happened behind the scenes of Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is not normal stuff that happened. Like, Dorne was hastily filmed over a period of 9 days and was hastily written in the middle of production and then inserted in as a vanity project for Indira Varma.
Really?
So clear. You can absolutely tell, like, the world building is so bad, and like the sand snakes like assassinating like the ruler. It's just like that's like that would my older brother said it, that would be the equivalent of like the Red Wedding in Dorne. It's like we don't understand how any of the like other families like feel about that. Like it's like that would have so much like of an impact on the story, but it has nothing. It's just like, what the hell were they thinking?
Let me address chat here. Random thoughts. Do you plan on covering The Last of Us Part 2? Yes. Yes, that's the reason why I'm actually streaming The Last of Us Part 1. So, there's that. Depressed director saying The Departed is overrated and awful, and it's an insult to filmmaking that it won an Oscar, in my opinion. I mean, it's your opinion, but it's a wrong one.
Again,
a really good film.
We need to do a watch together about Macabre Storytelling's video to see if you think his arguments are valid. I'm really curious what you think. Like I said, I think I agree with some of his arguments, but like a lot of them, I'm like, no, this is not accurate, dude.
Yeah. You know, I haven't seen Shaun the Sheep, but I have seen Wallace and Gromit. So, the film it's based on, Infernal Affairs, is far superior. That might be the case. That doesn't mean that The Departed is bad.
Yeah, The Thing is a remake of the 50s The Thing. That doesn't mean that The Thing is bad as a result of that. Maybe the original 50s was superior. I haven't seen it.
Right.
But I do love The Thing, so.
Singer.
Shut up.
Let's see.
I'm serious.
Sing something.
No,
Come on, I won't laugh.
I don't think so.
Please.
Let's see. Let's go exploring around a little bit. Anything here? No. Yeah, The Departed is not objectively abysmal.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing. Like,
Well, Scoot.
I haven't seen many Scorsese movies.
Mm-hmm.
I've only watched like bits of The Last Temptation of Christ, and I'm just like, oh, this is interesting. It's not really my thing, but it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. I can't really say there's anything like wrong with it. It's kind of bonkers at the end.
My the only other one that I think I've seen from Scorsese is actually Taxi Driver. No, I saw Taxi Driver and King of Comedy. And no, neither of those are anywhere close to being like Joker. Joker makes homages to them, yes, but not a ripoff. Homage.
You seen Wolf of Wall Street?
I have not.
Yeah.
It's a great film.
I've seen certain clips though involving Margot Robbie. You know the ones.
Yes.
Scoot back.
Mark Wahlberg's character has no relevance to the plot, and the film would be better without him if you analyze it.
Are you kidding me?
He's the one that kills Matt Damon at the end because Martin Sheen is dead, as is
Exactly.
Leo DiCaprio.
That's what I love so much about that ending. Is it's
And
like
Anthony Anderson, by the way.
Yeah, old
yeah,
man's
he
up.
hasn't had too much of a relevance to the story. He has because he was working with Queen, and it's like he's basically there as like just the last bit. It's like that was the one thing that like wasn't accounted for, and it's like his attitude is essentially just like everyone loses but me. It's like I get the little bit of justice for the closest thing I had to a friend. It's like
Yeah, and I liked it. I liked how Mark Wahlberg kills Damon at the end. That's what made The Departed a more satisfying ending than it could have been if it's just Leo DiCaprio dies and Matt Damon gets away with it all. People will hate Joker for ripping off Taxi Driver, but say TFA is good. That is ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
You rip it off. It's like it just has these scenes that are like aesthetically similar and like some of the similar it's in structure, but it's not the same thing at all. It's completely different. And I've said this before. You were never really here. That has like Joaquin Phoenix taking care of his mom, and there's some like aesthetic similarities to Taxi Driver in the same way with the idea of human trafficking and a young girl. It's like it's not a ripoff. It's not derivative.
No.
It's just you could call it subtle homages, but they're the same thing. It's like it's a completely separate movie, man. And the movies can be great in their own ways.
Victor Hugo's The Notre Dame of Paris novel kills off its main character a satisfying way, I think. The main character isn't who you're assuming, by the way. Oh, good luck, Shine Pa. Matt Damon's counterpart in Infernal Affairs is a much better character. That might be the case. That doesn't mean that it's still not a good character in The Departed.
Again, we keep saying this. It's like, yeah, maybe he is better in that the remake or like it's a remake. The Departed is a remake of Infernal Affairs, but that doesn't like take away from that film at all.
I haven't seen Infernal Affairs. The Departed's characters stand out well. They stand up on their own. They hold up on their own. You know, it's not like there are characters that do not hold up on their own, like original characters. Not a movie that's like an adaptation, mind you. I'm talking like these are original movie characters. Let's see, improved effectiveness. Okay, there we go. Yeah, The Departed doesn't have that issue. It very well may be an inferior like telling of the same story. I will grant you that. It may be, and you know what? Because it's an adaptation, it probably is. The original tends to be better than the adaptation, generally speaking. But
I will.
Still a solid movie.
There's a Legend of the Seeker is better as a show than it is as a book.
Okay.
I hate the book. I hate the books.
Okay.
The books are extremely derivative of like every single fantasy book. Also, the author is a jackass.
Gran Torino
Like,
killed off its main character. Great. Yeah.
Yeah. He so Terry Goodkind said like to a person, it actually like put out on an Instagram or something, on some kind of social media, like this particular book, and it's a book that he wrote and got a cover for, is great, but the artist sucks. Best roast comment will get a free copy. And then the artist was like, yeah, I drew this to your specifications. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll work with you again. And then he just lied and said, I've never worked with you again.
Right. Huh.
Or making fun of Robert Jordan, even, and saying that when Robert Jordan had to skip out on a press meeting because he was having heart-related issues, and saying that, just off topic, that he had the heart of a 14-year-old boy. Like, that kind of thing is like,
Looks like they rigged this up as well.
I honestly, like, you know, I don't. If I can get my books published, I'm not sure if I would ever want them to be adapted to, like, to film or TV. They're going to be written with the idea is it would be very easy to adapt them, but I still think that like any company that has the resources to do it well would probably make some changes to the story that I would not approve of, or the characters. You know, it's just I just don't want to give the rights away like that. But you know, it'd be nice if I could like independently make a series out of it. Doubt that's gonna happen though. At any rate. Ralph's awful take.
Thoughts Hereditary did not do that well. I I need to rewatch that movie, but I hate the end of Hereditary. I think it's terrible. And
Oh,
yes,
Hereditary?
Ralph the movie maker said Joker's relationship with his mother was a rip-off the relationship Joaquin Phoenix had his mother, and you were never really here. That's objectively not true. It's
She
ridiculous. He
doesn't
said
even
that.
appear, and you were never really here. Like it's almost like it's up to interpretation as to if she even exists. You know?
Yeah, like his mother, like people have said this before, but it's like the relationship that Arthur has with his mother and Joker is not like productive. Like they don't get along very well. She isn't very nice to him or supportive of him. It's
Mm-hmm.
like his mother is instead of you were never really here. They
Yeah.
share completely different relationships. It's not even close to similar.
No. Not even. Let's see here. Student's journal. So at least, okay, in universe, this thing is a journal, you know? So it makes sense that they're writing this stuff in, I suppose.
Wonder how long you have.
Oh, Random Thoughts wants to know why you hate the ending of Hereditary, Evan?
I kind of could. Have you guys seen Hereditary? I don't necessarily want to spoil it for everybody.
I haven't, but I don't
I know
mind
what
you spoiling
happened.
it.
I know what
Just-
happened.
Vaguely, I think that the film starts off like trying to like go for like horror that centralizes around like loss, and then as it progresses, it slowly moves into more supernatural horror, like becomes more about ghosts, and it starts losing like the like kind of what made it like horrifying in the first place, because it's transitioning into something just doesn't match with the rest of the film. And then the way that the film ends, it undercuts character arcs. There are ways that like the film is developing character arcs throughout the entire film, and then progressively as it like draws towards its ending, it just like it cuts off and the characters don't get satisfying conclusions. And then at the very end there is this like absolutely obvious exposition dump that is like comes out of absolutely nowhere. And if I've read it correctly, I think that it was actually put in post because some people like were worried that people wouldn't get the ending. And it's like that should not have been put in there. It's terrible. It undercuts a lot of this stuff, and it disrespects the audience. So those are the key reasons that I hate the end of that movie. It's like I have a lot of problems with Hereditary. I love the first act, but like the second and especially the third act, I think just take a massive nosedive.
I'm about to play your favorite part, Evan.
Absolutely, I love this section.
All right. It is possible to actually get through this without killing any of the clickers, right?
Let's say I'd imagine so. It was interesting though, using the bow and arrow and Molotovs though.
Sweet.
Like the way the girl was killed halfway through. Yeah, spoilers. I don't know if anybody knows, but yes, indeed, I love that. Like the marketing hid that completely, and it was so well executed in the film. Like everything leading up to that dinner table scene, like that's essentially perfect. Like I've said this, Ari Aster originally made short films, and it's like I think that that's what he excels at. I think he excels best at stories that are kind of like more isolated. He crafts scenes better than I do think he crafts narratives. Like I have similar like issues with Midsummer in terms of like how he structures his stories, but I love all of that. All of that building to that dinner scene I think is fantastic. It's after that I think is flawed.
Right. Alright, I'm gonna shiv this guy. Just get him out of the way. Oh, please go away. There you go. Alright. Ralph's Joker video was his worst. I think, but I hate the Mr. Robot Part 2 more. Haven't seen Mr. Robot, so I wouldn't know.
I think Ralph has made some pretty solid videos in the past. I've seen a couple that I think I like. It's just, yeah, that Joker video, it felt so bitter and passive aggressive, and it's just like, it was so clear that he didn't care about the movie, and it's like he literally inserts like footage of his dog throwing up and like as audio. It's like, what are you doing, man? You just seem.
Yeah. Also, go for it. Sorry.
I'm just saying, like, it just didn't seem like he cared about the movie like at all, and he was just throwing it out there to try to like prove something to himself, like prove that he can prove the movie is bad. But it's like his arguments were so vapid. I was just like, it's not working.
Yeah, like when he like says, "Oh my gosh, it's so boring. It's about my favorite comic book character." It's like, you, my friend, are so immature and utterly devoid of anything even remotely insightful to say about this movie. I can only laugh at what you are saying. I'm sorry. Like, what you are saying is so utterly, like, childish and immature. It's just not... It's just so unpalatably bad.
I think that he did a good job on Wonder Woman, though. He had a good Wonder Woman video that explains why it's a pretty... Like, it's... I've said that Wonder Woman is like decent for the first 2/3 or so, and holy shit, that's the bloater.
Yeah, the ending is kind of eh.
Well, I mean, there's problems in the first 2/3 as well, but not nearly as bad as the ending.
It's kind of like a I guess like a rickety sculpture that partway through falls utterly apart. Is that a good analogy?
Yeah, I suppose. Okay, so he goes pretty far before he turns around. Okay. Just trying to get a good look at this guy and his movement pattern before I move on. God, the bloaters are so disgusting. He said nothing about Mr. Robot, he just recapped the plot? Huh.
I think a lot of people are not a fan of his second part. I've heard his first part was okay, but I wouldn't know. I haven't seen Mr. Robot.
Alright. Oh boy. Come on. Oh shit. Wow. I just barely missed that.
It's a bad movie with a great opening. We mentioned it 28 weeks later. That is an amazing opening, but the rest of the movie's terrible.
Yep. Evan, remember a certain movie that we watched recently that the first 20 minutes were like, this isn't that bad? You know what I'm talking about?
I think maybe we've watched a lot recently. What was it?
It was You, Me, and Buzz-Ax.
Birds of Prey? No,
Yeah.
A little bit.
It was like we were okay with the opening of that movie. You know, it was like, this isn't too bad. There's the narration that's kind of annoying, but the Huntress introduction was great.
Her intro is fantastic. I was like, why couldn't the rest of the action in the movie be like that? It was so good.
There was a lot. There was a lot of like potential with that character and in how it was how they were introduced, but it's newspaper clipping. There we go. I wouldn't say it's a great opening, but it showed a lot of potential in the beginning. And then it ended up being another DCEU movie that's just trash. I'd be curious to actually rewatch Midsummer with you, Evan, just to get maybe think a little bit more about it. because I'm honestly not entirely sure where I stand on that movie. I don't remember there being a whole lot of like errors in its writing, but I could be wrong.
Let me think. What's a movie that has a really good opening?
I'm looking it up now. The article is wrong. The Karate Kid Part 2 is a great film, and the opening of The Dark Knight Rises is terrible.
Yep.
Spectre, that's what they're saying. I'm not a fan of that entire movie. The opening is like, it's a decent one shot. It's like just a scene that you barely know anything about what's going on.
Yeah. I wouldn't say Quantum of Solace because the opening to that one is like headache inducing.
Whoa, this article it has Baby Driver on it.
What?
15 unforgettable opening scenes for otherwise forgettable movies. Baby Driver's not forgettable.
No,
Are you kidding me?
it is not.
That's nonsense.
Even though I haven't seen it, I'm like, this doesn't look like it's not good. This looks like it's very creative. Edgar Wright never has a problem with not creative stuff.
Yeah.
Why would they have an infected so
Agreed.
close to the lab?
Well, Bill used them as a form of defense. Maybe they're doing the same.
Yeah.
Let's see.
When a Stranger Calls, I haven't seen any of those movies in full, but I've heard they have really great opening scenes. I think I might say Scream is in that similar realm. Like I'd say that the rest of the movie isn't anywhere near as good as the opening because the opening is so great, and then the rest of the film's like, it's alright. But
Evan, I've got a couple answers for you.
No guards.
John Wick 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'd expect to
oh
see
yeah, those
John
are
Wick
pretty
2
solid
does have a
openings.
solid opening, and John Wick 3 has the knife shop fight, which, in my opinion, is the best action sequence in the John Wick movies.
Great stuff. Yeah,
Like,
I love that.
At least, like, fight choreography wise, it was like phenomenal to watch. The plots of those movies is like, it's pretty bad, but you know the rest of the movies are not great, but the openings are solid enough.
Leader Tears, yes, The Karate Kid Part 2 is great.
Mhm.
I love that film.
Yep.
It's not perfect. The Karate Kid is definitely a better film, but it is a good movie. I don't think it gets anywhere near enough recognition for how good it is. It continues with Mr. Miyagi's storyline and gives us a new setting. I love that movie.
Yeah, I like Karate Kid Part 2 a lot too. Never saw Part 3, never saw Next Karate Kid. I did see the Jaden Smith Karate Kid.
I hate that movie. There's a great video that I think it's the same guy who made the video called Why Daniel is the Real Pulley. He made a video breaking down like why the remake failed, and I was like, yeah, it's not a good remake. But
We might want to cover a Nostalgia Critic video where he compares the original with the remake and says that the remake is actually better.
it's not.
It really isn't. It's such a terrible take.
It misses the mark on so much. Yeah, seriously, I've been tempted to make a video, but like I forget what the name of the guy. I'm subscribed to his channel, but yeah, his video says anything I could. Yeah, the Karate Kid Part 3 is really dumb. There's some stuff that I appreciate. There's like interesting ideas, but the general story is not good. I really watched it with my younger brother recently, and it's like, yeah.
X-Men
And the next
Origins
Karate Kid.
Wolverine opening. You remember that opening?
X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Yeah, the opening to that movie.
Still haven't seen it actually.
Oh, it has a pretty solid montage of like Wolverine and Sabretooth fighting across like a bunch of different wars, like the Civil War and World War I, World War II, Vietnam. That was solid enough. The rest of the movie was garbage. Trying to think. They're DMCAing 4chan posts regarding The Last of Us 2. I have not seen Cobra Kai, by the way. Evan, have you seen Cobra Kai?
I saw the first season. I really liked it. I have a lot of problems with the finale. They were setting up something fantastic, and I just think it fizzled out because of a certain choice they made with something in the finale. I've heard they addressed it in season 2, and I've heard season 2 is pretty good. Yeah, I really liked it. It honestly is The Force Awakens done right. It has a lot of the same ideas with like bringing in new characters and also like respecting the old characters, and does a really good job at that. So
Yeah, bringing the old actors back after several years, and you're seeing them as much older than they used to be. You know,
Glass is a good
not
opening.
not a bad.
Marie said.
Oh, it is a good opening.
Pretty
Shit.
good, pretty good stuff. I'm like, it's not amazing, I don't think, but yeah, like it introduces David and Kevin pretty well. Like it gives you a little bit of insight into them.
Yeah.
After that, though, the movie is complete garbage, and I swear the third act as easily one of the top 3 worst twists that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Let's look around.
Oof.
It blew my mind when I watched it in the theater. I will never get over just how poorly written it is.
I really wanted to like it. I really, really wanted to like Glass. I really wanted to like that twist. I was like,
Unbreakable,
trying to
so
pretend
good.
that it was an okay twist, and it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't. I swear, man. Unbreakable is so great, and Split is pretty good too. I love Split, and I was like, I remember when that reveal happened, I was like, oh man, we're getting a sequel. It fizzled out completely, and the trailers were so. It was just like Halloween 2018, man. I was pumped for both those movies. I thought they could be great, and it was terrible.
Hello, Naira. Is it Naira or Nira? Not entirely sure.
Nira.
Probably Nira.
Hateful Eight has a great opening, yeah, and the rest of the movie is also great.
Yes.
I love it. I
wouldn't
love
say that
Hateful
Hateful Eight is a bad film.
What's that?
I would not say that Hateful Eight is a bad film. It's a good film.
I get why some people dislike it. I get people thinking it's boring, but I'm like, I think it's a fantastic movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. Let's see. Running around looking for stuff to pick up.
Halloween 2018 is the only good part of the film. There are scenes that I like in Halloween 2018. The opening's okay. It's weird. It's like it doesn't nail stuff, and then after that, there's some stuff that ain't good.
My favorite part of
It's
Halloween
okay.
2018 was the scene where Michael shows up at the gate where Allison is, and the music cue, you know, they're playing a cello bow up against an electric guitar for like this really fucking awesome sound. Do you remember, Evan? You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
there's some really good soundtrack cues. I know that John Carpenter worked a little bit on the music in that, and yeah, I love the prison montage. I believe is the song, like where Laurie is waiting to
Mhm.
with the gun to see if she can intercept the bus, but she chooses not to later. But that's really good music.
Yoo-hoo!
Yeah.
Fireflies! Here for mankind over
Let's
here.
see.
Terminator 5 is a good opening. Are you kidding me?
What?
Sophistic-
No. No. There's no part of
Terminator
Genesis that is
Genesis?
good.
Yeah, that opening sucked. It was terrible. Like
And-
the way they depict the resistance beating the machines, they're just like the machines are incompetent as a result of it.
Okay,
I hate that
tell you what,
opening.
if the title of the article says unforgettable openings in otherwise forgettable films, right? Is that the title of the article?
Yeah, that's right. It's
Okay.
not.
So
Baby
it does-
Driver isn't
it's not
otherwise
necessarily
forgettable.
Yes, I will say what was an unforgettable opening in an otherwise forgettable film, though. Terminator: Dark Fate. Like I don't remember
Forgettable
much
in the
of that
wrong
film
way,
except
but-
yeah. Except
Okay,
that opening.
Sophistic said he was joking. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is not.
We were gonna have to bring him on to bully him about that.
Marcus, I'm with you. I don't get why people dislike the Hateful Eight so much. I think it has some of Tarantino's best dialogue, and I really love the character interactions. Like it's like they give the characters history, and some people are like it's convenient. It's kind of convenient that they all get thrown together. I'm like a little bit, but you got a lot of great character moments inside of the cabin where like you're basically stuck with them together, and it's like it's only a matter of time before they just start going after each other. So
Right.
because they share just enough histories to hate each other in particular moments and respect each other in others.
This'll do just fine.
Let's see.
What's a good director turned bad? M. Night Shyamalan, James Cameron.
Rian
there's
Johnson,
so
maybe?
many. Ryan Johnson a little bit. He started off good. There's a lot of directors who just went
Loser.
bad.
Yeah.
plummeted into the ground.
If he did Brick and Brothers Bloom and those were good, then yeah, he did turn bad. Although he's coming around a little bit with Knives Out. That wasn't terrible, you know. The directing in that film was good, even if the writing itself has some issues. But even the writing, it's not like that the whole film is broken. It's got a couple of really bad plot holes. But it's an otherwise like solid story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
Ridley Scott is like he's not a director who like turned bad. He will make a great film one day and a bad film another day. 2015 he made Exodus Gods and Kings. That same year he made The Martian. He made Alien Covenant in 2017. It's like he will make good movies when he decides to. It's just like he's very much attached to his scripts.
Right.
He needs to have a great script, otherwise his movie will be terrible.
Yeah. Ooh, I picked up a lot of parts there. All right.
Has James Cameron directed enough bad films to be considered bad? I don't think so. I think most of his films are good. I just think Avatar is really forgettable, and he hasn't made many great films since like the 90s.
Yeah. He's not doing too well these days, unfortunately. I'm trying to think who else would have gone bad. I'm trying to think of.
Someone just said Jon Favreau. A little bit. He made Chef pretty recently though. It's like he's a good director. It's just like some of the project he picks. I don't know why he did The Lion King 2019. I don't know why he would pick that.
Possibly Joss Whedon.
Oh, Steven Spielberg. Yeah, that I definitely think Steven Spielberg has strayed. He made Ready Player One. It's like
True.
I think the last great film he made was Munich, because I think as of late, man, I think he should retire.
You didn't think
He
that
had
Bridge of
his
Spies
days,
was good?
unfortunately. What was that?
You didn't think that Bridge of Spies was good?
I liked Bridge of Spies, but it's kind of forgettable. Like the best
Mhm.
best parts of the character interactions, but like other than that, it's pretty bland. Like
Okay.
the story isn't very memorable.
Sure. That's fair. Let's see.
Shane Black. I haven't seen many of his movies. I need to see Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Lethal Weapon is great.
Nothing useful.
I like The Nice Guys, but Iron Man 3 and The Predator are terrible movies.
I like The Nice Guys too.
Did you ever see The Nice Guys?
I love The Nice Guys. That was a funny fucking movie, especially that bit where Ryan Gosling is in the toilet and he's like trying to keep the door open. Good shit.
Oh man.
And that
Very
that,
good.
That
They
bit when
work
Russell
well
Crowe
together.
breaks his fingers in the beginning. I like The Nice Guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Iron Man 3 is terrible. But Nice Guys came after Iron Man 3, so that's kind of like a redemption more than anything else.
After that, he made The Predator, and it's like, make up your
Ooh, that's
mind.
true.
It films. Just stop it.
Just don't give him a franchise. Make him just do his own original like neo-noir stories, and he'll do fine, I think.
Yeah, it's like I think he doesn't do well like with big budget movies. It's honestly the same attitude I have towards Ryan Johnson, where I'm like, I think his films work best when he's like within a budget. If you just give him a big project, it's like that's where he starts failing. So it's like,
I haven't seen the BFG.
That's good.
Find out where they went.
Pop G. Ryan Gosling screaming The Nice Guys is amazing. Yes, it is. Coppola made Ford v Ferrari. No, that wasn't
James Mangold.
Coppola. That was James Mangold. That was a good movie. I'm not even like a car guy. I'm not a racing dude, like a race car type person, but I did like Ford v Ferrari quite a bit. Very interesting story. Let's see. Okay, that opens that. What about Joel Schumacher?
I heard he made good movies after, like, I've heard he's another director who just made a lot of bad movies, but there's some great films he's made.
Did he
he's
do
inconsistent.
Did he do Falling Down
inconsistent.
before or after Batman and Robin? Guys, what year did Falling Down come out? Do you guys know?
93, looks like.
Okay, so that was before Batman and Robin then. I'm gonna play this audio recording real quick, so I'm gonna ask y'all to be quiet. Give me 1 second. Game, wait, audio, volumes, dialogue. I'll just turn the dialogue up real quick. Kind of sort of alludes to the idea that maybe the Fireflies are incompetent, you know? Alright. Turn that
I think there's a lot of that in this game. I think that they're heavily implying that.
Definitely. Ambiguity. It's very nice. It's nice when a game leaves things up to your interpretation. Maybe the Fireflies would have found a cure. Maybe they were too incompetent to find a cure. You never know. But no, we have to play through The Last of Us 2, where they have to make it unambiguously clear that they condemn Joel's decision. Ugh. So lame. Let's see. Is there anything in here? Are the Despicable Me sequels bad? I haven't bothered to watch them. I haven't watched the Despicable Me movies. Also, Papa G, no, I don't think James Cameron has directed anything since Avatar. Favorite fantasy series?
Hasn't.
Favorite fantasy series is Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings is the best.
The guy who made Spy Kids, see a bad director. He's just weird. Like Robert Rodriguez, he's made Sin City, and he made
Alita.
He made Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, he made Alita recently, but it's like he also did the Spy Kids movies, and he did Shark Boy and Lava Girl. So it's like he's really weird, and the projects that he picks, it's like, but he's made great movies in the past. So.
I actually didn't like Alita.
I still haven't seen it.
Nah, I wasn't a fan. Not familiar with the original manga or anime, so it's not from an adaptation perspective. But I thought it was kind of overrated. As much as I hate that word, I couldn't connect to it the way that a lot of other people could, I guess. Of course, it would make sense why the Fireflies would hate what Joel did. The problem is that Neil Druckmann is making it clear in the second game that he hates what Joel did, as opposed to just like leaving it up to the audience to interpret it. You know.
Well, seriously, that's the nice thing about the end of this game, is that they handle moral ambiguity really well. It's like they leave it up to you, basically. It's like you're like, yeah, what he did was kind of selfish at the end, and like he killed a lot of people who probably didn't need to die, and maybe he doomed humanity. But it's like you kind of have to make up your own mind about how you feel about it.
The final shot of the game basically is, you know, showing Ellie appearing to know that Joel's lying to her. You know, like, is that not enough for sort of a, hey, maybe what he did wasn't all that good?
Maybe in all that research they turned into fucking
Well, also like you look at all the stuff in the game that's being presented to you, all the information, and I'm sorry, but utilitarianism, morality in terms of like it is okay to murder a child to save all of humanity. That's what the Fireflies were going to do. They were going to murder a kid. They weren't going to get her consent. They were just going to scoop her brains out without getting her consent. I've got to play this lab recorder again. In 1 sec.
these lab recordings, by the way.
Yeah.
Really good.
It's 4 pallets of lab equipment all packed up and ready to go. Now, big question is, what do we do with all you guys? They say the tainted bastions being put down. You know what I say? I say screw that. Who made a bigger sacrifice than you, right? Anyone deserves to run free out there. Hey, easy! Stop! Oh no. You did me. Oh my god.
It's a nice recording. And I don't know. It's kind of funny to think that this guy just tries to let the monkeys go free and they bite him. Okay.
Sure glad we didn't mess with them monkeys.
You didn't say where they went.
I know, let's just keep looking.
Anything here? Oh, Firefly medallion. There we go. What Last of Us 2 did to The Last of Us is what Doomsday Clock is to Watchmen. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that reference, but I'm just gonna go, sure. I'll agree with that. I'm like Dave Rubin, just blindly agreeing with what's being presented to me. Alright, let's see. Anything else? This comic of Watchmen in the DC universe, right? Is that a 28 Days Later reference? Possibly.
Could be similar.
Yeah, monkeys being let loose and spreading the disease that way.
Looking for the fireflies. They've all left.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm dead. Or I will be soon. Got me some time to reflect. Been years that felt like we were... fucking thing was a giant waste of time. I'm not gonna do this anymore.
Come on.
Looking for the others. They've all returned to St. Mary's Hospital in Salt Lake City. You'll find them there. Still trying to save the world. Good luck with that.
Do you know where that is?
I know the city.
Is it far?
It ain't close. Horseback.
What? Fireflies?
Get down!
Oh!
Favorite movie and book character? Book character, honestly, both would probably be Atticus Finch. I'm glad that they never ruined his character in an unnecessary sequel or anything like that, right?
I'd say Aragorn from Lord of the Rings is one of my favorite film and book characters, but I also love Rand al'Thor and Dalinar Kholin in The Wheel of Time and Stormlight Archive, respectively.
Behind you!
Oh shit! Oh damn! I'm gonna restart that.
Oh, sorry, man.
No, it's fine.
Guess you want to do this the hard way.
There we go. Oh, damn it. I'm gonna restart the encounter. That was weird. It seemed like that dude started with... Oh! Headshot. There we go. There we go. Used up the machete. Let's see. I'm gonna try to use up the stick with some bricks and bottles. Let's see. I think that Neil Druckmann's a hack, Papa G. Night Dog is selling a replica of Ellie's guitar for $2,300. Cool. If you pay extra, do you get someone to bite your fingers off so you can't play it?
Guys.
And I am getting the standard edition of the game, James. Yeah. Oh shit. we go. Come on.
Naira Kyle, I feel very sorry for you. I feel very sorry that that happened to your favorite character.
Here we go.
Which King Arthur movie, Treepod? Henry Treepod, I'm interested. There's so many King Arthur movies.
Was it Legend of the Sword? I've heard that that's not a very good one.
Maybe he's referring to the King Arthur movie with Clive Owen. I quite like that one, to be honest. I totally believe that Keira Knightley was relatively miscast in that movie, or either because she sounded way too refined playing a woad. Oh, the Guy Ritchie one. Oh.
That's
okay.
Legend of the Sword, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Let's see. Oh wait, actually I might not even need to use the... Oh shit. Let's see. Is anyone still up here? No? Alright then. Oh shit. Ellie, get out of the way. Out of the way. Damn it. Let's see here. Oh boy. Damn it. Alright. Wasted a bullet. Okay. There we go. Didn't even have to use my health kit. When are we going to read a Chuck Tingle book? Probably never. Don't read Ghost at a Watchman at Ruins Fish's character. I know. Trust me. I know. I am aware. Oof. The upcoming Netflix show where King Arthur is adapted to be a woman starring the girl from 13 Reasons Why. Are you kidding me?
Same girl who played in Knives Out too, so it's like it's not like she's incapable, but yeah, it's weird that it's starring her. It's like alternative to Arthurian legend.
I've watched Avalon High, where that's basically the premise. It's a cheap Disney Channel original movie.
Alright, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
How can a hack have made good stuff like the original Last of Us? Is that really a question? I think that you can have a fluke. Ryan Johnson, you could say, is a hack writer, but he still made, you know, Brick and Brothers Bloom and Knives Out, which, you know, Knives Out I can say is decent. I've heard that Brick is really good, and Brothers Bloom is really good too. So, but you'd say that he's a hack for what he did with Last Jedi, which would be fair.
I think that with that one, it was like, it's kind of a combination of he didn't apologize for it, or at least like say sorry for disappointing the fans, which kind of puts Joel Schumacher above him in my eyes. Because Joel Schumacher actually apologized for Batman Robin.
Come on.
Robert is saying there should be no way that Joel is still alive at this point. What do you think about that?
He gets impaled through what looks like to be like the gut. What I think is that it's possible. I hear that when you get stabbed like in the stomach, like the acids that are in your stomach kind of like they leak out and they actually like sort of destroy the rest of your organs. So there's that, but I'm not sure if that's exactly where he got stabbed or impaled. People have been impaled and have survived. People have been shot like 30 plus times and have survived. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's like the thing is, like, the game is clearly showing that he's dying. Like this right now, like he's losing his vision, and it's like it's not like he's just okay. Like clearly, without Ellie's help, he would have died. Like
Yeah,
he's not doing.
it's not like he's just, you know, getting up. Like if Joel were written like Ray, he'd just be able to get up and just be like, yeah, that was a minor inconvenience. You know. I really like the way that this scene is directed in particular.
Same here.
And Ellie's such a badass. To me, a hack is someone who can never do anything good, so my definition of a hack is different from yours. Is there such a thing as a person that can never do anything good? Like, can't you learn from your mistakes? Here's the thing. Neil Druckmann had ideas for The Last of Us, like, for its original pitch. Like, Tess being the villain, and Joel also is supposed to be... He's supposed to be a villain-like character as well. That were shot down by Bruce Straley. I don't think that Neil Druckmann is actually a genius just because he was involved in the making of The Last of Us.
Come on.
Just get the horse.
All right. Can you get on?
People who were shot 30 times also had access to modern medical care. Yeah, that's true.
I think we're safe. Joel? Joel? Shit. Joel! Here. Oh. Get up, get up, get up. You gotta tell me what to do. Come on. You gotta get out. Joel?
Alright. Well, we're going to watch the rest of this cutscene, and then I'm going to jump over to Left Behind. Let's see.
I did love this hard cut. Like I didn't play Left Behind until I learned about it later, and that was after Ellie got captured again by David's men. That's so it was interesting to like play, like kind of being in the dark about what happened to Joel after this and just hunting with Ellie. It's kind of an interesting way to play the game.
Well, I mean, it's how I played it too, because Left Behind wasn't released by the time that when this game first came out. You bought the game, James.
Just
Let's see.
I did too, man. We're all gonna have to suffer together.
Yep. The hardest choices require the strongest of wills.
Yes, they do.
Alright, let's see. So we're going to do something a little different here, boys. We're going to save the game. Then I'm going to quit the main menu, and I'm going to start a playthrough of Left Behind, as that takes place in between the fall and winter sections.
Hooray.
So let's do it. New game. No. Play it on Survivor.
And you probably would have gotten some kind of irreparable damage from that. Yeah.
Probably.
I think my bigger problem is the fact that Joel, like, seems fine after the penicillin. Like, he was down for a while, and obviously with the stitches, but, like, after the penicillin, he seemingly is fine after that. It's like, sure, there's a time skip in between, but it's like he recovered pretty quickly from something like that. You'd imagine that would have him down for the count for a while.
Yeah.
What? Fireflies?
Get down.
Oh. What the fuck are
Previously
these
on The Last of Us.
Stay the fuck back!
What do you think of Left Behind, by the way?
Which one?
This one.
The DLC for The Last of Us.
Not the book series or the adaptation.
Oh god.
Lord almighty.
Yeah, it's like the poor Nicolas Cage. I have heard nothing but bad things about the Nicolas Cage Left Behind movie.
I would say, like it's obviously not as good as the regular game, but I think that it expands pretty well on Ellie's character, and it's consistent with the information that she gives to Joel in the main game. Like, okay, she's in a mall and gets bit by a runner and had this friend named Riley. You know, she leaves out the part that she had this romantic interest in her, but I think that, like, it makes sense that she'd want to, like, sort of keep that to herself. So.
I think my only thing is, like, early on it seems more like puzzle based. Like, probably my least favorite part is all the ladder moving and the like helping Ellie to get up across with, like, the pallets to swim. It felt like most of that was the game, and honestly that was why I was so surprised by the action late in it, because I was like, I didn't expect much of that. And yeah,
Right.
I'd be interested to play it again. Honestly, if I test out streaming, I'll probably try it one more time and just get a lot more resources so that I can do better in the final scene, because it took me so long to get through there because I hadn't prepared anywhere near enough.
I liked the idea of, like, being able to have the infected and the hunters going after each other.
Yeah, I love that. I love how that starts off. You have to fight them off, and then the infected come in later on and take out most of them, and then you have to
hold on. The DLC is really bogged down by how hard they push Ellie being gay. It wouldn't otherwise be an issue, but because of how much that is forced, it drags a lot. I don't think. No, they don't really push that.
I disagree.
No, they don't. They don't push that hard at all. It's not even revealed that she's gay until they kiss, which is, like, towards the end. That's I don't. Bad take.
Ellie...
Bad take. No. Sorry. When this DLC first came out, people were, like, flipping out over the reveal that Ellie was, like, a lesbian or bisexual or whatever. And I didn't really care, especially because you see the scene itself. It's just a kiss between the two.
Like, they're good friends. That's what they spend the entire thing developing. It's the fact that they're friends. And then after that, she just expresses how much she feels, and, like, that kiss is kind of just the extra mile. It's like it shows that they, like, she may be interested in being more than friends. It's like, yeah, that's pretty normal. I don't think that they push it very hard at all.
Most like they're like 13 to 14 years old. Like, is there inherently a problem with showing, like, 13 or 14-year-old gay kids, like, falling in love with each other? Because there's plenty of stories of, like, 13-year-old straight kids falling in love with each other. Like, I don't understand why it would be a matter of it's being forced that she's gay. It's like, imagine if someone were to say, it's really, like, if Riley were a boy in this, and someone were to say, oh, I really hate how they're forcing how Ellie is straight in this. Like, that particular, like, for this game, I understand what you're talking about here, right? Because there's, like, a character in Arrow whose only defining character trait is he's gay. He has to constantly remind you of that. That's annoying. I agree with you on that, but that doesn't mean that it's being forced here. I don't think that that's what this DLC is doing.
And, like, what's the main purpose of this storyline with Ellie and Riley? It's mainly developing, like, their past, and, like, the idea that she's joined the Fireflies and is about to move on. She reveals that later on, that she's leaving again, and there's the whole idea that, like, she left and, like, didn't tell her about that. That's the key thing that this story's, like, illustrating. It's only at the end that you get, like, a little bit of romance there where she just says, like, I don't want you to leave. That's the point of it. I don't think they push it very hard at all. Like, it's like
it's gonna be pushed hard in the Last of Us 2, but it's not in this DLC.
Absolutely not. I 100% agree with that.
Callus, keep an eye on
Yeah, just you'll see how it is when I'm playing it, Mojave.
I'll be back in a flash.
Let's see. Now, by the way, interesting note that the impaling wound was right above Joel's belly button, for reference. So I'm not. It's probably where, like, the stomach would be.
Yeah, I was about to say, you get stabbed through the stomach, that's gonna be harsh. Like, if you get stabbed in the right place, it's not gonna be good. I don't know.
It's usually fatal, yeah.
How long is left behind? It didn't take me very long to get through. Like, I mentioned this before, but I think it took me like 4 hours, and I did terrible in this, especially in the last bit. It took me so long to get through the final battle here with the hunters in the mall. Like, that section, I didn't get anywhere near enough resources, so it took me a while. I don't think it takes very long at all.
But I do like playing as Ellie, and kind of cool playing as a 14-year-old girl in the setting. Someone that's a lot more
like
vulnerable.
how limited resources she has. I like how you play as Joel and you're picking up all of these different resources to, like, work with, and then instead of this, you have nothing. And when you're playing as Ellie during the winter section, she just has the bow and then the rifle as it goes by. So you kind of have to work backwards to, like, you've lost a lot of your resources, but you have more experience. So
right. At least she's got her knife too. There's that.
That's a lot nicer than Joel having to strangle people, which just takes a lot longer. So
or, like,
and hers does not
shivs that, yeah. And I only ever use shivs for the shiv doors. The shiv doors are like what is the benefit in shiving someone in the game? Like, unless it's a clicker. Like, I shived a clicker because I had half a shiv, and it's like, well, that's basically, it's not like that half shiv is going to help me open a door, because you need a full shiv to open a door. So I can at least, I can use this half shiv to shiv a clicker there.
I suppose I'd say that it's quicker to kill people with the shiv. Like, it's a lot quieter and it's easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's why I use it.
It's, for me, it doesn't. The reward is not nearly enough to outweigh the cost of making the shiv and missing out on the shiv doors. Could probably do that more often, like on a playthrough that's already been through, like, New Game Plus a couple times, where I don't even need the supplements or the parts anymore to upgrade my weapons or abilities.
I personally don't like seeing kids like that get all romantic like that at all, be they straight or gay. It's the kid thing rather than the sexual thing for me. Really. Like,
I don't have a problem with...
You don't think there's any stories that, like, have characters who are, like, romantically interested in it when they're, like, 14 years old or something like that? I don't think they can pull it off.
Man, I think it's totally okay for artists to, like, portray kids that are falling in love with each other.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think it. I think you can do that with. I have a problem probably with when it comes to sexuality. Like, I'm with the idea of consent, like, and for a little bit older of an age, but it's like, I don't.
Like,
I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, they don't show too much inside of this other than the kiss. That's it.
no, they just show the kiss. Like, I obviously don't want them to, you know, I certainly don't think that artists should be allowed to like portray little kids having sex with each other. That's child porn. That's a legality issue, and it's just, I mean, you could maybe get away with it if it's like a drawing, you know, like if it's like an animated thing, but it's really, that's really murky there, and it's kind of uncomfortable to watch. Or
Something
think
that
about.
like doesn't really translate well to the screen. I'm like, I'd be open to the idea in a story, but yeah, like at least in a film, it's probably not a good idea.
Probably,
Especially
like,
with the actors too.
probably best to do like a tasteful approach would just be sort of like an implication that it happened, but not like not depicting it occurring like in real time, you know.
By the way, I laughed so hard about how empty-handed Ellie is inside of this game and like her bad
Yeah.
luck. It's just like she's like, well, this is empty. It's like, oh, the generator doesn't work. There's no gas. Oh, here's a gas can. Oh, there's no gas in the can. Oh, here's a truck. There's no gas in the tank. It's like, man, Ellie is not having a lucky day in this game.
Yeah, and I will say, like, sometimes you do have to question, like, why is this artist interested in this kid's sexuality so much? Like, I certainly understand the concern there, but it's not always a perverted thing, I think.
Yeah, I think it comes down to execution, and I'm like, what I like about this is that the story that's being told in this story is not just about Ellie being gay. That's not what they push. It's just a small tertiary element of the story, but the key story is about her and Riley and kind of their past and like what that's going to influence, and obviously leading to how she got bit.
Yeah. Readying handcuffs go on. Let's see.
It's like Luc Besson with Leon the Professional. Yeah, I think they were going to be a lot more explicit early on, and then people were like, "Dude, we probably should do this." He's like, "Yeah, I think so."
Luc Besson is isn't it kind of confirmed that he's like, well, I don't know about confirmed, but it's rumored at least that he's a bit of a sex pest.
A little bit, at least those are pretty much the rumors. Yeah.
If you're gonna jump out at me, go ahead and fucking do it.
Oh, there we go. We got a Rag. Hi, Rag.
It's more interested in Zuko. I just don't like. Remember they kissed in, like, the Cave of the Two Lovers, man. I'm not a fan of any of the heroes in Avatar: The Last Airbender, man. Aang, all of them just get on my nerves. Like, I liked Zuko, but that just
Yeah, Zuko.
that show's not for me.
Zuko and Iroh are by far the best characters in that show. Even if I don't like the show that much, I do like those characters. And, okay, good. Yeah, it's fine to have preferences, Mojave. I don't think that it's inherently a bad thing to have romance stories for where children are involved, especially if the or even if the kids are LGBT. Like, really, it doesn't matter to me either way.
It's just a matter of like what actually happens.
Yeah.
And like kind of the age of the characters matters more than the sexuality of said characters. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah. Why do you hate the characters in Avatar, Evan?
Characters in Avatar, I find them annoying. Like, I hate how little agency they have and how they just seem to get like lost in everything. Like, they don't. There's a scene at the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender season 1, which like it pissed me off so much. It's the scene where like Aang is like supposed to train with the guy who's been building up to. It's like he's inside of the North, and like literally he rejects Katara because it's the way of his culture. Like, the women don't fight. They like work. Oh god, got killed. They specifically are like the people who help with the community. They don't fight, and literally Katara is triggered by that. And then Aang literally says he won't train. He won't train if you don't train my girlfriend. I remember when that happened. I was like, what the hell, Aang? It's like you can't say that. You do not understand how important you are You're saying I will doom the world because you won't train my girlfriend. If you don't do that, I won't save the world. I'm like, what the hell? It's like the characters make so many decisions that are like that are just like they don't understand their own significance to the story. They don't have any agency inside of it. They like it just seems like they're off goofing off and they don't have any motivations. They just go outside of like, let's get Aang because they'll maybe save the world. And that goes into my problems with the world building is that just we don't see a lot of the issues that are arising. It's like there's no time clock with how everything's transpiring with the Fire Nation. Like they say, like people are dying, but like it's like that never influences the protagonist. They're never like, you know what? If we keep goofing off and helping out these villages with like fortune tellers inside of it who are lying to their villagers about a volcano erupting, then maybe other people will die and maybe we should have some more agency, but they don't do that. So I don't like Avatar: The Last Airbender, and it's just there's a lot of reasons, but the characters annoy me.
So you're upset that kids don't know how to navigate through a world that they have never been to, let alone seen, is what
Are you
Kanye was
kidding me?
asking.
Well, this is another problem that I have is just like Appa, it takes him like 8 years just to get there. Somehow Appa isn't outrunning. Like the Fire Nation is literally always on their tail. They're just like flying this thing in the air. Somehow they're always tracked. Somehow they're always behind them. It's like, how is Appa not just straight shotting them right there? It's not like the Lord of the Rings where they have to cross through towns to get to places because they need more supplies and they need to get through there. They're flying. It's like, how do they just not beeline straight over there? But they stop throughout the entire show like 20 times. And it's like, for all these unnecessary reasons, it's like, yeah, I do think that that's ridiculous because you'd imagine all you need to do is get from the South Pole to the North Pole. Just fly straight. That's how you'd imagine that would happen.
Yeah. Just saw someone on Twitter saying Last of Us 2 is game of the year. Was that person Anita Sarkeesian?
Evan, you have disappointed me. I am sorry. I'm not the person to support Avatar: The Last Airbender. I get that a lot of people like it.
Man, her luck really is terrible in this DLC. Let's see.
Not this way.
This is not the way.
You know the way.
Appa needs to sleep though. I didn't say they should make it there in one day. I didn't say like it's possible to fly to the other place. I think, how fast do you imagine Appa flies? Like it's got to be relatively fast. He seems to go pretty fast throughout the show. So like if you can go that fast, like I don't think it'd take much longer than a week to get there. But they make it seem like it's been months. And it's like I don't get that idea. It's yeah.
At least I can use this.
Papa G, why are you tagging me if you're addressing Evan? Like
yeah, tag
Evan. He's watching the stream. He has to be watching the stream to see what I'm doing and reacting to.
Explain by you're wrong, but unfortunately text is limited here. Well, seriously, like I only watched season 1. I watched it years ago, and it's like I keep saying this. I'm like, it really isn't something I have a lot of knowledge about. Bro, it's an animal.
People keep on fucking interrogating us about a show that we haven't watched in a while, or like in its entirety. Like,
yeah, it's not a machine. I say it was a machine. It's like yes. If you have a dragon, let's say that. What if this was a Game of Thrones and it's like you need to get to the north to the south and like literally there's no obstacles. They don't need ships to get there. But Dani's like, I need to get there, and she has a dragon. Like, how long do you think it would take a dragon to get from the north to the south? I don't imagine it'd take very long. It just take a little bit. You'd stop a little bit maybe. You wouldn't probably get there in a straight shot unless it's in season 7 when the dragons and Danny can teleport. But I don't think it would take that long at all.
I'm gonna kick the next person that tries interrogating us about why we don't like Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Like
that topic is off limits now. I'm so tired of it. Get over the fact that we don't like it. Get over it.
I saw him walking down the street.
It's totally fine. Like I like Avatar like on a subjective level, but I don't disagree with any of the criticisms that Mahler brought up in his debate with Literature Devil.
We had, dude. I was with Buzzax when talked about it with Mahler. Like Buzzax was the main one that was doing like the heavy lifting there, and he had just seen the show, and he had to concede on a lot of those points. Or he, I don't know about had to concede, but he, didn't have any counter arguments. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe we just don't have the right information, but yeah.
I'm the same way, where it's like I don't know how much information that I have. That's why I keep just saying, like, I don't like it personally. Like I don't know if I would call it a bad show. There are reasons why I don't like it, and those reasons might be ill-informed. I'll concede on that one, but I think one of my biggest issues with season 1 was the character interactions, and there's a lot that happens in regards to the way episodes are structured. Like when you have a show like that that's built on the premise of like one key goal, like you can do like episodes that don't have much relevance to each other. Like that's what Batman the Animated Series did a lot of the time. The episode just didn't connect. Well, there's a through line, you need to be constantly developing that. Like I haven't made it through all of Samurai Jack, but that's in a similar direction where it's like I like how there's always like typically Jack is always trying to find a time machine or find a way to get back. It's not like he's just off doing his own thing all the time. Like usually he will help people, but it will be in the interest of trying to get back or trying to get a time machine. So I'm like, that's what I like about that show is there's a lot more agency to what the characters are doing because they're constantly trying to get to their goal. But it's like I don't get that sense in Avatar. At least I didn't with like how they were trying to get to the north. It felt like they were not having a lot of agency.
Found the light yet?
Oh, har har.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend your people. So
Evan
what?
dislikes Avatar, so it means he has internalized racism against his own blue.
Wrong Avatar.
That's funny. That's hilarious. I love it.
Well, I'm getting to Samurai Jack. Is it any good? I'm not loving it so far. My younger brother loves it. That's why I watched it because he's like, you have to watch Avatar. I'm like, okay. I mean Samurai Jack. I made it into season 2. I'm like, I really want more supporting characters. That's the thing. It's mainly just Jack, and a lot of characters are like offed after or lose their relevancy after a single episode. I'm like, I want more. Like Scotsman's awesome. He's a fantastic character. It's like he's been in 2 episodes so far that I've seen, but it's like I want more of him. But it's like I'm enjoying it, but it's not fully. I'm not like I don't think it's necessarily amazing. It's just fun so far.
Careful, it's wet. Hey, so
Brown says, "Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?" Oh, Avatar. That debacle kind of screwed up EFAP there for a minute.
Yep. And we got to carry a decent brunt of the hate because we were the first guests on the first. Well, we were the guests on the first EFAP after that happened, and people were fucking infuriated. They wanted Avatar to be addressed right now.
what? Is it a
Yeah.
dinosaur?
That was just and I got their frustration over like not having qualifiers, but like we kept saying it was like Rags admitted he hadn't seen the show. So it's
He said it may be good for all he knows. Just what he'd seen was not good. He made a joking comment. People got upset, and then he decided he could have some fun and piss people off, and that's what he did.
Do you know how it happened?
That's fine that you don't get the sense of urgency in Avatar: The Last Airbender, but a lot of the criticisms levied towards the characters seem to forget that they're kids. That's I will never concede that. I swear, tons of people pull that the whole they're kids argument. It's like kids can be written like with like a lack of maturity, but like they don't have to be simpletons. It's like I'm not necessarily saying that's the case in Avatar, but it's like there are plenty of stories that handle kids in a way which shows like slight maturity on their part. They still have goals, but it's like I don't if your excuse for them like doing a bunch of stuff randomly that isn't helping them, it's just like it's just that they're kids. I'm like, that's pretty weak. And I'm not necessarily saying that's what you're saying either, but it's like, yeah, I need a little bit for that. Just have to remember you don't address Avatar: The Last Airbender unless you have all the proper references. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
it's
seriously,
fine.
I'm not saying that all this is. I'm not saying all this is definitive at all.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking from
What happened to
from what I
Princess?
remember.
I
Like I
assumed
keep
after
saying, it's
Winston
none of
died,
this is
you took
definitive.
her.
I will
Of course.
defend the both
She's
of you
probably
two.
out there
Like even as
terrified.
somebody who likes Avatar: The Last Airbender, I will defend you two that there are legitimate problems
I appreciate
with it
that.
in terms of its writing, and
I
I
will
will
say,
totally like back you guys up.
I will say one of the criticisms that Mahler leveled against it that I didn't think was entirely fair was, oh, it's convenient that, you know, Aang got out of the iceberg when he did. It's like, well, the same thing can sort of be applied to Star Wars, like the first one. You know, it's convenient that R2D2 and C3PO got like they ended up getting sold by the Jawas over to you know, the son of the guy that made C3PO, or to, you know, the son of Darth Vader.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like,
no, like that comes down to a lot of stories where there's stuff like that. I mean, the perfect example of that is also Captain America. It's like,
you're
oh, it's
right.
so convenient that they found Captain America in the ice. It's like, well, not really. It's like what was so convenient about the timing? It's like he
it's
was found. I don't think it's unreasonable for him to be found. It just happened to be that time.
and not to mention, Evan, that we have an inciting incident allowance, like for contrivances.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I
Like
think it's
that's why the
fine
story
for
is
like
being
that.
told.
It depends like on like when it comes to stories, but I do think
Be
like
careful in there.
a little bit of convenience early on, especially like works better for a story when there's just like, okay, got a little bit of a coincidence here, but it's like it can work if you do it right.
Stephen King's novels are a good example of well-written child characters. It's funny that you mentioned that because isn't there like an orgy scene in It
See anything?
that doesn't
Not in
show
the
up in the
book. Yeah,
movies?
God, that was
Yeah.
cut from the movies. Thank God. Yeah, I've heard that that's really weird. I haven't read it yet, but Danny's really well written in The Shining. Like I love that's a great example of a kid
See?
written well in a
That's you
book.
2 times today.
I think honestly he has probably better writing than he does inside of the movie.
How the hell did we
I
never
still
notice
think that
this
the movie
place?
and the book are both great for different reasons because they're very different stories. But I love Danny inside of The Shining.
Riley,
Hmm.
perfect. Check it out. What is that, like a wolf man or something? Put it on.
Sometimes Mahler is wrong, like with Halloween. You are objectively correct. Christmas is objectively better than Halloween.
Yeah.
You haven't been on since to vote. What's yours though? Are you for Halloween or are you for Christmas?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I sent a super chat to Mahler. I said they read it out in one of the EFAP the super chat catch ups, and I think I sent it during EFAP 84. So that got overshadowed by you know what, but I said that at least with Halloween, it's not like they're playing annoying, overplayed Halloween music throughout the month of October. So Halloween wins. And this is coming from like a retail employee who has to listen to Christmas music all month long at work during December. And Mahler thought that was a really funny argument in favor of Halloween. Rags, of course, is like Southpaw's wrong, but yeah, I am pro Halloween. My more substantive argument in favor of Halloween is honestly, I haven't liked Christmas since 2012. I had a very, very terrible experience that happened around Christmas of 2012. I'm not going to go into it. And it's also harder to celebrate Christmas after losing a family member than it is to celebrate Halloween. Because family is not a central tenet or theme of Christmas. Halloween. It's not a central theme or tenet of Halloween. It is of Christmas. So of course the absence of a loved one is going to be a lot more noticeable for that holiday than it is for Halloween. And I think that they pointed that out when Anna answered with Halloween, and I think that's a valid answer to a valid reason to give for preferring Halloween over Christmas.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, it's okay, Papa G. Don't worry about it.
Roar.
Excited for Tenet. I
Fucking roar.
cautiously optimistic. That's what I've been saying. I was just like, Christopher Nolan, he could pull it off, but I'm really worried about how the plot of that movie is going to function.
All right, Chad, I'm gonna do something special here since I'm wearing a mask of a wolf, and I'm gonna have to roar. Everyone knows what a fucking Y-wing is. Everyone that's watched Star Wars knows what a fucking Y-wing is. It's been here since the first fucking movie released 40 fucking years ago. Don't tell me that people don't know what a fucking Y-wing is, you disingenuous faggot. There we go. Had to be in character here.
Very solid. Solid stuff. This felt weird to me, seriously, just on a subjective level. I was honestly laughing at some of this stuff, and just like, you're just going around, you're throwing bricks at cars, and I was like, is this really what I'm playing right now? Okay, sure. It's just like,
Yeah.
I definitely had a lot more, like, I definitely preferred the stuff with Joel, like, all the stuff there with her getting the stuff from the helicopter and then coming back and fighting. Like, I love that it ends with that, because I'm like, I love the idea of her protecting him and like going up against like 15 people by herself. I'm like, that's awesome. But it's like, this stuff is like, it's pretty good. It's like, okay, sure.
That appears to have made chat happy.
Yes, indeed.
Barring Strike Class, of course.
The South, I'm axing you in a Disney fanatical Star Wars Flash's face. We need to get that guy in the South podcast. We need to track him down.
Oh, Death and Karn. We need to find Death and Karn. Yeah.
That'd be so hilarious to have him.
Why, thank you, kind Pigeon.
Dude, I wish I was high, yeah. Those are good times.
Why is Wolf so autistic today? Gee, maybe it's because I'm watching a fucking moron tell me that people don't know what a Y-wing is.
I love that so much. That was great. That was me watching Artemis Fowl.
The ruby slippers! What have you done with them?
Oh my, Toto, what will we do?
That's the thing that I love is that, like, if someone's in the chat said, off the top of my head, I can't think of a single Star Wars game without a Y-wing, maybe Jedi Fallen Order, but I don't remember. That's the funniest thing. In Just Right's video, there literally are Y-wings. They're all over the Battle of Yavin.
Mm-hmm.
They're everywhere in Star Wars. Like, tons of people know what a Y-wing is. It's the most ridiculous argument anyway. It's like the idea that most people don't know. Even if that were true, it wouldn't matter. You said it. You mentioned the McGonagall thing.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people know about it. It still exists.
A more accurate thing to say would have been, not everyone knows what a Y-wing is. That still is not a good counter argument for why that's not like a factual criticism of The Last Jedi.
He said. Let's talk about why this is not an objective flaw. And he said it's partially because most people don't know what a Y-wing is. Like, what does that have anything to do with anything?
Yeah. And again, like I've spoken about how, like, you know, with objectivity, my views on it have like shifted a little bit. Like I think it's best not to say objectively good or objectively bad, but
Reviewing something with integrity, I think, is the best way of putting it.
yeah.
Yeah, I like going by accuracy, and I've mentioned the word normative a lot. It's just, this is the trouble with the word objectivity. It's like with people using it in critique, is because it's gotten such a bad reputation because of the discussion. So it's like, I almost feel like we need another word, and that's the word that I like, is normative, because it relates to standards and fulfilling standards. So I'm like, I think the better part of objectivity is fulfilling standards. It's a lot more clear, and I think it will upset people, but still, you can play the semantics game with it nonetheless. So I'm just like, I prefer to just try to be open with it.
And that's how you do it. Whoa.
Come on.
And now we enter the throwing bricks at the car. Oh, you missed. Oh, man.
Come on.
Grab some more brick and toss it at the car. I won at this. I didn't win at the weird video game that she has to play there. That was such a strange game, the way that functioned. I just told myself Ellie probably wouldn't be good at her first time playing a video game. That's how I justified my failure.
Damn.
One to go.
Where's the last?
It's the It's the passenger side, right?
Oh damn.
Passenger side, right?
I want on the PS3 version.
Well, a deal's a deal.
Wait, are you going for the red car or the blue car?
Ask whatever
I was
your
going for the
dad
red car.
has.
Okay.
Okay.
What will it take for us to get back to how we were?
Driver's side window.
Spaceship.
No, sorry.
Or no, passenger.
Like one of those
Hmm.
intergalactic giant spaceships with like.
Oh,
two
did you
warp
win?
engines.
No.
Ellie.
Yeah, she won.
Dang.
It's fine.
I don't know. Just keep.
At least you get to
doing
see
what
this
you're doing.
interaction.
Just pretend that scene in it is what you wanted. Oh god.
Are you talking about the which scene?
The orgy scene with the kids?
Oh,
God. I'm guessing that's what he's referring to.
because I don't have to pretend that the Angel of the Morning scene is something that I wanted. That is definitely something that I wanted.
That was so weird. I remember you showing me that. I'm like, what a weird editing call. I'm like, why would you put that in?
It's really out of place in the movie. It really stands out. Let's see here.
Southpaw Evan, have you heard of the show Gangs of London? It's made by the director of the Raid films and one of the best shows I've seen.
Really?
Would love to know your thoughts on it. I have heard of it. I love Gareth Evans.
Mhm.
I definitely want to see it. I think it just got released recently, but I haven't gotten around to seeing it. But I definitely will because Gareth Evans is an awesome director.
Fuck.
Just pretend you wanted to see Joel to die and see how you feel. This is seriously. Mahler said it on the EFAB, and it's true. It really might be the worst argument that has ever been proposed in a video that's covered on EFAB. It's just like most critics, at least that they cover, will at least, and same with Mahler, they'll at least say you can feel the way you want to feel. He didn't. His advice is pretend you felt a way. It's like, wow, Cinema Wins, that's something else.
Just pretend to like it.
Just consume product, then get excited for next product, and don't ask questions.
Evidence-based analysis. Yeah, that's fair. Because like
that.
the idea that the idea that the MCU portrays Tony Stark as this perfect hero is something that someone said on Twitter recently, and if you look at the evidence in the MCU, that's definitely not the case. So, yeah, like evidence-based analysis is pretty accurate, I'd say.
I didn't mean it.
Pretty fair way to put it.
Honestly, I think accuracy is a great way to put it. Just being accurate to what happens and like forging, like, and again, that's the thing that Patricia Tax says. Like, all that means is that your argument is well founded. It's like, I honestly see that as distinction without a difference. If
Yeah,
you're
it's
being
like
accurate to what's happening in the
if
film,
my-
it's like you're golden.
If my opinion on how the MCU portrays Tony Stark actually holds water because the evidence is in my favor, and your argument doesn't hold water because the evidence doesn't go in your favor, I mean, do people not think that opinions can be incorrect?
I think so. Yeah. Your
'Cause-
feelings are valid, but they can be built on bad information. It's as simple as
Mm-hmm.
Cinema Wins lost all my respect with that video. He didn't have a lot to begin with, but now I can't look at the video like that anymore. Honestly, like I was writing my script before that video came out. I wrote a response video, like everything wrong with everything great about video. Like as soon as I was done, I started writing it away. But like, yeah, that video killed anything. And I'm amazed at the reception. People eat that video up. It didn't turn anyone against him, and it's like it blows my mind what he can get away with saying, and his audience still sticks around because that video was terrible. Apparently, Mahler just went live now. Super chat catch up.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna continue playing Last of Us. If y'all want to watch Mahler, that's fine. I understand. I'm trying to find a way up. I can't find a way up. It's not as bad as not knowing which way is up, though. Let's see.
Oh, God.
Of course, opinions can be wrong. Have you seen the praise for The Last of Us 2? Oh yeah,
My
10 out of
like,
masterpiece, baby.
I wonder if the people that appear to think that opinions can't be wrong, I wonder if they would apply the same like logic to, I don't know, politics. Can you have political opinions that are wrong? because a lot of them act very absolutist when it comes to that sort of thing. They, you know, they're not just going to say, oh, well, that's just your opinion when you say that you think that the Holocaust was a good thing.
End of the line.
Exactly.
Nothing?
Just pretend you wanted EA's Battlefront 2 and see how you feel. EA's Battlefront 2 actually was patched into being a pretty decent game. Let's see.
No, because it's art. That's the thing. You bring in the whole 2 + 2 = 4 type thing. It's like, that's math. It's different. It's not art. It's like, sure,
But
buddy. It's different.
But there are factual elements to art.
According to people who think that all art is subjective, my friend. That's
Or
where you
art
get
is-
stuck, and you're just like, oh.
Or like art
okay,
is
we're
all
done.
subjective. Like, yeah, there's obviously subjective elements to it, and there's obviously different standards. You can, I mean, there's a website called Mediaversity, which rates things based on how diverse they are and if they can pass the Bedell test or Bechdel test and whatever. And yeah, sure, you could use that standard. That's something that you could, you know, what's the point of that fucking room? You can absolutely use the standard of the Bechdel test for determining like a film's quality, I suppose. I don't think it's a very reliable standard. Not as reliable as like internal consistency. Political opinions can be wrong if they are not founded in reality. Yeah, that's the thing.
Maybe I can find
Evan, I think Cinema Wins just gets away with having videos that bad is that he keeps the air of positivity in his videos that makes criticizing them looks like you dislike positivity. Yeah, exactly. Like tons of people are like, you can. It's so funny. I remember looking for comments that like said, "I like Cinema Wins more than Cinema Sins." Like it was so easy to find them. Like it was worth no work at all. All I had to do is just look up a couple of random videos, go down with the comments, and Control F. Like you can find 10 in 10 minutes. It's easy to find people like, I like you better than Cinema Wins because you're than Cinema Sins because you're happy. It's like that's basically all people say. It's like you have deep analysis, and it's like it really doesn't.
No.
Yeah, I'm like seriously, pretty much the only video I've watched a lot of videos to make the script for mine. I'm like, I think the only one that I would say is really good is his Baby Driver video. That's a pretty good video.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like it's because it's from a director who's very in the details, and it's like it's because that works well for his format because he talks about details a lot. So.
Nope. Shit. Oh shit.
I'm torn. I want to hang with the main masses, but you guys do too. I want to be free of this pain. I want to, but I don't have the strength to do it. Yeah. Do what you like, man. It's good either way. We'll be here. We'll probably be here for a while.
I'm gonna be here all night, man.
You're making good time. He's 2 hours in. You've already made it to Left Behind.
Yeah. Pretty happy with that. And, oh shit. Okay, gotta run. Reload. Okay, let's see.
But you know the sound design in Tiro is good. This is my trouble with Cinema Wins. Is it's like it's not just that he calls out like surface level things. It's that he doesn't pour any analysis in. He's just like the sound design is awesome. It makes these sounds that are cool, and it makes the lightning sound good. And he's like, the sound design of the music in this movie is great. And it's just like he's not analyzing it at all. He's not calling out something that's like going to enrich your experience. He's not saying something that like you wouldn't know unless you researched it. He's just calling out really surface level things. It's
not to mention, like, the sound design in The Rise of Skywalker is really, like, not all that special. Like, okay, I get it. Bad sound design is worth criticizing, and so it's like, yeah, when films get it done right, it's worth noting, I suppose. But at the same time, it's like, most movies get sound design right. That's like a basic thing.
It's like pretty much all like movies. Like when you watch a movie, you have a basic expectation that like all the balancing is going to be good. The dialogue is going to sound like it's going to mix with the rest of the sound effects. Like the sound effects are going to be effective. It's like it's just the most basic thing that you would expect. Same way that you'd expect like everything to be in frame when you're watching a movie. It's just like it's not something. It's pretty much just something that's going to make your film palatable, not necessarily exceptional.
It's like this film, it has color and it's not black and white. Ding, you know, it's like because you know how old timey movies they used to just have like piano music playing and then they'd have like cards show up for dialogue because they didn't have like microphones for dialogue. Like it's just like what the fuck? It's just a standard that yeah you can hear dialogue now. Yeah.
One in Age of Ultron, wonderful sound design, but they're still mediocre / bad films. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
And those also have special effects. It's like it's surface level stuff. I'm like I don't see the good too much in pointing out like they have decent sound designs. Like sure.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 has really good sound design. So, like, it's still, you know, even though I like the movie, it's still bad.
I died so many times in this section. It's really hard to manage to get these guys that.
Yeah.
A couple of them. They here now?
They're here now.
Yep. Shit. Come on. Come on. It's not gonna give me 6 bullets anymore. What the fuck?
I was about to say I used a ton of bullets, and there's probably another one of those. If I did this again, I definitely would want to try knifing these guys and surprising them.
Yeah. Come on. Come over here.
The theme for the Third Man is the best music to represent the old times. I still haven't seen the Third Man. I need to see a lot more movies by Orson Welles.
Come on.
2 down, 1 to go. Or maybe 2 more to go.
Damn it. There we go. Conveniently dropping ammo.
Is that it?
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds like it. Okay. Find some gas.
Let's see. That is something to point out for sure.
Jackpot.
Yeah, sure. Like,
Right, how do you do this?
yeah, in the case of like the Thing, sure, it's like that's sound design that's unique and stands out. I'm just saying that the Rise of Skywalker sound design isn't really any more amazing than the sound design from Force Awakens and Last Jedi.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it didn't stand out really. It's like plenty of Star Wars movies have unique sound design, but I'm like I don't think it sticks out really, and I don't think the production design does either. I think that like Exegol looks pretty ugly.
Oh yeah,
Come on.
very bland and unimaginative. It just reeks of like that he's just so desperate to find things to add as wins, you know? If you're like stooping down to talking about the sound design, which he doesn't do for pretty much any of the other movies that he does videos on, I don't know. Just reeks
That's
of
my
desperation.
thing too. Is he repeats it? He keeps repeating it, and it's like, dude, he repeats himself a lot. I'm gonna show that inside of my video. Like you can find so many points where he'll just say the same thing over again in the same video, and I'm like, dude, don't repeat points. It feels like you're just like trying to pad your runtime.
Yeah. Okay.
The movie didn't make me feel empty. Ding. I'm not convinced that any movie can make him feel empty.
Yeah.
I like how like Cosmonaut's standard for what makes a bad movie is movies that make him feel empty. Like, what does that mean? It's a very arbitrary thing. If you're saying that a bad movie is one that has like tons of plot holes, like, well, there's definitely a way to measure that.
And fry to a crisp.
But Chad, do you
And
want
production design. Go on.
Chad, do you want to jump into the electric water and die? Press
Did
1
that
for
before.
yes, press 2 for no.
I did that before, and I was like, because I didn't know if it was electrified all around, and it is. I'm like, wow, those wires light up the entire place, man. They electrify the entire wire to the point you die if you hit it.
Chat, 1 for jumping into the water, 2 for don't jump into the water.
Ellie has a flashlight. Ding. I think you've
Nope.
gone far enough to the point where you probably should. I'm getting a
Everyone's
lot
saying,
of
well, oh, what? A lot of them are coming from Strike Last.
yeah, they're being repeated. Okay.
Fuck it. That's a funny death animation, especially with the voice acting there.
Lasts for a while. Oh.
That's awesome.
Wow.
No, you guys just hate little girls. You just want to see a little girl suffer and die horribly.
Easy. Keep looking straight. Everything's gonna be fine.
All right.
Gonna fall into that water and fry to a crisp.
Is there anything in here? That was funny thing. Funny but probably realistic, yeah. Oh, it's a platforming puzzle, I think.
There's a lot of puzzles in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, at least in this DLC. Good old movie I recommend, the Spanish film called Death of a Cyclist, one of my all-time favorites. I've never heard of that movie.
What do I do with this thing? Okay, I can't go up there. I go up here. Go up here. Nope. Ha. Okay. Let's see here. I think you know what? A movie that made me feel empty was Uncut Gems, sort of. I felt drained after I watched that movie. In a good way, though.
Yeah, like by made me feel empty. Like the Elephant Man kind of depressed me. Like I didn't enjoy the process of watching that movie because it's harsh to watch. But it's like I don't know if I would say that the movie made me feel empty. It's just tough.
Would it possibly be like trying to think, like in terms of you're just not feeling any emotion as you're watching the movie? Because that was like Rise of Skywalker for me.
Oh, a little bit. Yeah, if that's what
get it.
empty means, then I'm like, okay, maybe. Like, it's like you don't feel what you should be feeling, because I like pretty much any movie makes me feel at least something, not necessarily good or bad. I felt empty after No Country for Old Men, but it was because the ending being somber, but it's still a brilliant film. Yeah, exactly. That's the same thing with The Elephant Man. The Elephant Man, that movie is really well made, but I would probably not want to watch it again because it's hard to watch. I found them harder to watch than Schindler's List.
Best death animation in The Last of Us, the bloater death animation.
Oh yeah,
that's terrifying. That sticks with you. I think that there's one more bloater in the game to go through. I will die to him so that you see it, Nick Brown. Unless you've already played The Last of Us.
Instead of like the tunnel in the spring section.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, Nick Brown, have you played The Last of Us before? Because if you haven't, then I can show you the bloater death animation.
Good stuff. Play it.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Whoa shit! No 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 no! Oh shit! Shit!
Oh, this is door section. It took me a while to get past this.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm just fucked. Okay. Yeah. All right.
have not played The Last of Us, Nick Brown says. It's
Oh,
good
okay.
stuff.
Very good stuff. I will say though, Ellie getting electrocuted definitely up there with the bloater death.
It's up there, yeah.
Did you see that death animation before the stream, Evan?
The which animation?
Her getting electrocuted.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I was curious honestly if the entire water was electrocuted, so I just tested it out.
Nice. Okay. Having to move very slowly.
Making a series of videos on a show I love, and there's this dialogue where a character says, "And how does that make you feel?" And every time I remember that line, I remember Helagredo, unfortunately. Seriously, that is like, I will absolutely use that in my videos from now on. Like, if there's ever a point when that's appropriate to use that, I absolutely want to use that. Just that.
Yeah.
How did it make you feel? It's like you were asking for that to get memed to hell, Greedo, because it's so ridiculous.
There's a movie. Did you ever watch the 2003 Freaky Friday with Lindsay Lohan
Did.
and Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yeah.
There's
It's
that.
like
There's
the
that
psychiatrist scene
where
where she's like, and how does she says, and how does that make you feel? Like, all
yeah,
the
and that's
patients
the
are reacting.
only thing that she can say because she's not qualified to do that.
A little bit of advice her mom just gave her, like, just briefly. Just like the girl who's just like in tears in her words. It's like,
And how did it make you feel?
Yeah.
Very funny
I
stuff.
felt angry.
I felt dead inside. Okay.
Not realize just had to kill the one. Probably would have done that before.
How did Joel's death make you feel? Here's a variant. Well, how did you pretend that it made you feel?
I got stuck on these guys for a while because the two of them, like they stuck together a lot when I was playing. How does the golf club make you feel? I feel better than when I had to watch Neil Druckmann's self-insert character apparently screwing the girl who killed Joel. I'm like, wow.
Oh, that's
weird.
That
was it's uncomfortable and disturbing and just holy vey.
Okay, be cool.
bad.
It's so weird. Yeah, very circular logic. How did it make you feel? 100%. It's so strange. It's like, what does it matter? You probably have reasons for why you feel the way you do. So, like, that's probably more interesting to talk about than just how, like, it makes you feel. Like, I want to talk more about the reasons, not necessarily just how I felt.
What is your opinion of the big gay? Are you talking about Abby? Neil's insert also spits on Joel's corpse. Yep. It's really fucking weird. Like, this is why I'm saying that The Last of Us Part 2 is not for the fans. It's for Neil Druckmann. It's his vanity project.
It really is. It feels like it's just something like
he made it for himself.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, it's gonna piss people off, and apparently the critics are eating it up, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah, it's
good job, man.
It's artsy to like real art pisses people off and doesn't satisfy people.
Deals with the hardships. It's a harsh game. It's like, wow. Neil Druckmann, ex-Abby scene left me traumatized. Yeah, it's disturbing to watch. I'm not kidding. I remember seeing that. I was like, oh god, this is actually going to be in the game that I bought for $60.
What the heck? This is awesome.
I did not purchase any of this.
The guy was a self-insert for Druckmann, and Abby was a self-insert of Anita Sarkeesian, and that scene changed my mind. Oh god, if that literally is what he was doing, it's just like, oh man, this game, it's really disturbing and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
God Almighty.
I think it's weird. I do find it weird for him to sexualize Ellie so much when, like, we know her as like a surrogate daughter. We have the player has a father-daughter relationship with her basically.
So there.
It's kind of, ugh. True art inspires all emotions, even though there's only like one emotion that's being inspired in The Last of Us 2.
Yeah.
What is that?
Seems like it.
You're so pointless.
This seems as though like everybody has the opinion that
What did the
this
candle
is
get
just
when you showed up to the party?
not a good idea to
A
have.
cold shoulder.
Like why would it? Maybe it's not like
It's for you.
like an objective problem, but it's just like I'm seeing a lot of
You might
strange
just be
choices
my favorite
in
person
terms
again.
of
It just comes off as
storytelling.
he hates the characters and he wants to
saying.
spite the fans. That's just how it comes across. Like, he is intentionally trying to make a story that's not going to be satisfying for the fans. That's not going to have any level of catharsis.
All right, you ready?
All right.
That's, I don't know.
I
Yeah.
heard 2 peanuts walking
Yeah.
apart.
Like,
One was
admittedly, like, I totally understand, but you need to make the subversion make sense.
Mhm.
Because if you don't, the audience is just going to be like, okay, I've wasted my time, what's the point?
Boiled egg in the morning is really hard
Yeah.
to beat.
Can I boost Dunn's audio a little bit? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Ellie
I
and
loved
her
enough.
husband are off smoking weed for some reason. Is that true?
Yes, that is a thing that I've seen.
They're smoking
Well,
Okay.
I'm glad I'm loved enough to have my audio boosted. That's cool.
No, it's okay. I've turned up the music for this scene because this is one of my favorite pieces from the Last of Us soundtrack. It's called Fleeting.
That's funny. That is funny. I like that.
great music. I actually watched Chase's video on the music today. It's pretty
Yeah,
good
I
stuff.
watched that a few weeks ago.
Yes, that was awesome. It's not that the guy didn't know how to juggle. He just didn't have the balls to do it.
Oh.
I'm glad I know sign language. It's become quite handy.
That's silly.
That's really
Yeah, I think
I forgot how
like
to throw a boomerang.
one example of something that's not terribly satisfying is actually the ending of a character named Poton
Goes back 4
Spain
seconds.
in Wheel of Time.
Oh.
I get it.
Yeah.
It goes back 4
It's totally
seconds.
fine. It's just something
I once heard a joke about
like
amnesia.
the ending. Like I guess it kind of makes sense. The problem is he's been absent for several books after being a relatively big bad guy, and then he just kind of dies in a relatively unsatisfying way. And like I was fine with it, but I can totally understand why some people don't like it.
Yeah.
I think that part of it was kind of like Brandon Sanderson was trying to finish, was working off of Robert Jordan's notes, and some of the notes were incomplete because Robert Jordan died before he could finish the books other than the ending. So, and I think one of the things is so much in the Wheel of Time is been built up, and there's so much stuff in it, and Brandon Sanderson had so much content that he needed to finish that he had to split the books into 3 because it would have been triple the size of a regular Brandon Sanderson novel, which is usually about 1,000 pages.
Yeah.
So
Another thing that pisses me off is that despite the beginning already being flawed, the hard stance on Joel, the bigot sandwich, it actually wasn't completely fucked. Yeah, they could have made it a satisfying story still, even with killing off Joel so early, but they're choosing not to go that route. And What's everyone's favorite original movie or game soundtrack? Oof. Oh, I got it. Lauren Bell, Mission Impossible Fallout. There we go. It's a fucking great soundtrack.
A midget psychic escaped prison. He was a small
I like this game soundtrack quite a bit, especially this one, this track.
I'm inclined to be laid back. That's true. I actually
Yeah.
feel like that's it. That's the whole joke.
I think I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings soundtrack.
That is a great soundtrack indeed.
Newspaper
Classic.
Yeah.
Favorite movie or game soundtrack?
Bye, Nira.
Sketchy.
Have a good one.
Yes. Mine
Uh,
is Lost Ark. I love that soundtrack and
The magician got frustrated.
Desert Chase with the truck, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
sound. That's probably one of my favorite songs to go along with an action sequence because it fits so perfectly. I can't imagine that scene without the.
That's actually my favorite action sequence in the film too. Like, favorite scene,
yeah.
period. Iconic.
Asset is his liability. I didn't have the faintest idea as to why I passed out. I heard about the guy who got hit in the head with a can of soda. He's lucky it was a soft drink. There was once a cross-eyed teacher who had issues controlling his pupils. Oh, that's neat, yeah. Diarrhea is hereditary. It runs in your genes.
Song at the beginning of 28 Days Later. Isn't that the same song as the one at the end of 28 Days Later?
Yeah, in the house in Heartbeat, same music.
Yeah.
I think they use it. I think twice in that movie. It was better used in the opening than it was later.
I'll turn the music volume down again. But very lovely music. I like that track quite a bit.
The photo booth's on.
And of course, everything from Marco Beltrami is 10 out of 10 in my book. He makes some great music. Like, I'm not a fan of A Quiet Place, but I definitely think the music is great in that. And same with Logan. Those are both great soundtracks.
Oh, I can't wait to cover A Quiet Place Part 2 in the in the South podcast.
I wish it came out, and then coronavirus came. I'm like, no.
Did you notice how? But by the way, when playing Last of Us, Evan, did you notice how similar the intro, like the prologue to The Last of Us, is with that sneak peek from the trailer from Quiet Place Part 2? Sorry, I just had a brain fart there.
Yeah, as very similar.
It's like, you know, the point of view inside the car as things are going haywire.
Love it is. Oh, okay, smile. As an angel.
Ooh, you went for love.
Mm-hmm.
I spoiled. I knew the reveal of her kissing her at the end, so I went for friends. Still, I wasn't certain about how things would transpire.
Pufferfish.
Yeah, seriously, just like some of this stuff, I'm like, it's well done, but I was just laughing at it because like it feels like those apps that you get the recommendation for when you're like playing a game, that, like show like the options of like, you know, do you do this or do this? Like, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ennio Morricone, The Thing, and the Hateful Eight soundtracks are amazing. Yes, they are. I love the soundtrack to The Thing, and of course his spaghetti western themes to the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and all that.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's actually gonna work.
No.
Hit retry.
Yeah. Oh no, I like that detail too, Shine Paw.
Oh, come on. Fuck you.
Maybe if you put it up here.
Sharon, yeah, that's hilarious. It's like they don't know what Facebook is. It's like, oh wow.
Hey, print
you
your
see
face in a
something?
book.
I think we did too. So.
Okay, there's obvious chemistry there. Right there.
Hell yeah.
That's a okay. I will concede that like that's maybe one other moment besides the kiss that would count towards like alluding to their relationship, but I think that's earned through the character development in this DLC.
Absolutely.
So
It seems as
It's
though,
that
yeah.
works.
Hate that lady.
Yeah,
Really so.
Sound like such a dick.
little awkwardness, but bit of chemistry there. I like that moment.
What, I think that's actually a cause for an interesting conversation. What would you guys say is like your favorite romantic pairing in a movie or book?
Favorite romantic
It
pairing.
depends. What do you like? What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, I'm just, I guess just a relationship that you connected with that felt genuine and earned to you guys. Like, not even like, romance is kind of subjective, I think. There are, it is obvious when it's done bad.
Like, I'd probably like. I see blue as the warmest color as more of a character study. I don't really think the romance is the central part that I appreciate the most. Groundhog Day has a very interesting romance in it. It's like it's not told conventionally. It's like it's unique. And same with Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's one I saw recently. I love both of those, but I'd have to think on that. It's like it probably wouldn't be something that's like conventional like that. It's kind of from a rom-com or something like that. I'd have to think on it.
Yeah. Favorite. Okay. So maybe this is gonna sound lame, but I really liked Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone's chemistry in the Amazing Spider-Man movies. They're a huge redeemable factor of those movies.
It's the thing that's nice is like it really does feel like because they were dating. That's so some of it like comes across on screen. It feels natural.
That's
it's awkward, but
indisputable that that's a better romance than Peter and Mary Jane in the original trilogy.
Oh yeah,
Don't at me.
Tobey Maguire and
no
Kirsten
question.
Dunst do not
There's
have
no
very good
question.
chemistry.
I
Yes, I agree
hope
with you
I hope that I
totally.
pissed Chad off and everyone tries yelling at me that no, Kirsten Dunst and Tobey Maguire totally have chemistry. No, they don't. No, they don't. It is no
they
fucking
don't.
contest.
I am with you 100% on
Like
that one.
the first two Raimi movies are definitely better, but still.
Yes, they were better, but that one element of Amazing Spider-Man is better because I think partially it's just because like Kirsten Dunst and Tobey Maguire are not as good actors as the other two. Also, the other two just had better chemistry because they're dating, which is unusual in a lot of things.
I agree with you, James.
Black Fang rushes towards you. He throws a double punch
Yeah,
in your
James
direction.
Moore, I
Jump
totally
up.
agree.
There, he overshot you. You land behind him. Quickly, punch him in the back. You nailed him with a wicked elbow, taking off like 15% of his health. Yes.
So you have
Spins
chosen
around and
death.
he's back with a shadow claw
But
attack.
I'm right. Why are you booing me? I'm right.
You gotta press them
Yeah,
together.
okay, just don't. You can boo me. I'm
He grabs you.
straight
Max
on.
punch to break free. Hit up,
blue is the
block,
warmest
punch,
color. American
blade.
remake, but with Ruby Rose as Emma. No! Do
What?
not remake my movie.
Oh,
I will
God.
rage. I will go to your studio and burn it down. No, don't do this. Don't do that.
Yeah,
The screen turns
I just threw up in my mouth a
Angel
little bit.
knives
I
blaze
was about
think
to say,
that-
man, I'm just, you've now made me picture that, and it is uncomfortable. Like that's not right.
Okay, so I actually
don't-
almost everyone agrees with me about the romance in the Amazing Spider-Man movies being better than the one in the original trilogy. Good. Okay, so there we go. There are redeemable elements to Amazing Spider-Man 2 of which that romance is a part of that, you know, like redeems the movie a little bit for me. It makes the, you know, having Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield acting together is going to make a terrible movie much more fun and engaging to watch. So, and the way that the arc concludes is also like, even if it's like tragic, it's, you know, satisfying to some extent. still better than what they did with Peter and MJ in the original trilogy. Like,
Yeah.
are you more dissatisfied with the fact that Gwen dies as she does in the comics, or that Peter is an asshole and gets his character assassinated in Spider-Man 3?
Okay, Firefly Girl, what?
It's
Oh
no
yeah.
question.
And he's not even cool. He's not even a cool a-hole.
Chocolate House.
He's just a pathetic,
I'm supposed to join a group
pathetic,
in another city.
Like,
I-
he
I'll
kisses
approximate
Gwen
what
in
he
front of
is.
MJ,
But
like, before he even gets the fucking suit.
Easy with her.
Yeah. Yeah, I much prefer Spectacular
picking me up
Spider-Man's
Mhm.
take on the symbiote story, personally.
Love
That's-
Spectacular Spider-Man's handling of that. It's so good. Venom is fantastic in that.
I did like how Spider-Man PS4 handled Peter and MJ's relationship. I liked that game's arc
I'm serious.
for them.
Yeah.
Why did you bring me here?
I wanted to see you.
On Tolkien's writing style, I've
No,
only
why
read The
did you bring
Hobbit.
me
I like it, but I wish he was a little less. I'm not a fan of like descriptions in books. I prefer dialogue more than
It's
descriptions
very,
in
very
books.
descriptive. I would say almost overly descriptive,
You want my
which
advice?
is
Go.
not in itself like it's not
It's not
Come
in
on,
and
let's
of
just say our
itself
goodbyes.
bad.
it's not a flaw. It's a preference
I'm
thing.
gonna go check out this music.
Yeah.
Riley.
Like,
Riley.
I much prefer. I've read both.
Damn
I've read
it.
all of them a few times, and I even took a Tolkien class last semester. But I can definitely say that in a lot of ways, the books have
Where did she
a
go?
lot of
Riley. Riley.
lore that's not in the movies,
Mhm.
but the lore isn't necessarily plot relevant.
Right. So,
It's kind of like, go for it.
oh well, no. Finish what you were gonna say. I was gonna continue on about Garfield and Stone, but
Oh.
finish your thought.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think one of the better decisions that they made was actually to cut a lot of extraneous characters that don't really affect things, that whose roles can be pretty much filled by other more pivotal to the story characters.
Sure.
Peter Wallach, yes. UVU offers a Tolkien class every once in a while. I just got lucky that I got to take it last semester.
You ever seen anything like this?
Are we just done talking?
I don't know. Are we?
You don't get to be
So yeah,
pissed off at me.
the Andrew Garfield and
I'm
Emma
pissed off at
Stone
you. For
romance
what?
is
Asking you
it's
what
better
you
than the one
think.
from the original trilogy, and I assume that would mean
Have
that's
you
better
ever cared
than
about what I
the
think?
romance between
We
Peter
were
and MJ in the
You were better
MCU
than good,
by
and
default.
Then you told me to fuck off, and then you just up and vanish.
What's Chat's stance on that? What's Chat's stance on Zendaya and Tom Holland?
I
Development. It's just from Far From Home, at least. You barely know anything about.
Mm.
You want an out?
I mean,
Yeah,
I like
kinda
this
like
version of
the-
MJ a lot more than the one from the Raimi trilogy. Actually, like I like
Same
her
here.
personality
I do
more.
too. I do too.
and
I do too. Totally.
I get caught as a
I guess they've got
firefly,
some
I'm dead.
chemistry and everything. I
Guilt
guess,
didn't
but
make me cross a city full of
oof,
soldiers.
I'd be curious to see what Chat thinks. Like,
Yeah,
is
I did some shit that I
the
don't
Peter
know
and
how to
MJ
do
from the
back.
original trilogy worse than the Peter and MJ from the MCU? That I'm curious about.
I would say that in
Those water guns you've been dreaming of?
I think that they have a more healthy relationship
Mhm.
than Peter and MJ in the original trilogy.
I think there's more
Because-
focus on it in the original trilogy, though. Like a lot more focus.
I would concur with that, but I just think that it just seems as though MJ is kind of just gaslighting Peter a little bit and isn't totally honest with him about
I'm gonna
knowing
destroy you.
that he's Spider-Man, and just kind of guilt trips him the whole movie of Spider-Man 2.
See what you got, Firefly Girl.
And that's why I say it's like it's
Come on.
it's more healthy, at least to my perspective. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I totally admit that.
There it is.
But it just seems as though Mary Jane and Tom Holland Spider-Man have a better relationship there, then it's not as developed, I will admit.
Mhm.
It seems like it is kind of just inserted in and is just a crush that slowly develops.
Mhm.
But I do feel like they work better together as a couple, both the actors and the story writing.
Oh,
Hey,
you're
Riley.
gonna pay for that.
Yeah, you feel that?
What do y'all think?
I mean, I like the actors together a lot, but I think the weird thing is, so like with Homecoming, there's certainly a hint that MJ likes Peter, but there's really no hint that Peter likes MJ, and then suddenly in Far From Home, Peter is like wanting to ask MJ out, and there doesn't seem to be any development in between ending of Homecoming and beginning of Far From Home.
Oh yeah, that's definitely something I would agree with.
He just
Agree,
like
totally.
he's in so he's in Civil War. MJ's not there. He's in Homecoming, of course. Then there's Infinity War and Endgame where MJ isn't there, and then Far From Home comes along and it's like, oh, I really like MJ.
Mm-hmm. I do think that she kind of seems to fit his type,
Mm-hmm.
at least in terms of like she looks relatively similar to Liz.
Yeah.
But I will agree with you. Yes, it seems like it was something that would just kind of put in there, either like to satisfy fans or to kind of have something that just have some measure of develop.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there should have been a little bit more to kind of establish like what Peter likes about MJ. I know that like he clearly thinks she's smart, and she seems like she is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that like I would totally agree with you that it's kind of just something that's in the beginning and isn't developed.
All right, that's game.
All right, best 2 out of 3. Let's go again.
That's just kind of something that kind of
Go.
that's kind of one of my criticisms of the MCU is kind of just kind of plot points are kind of brought up
Mm-hmm.
that haven't really had much build up
Sure.
between movies, and it's just like okay, like Peter and like not Peter, Tony and Pepper getting back together off
Mhm.
screen.
Yeah. That's something that could have been developed and wasn't at all. Which is unfortunate. I mean, it makes sense, at least. Like I can buy it. I just would have been nice if there was like some development there. But yeah. Really, that would have required Tony to have been even more of Homecoming. I think that would have pissed off a lot of people. So, giving him like some arc with getting back together with Pepper.
Yeah, I guess it's like it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
So, I think that kind of just there's a slight problem in terms of
Count it down. All right.
what is it?
1.
It's not having time, but also there's an issue of not really totally being able to totally react to stuff in other movies.
Mm-hmm.
Movies completely.
By the way, stay safe, Henry.
Yeah, stay safe, buddy. Oh. Marcus Movies reviews. High Top would have lost his mind if there was more Tony and Hulk.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
High Top is interesting.
Very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I watched a debate where, Anomaly Inc. is here.
Oh, hey, Anomaly.
Cool, welcome. Welcome aboard, buddy.
Yeah, I saw
Nice
it,
to chat
Anomaly.
with you.
He inserted himself in more ways than one, my friend.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shoot.
I like you, buddy. You're hilarious.
Shoot, what did I just do? Did you see those
Like-
skills?
Okay.
Someone should revoke that
Oh,
dog
man.
tag.
Oh
You're
man, that's
just
great.
mean. That's it. We're going again.
Yeah. Oh, Marcus, movies reviews took your joke.
But you gotta go back.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched a debate with him and another guy, and they just kind of ended up, about Spider-Man. They kind of just, like, started
Can I at least smoke your moon?
agreeing, and there wasn't really even, like, that much of a conflict of ideas, and it was just annoying.
I guess.
Annoying to see.
Come on,
Like,
get my backpack.
it's just not even. I need to rewatch it, but it was just kind of, like, weird, and I just don't remember much of it. Like, just so much of it just went in and out of my ear. Unlike something like friggin' movie
I said it like an asshole.
Mhm.
Like everything that man says is just like, wait,
Totally.
what?
Yeah.
It's so ridiculously stupid that it's
should
just
go.
burned into your brain. I think one of my favorites is
This is
actually
something that you've wanted
like he never did any Game of Thrones content until he did the ending, and it was mostly to crap on the fans who were saying that it was bad.
Mhm.
And he
for
even
person that can.
Oh,
he
go
even
ahead.
said, I think one of my favorite quotes, like gasp quotes of his in that one was,
miserable without you.
Game of Thrones isn't necessarily Tolkien with hard R, it's more,
You'll be fine.
Tolkien was doing Le
And we'll see
Marais
each
de
other
Chrétien de Troyes, and Game of Thrones is basically a more edgy version of Shrek.
A more edgy version of Shrek. Huh. I haven't thought about it like that.
You still lug that Walkman around?
I don't necessarily agree with that, mostly because Shrek is a comedy and it's mostly just a deconstruction
What's in
of
it?
Disney.
Mhm.
And
Well, it's a parody of Disney, I think.
You really
yeah,
were
and Game of
miserable
Thrones is
without
a
me.
drama.
Shut up.
There is an element
Leave
of
that.
there's
Tell
some
me.
like there is one really dark joke that's a blink and you miss it joke. You remember the Lord Farquaad scene where he says, "Mirror, mirror, show me the princess," and he's in his
Yeah.
bedroom.
Yeah, the zebra bed.
Yeah, if you look carefully as the thing pans, you notice a bear skin with Mama Bear on it, with
Right.
a bow on it. So there's the implication there. So you see the Mama Bear, Papa Bear, and Baby Bear in cages, and then the next scene when they're in Shrek's swamp, Mama Bear ain't there.
Oh, that's dark.
So
That's an interesting little detail.
Yeah, I noticed that, and it's just like,
Hey, what's wrong?
you know what? That's really dark, and I can't unsee that now. Lord Farquaad is a friggin' sociopath who skinned Mama Bear. I was like, wow.
Oh, lesbian kiss right there. SJW pandering.
Good, man. I swear, like, they build up to it well. Like, I do not think this is forced in at all.
No, I agree.
We'll figure it out. I don't think Marlene's gonna go.
Wait.
All right. So I have a question for Anomaly. Anomaly, would you like to actually hop in to our call? Don't let Jeremy see this. Jeremy would probably think this is SJW pandering, yeah.
I don't know if he's done a video on it. Yeah.
The Cyberpunk video definitely. SJW moments in The Last of Us Left Behind by no bullshit.
Oh,
No,
God.
it's so terrible.
He really is. He's
Yeah,
an
so
man.
I do quite love the Remarkable Republican versus Shadowversity debate.
Oh, that was an amazing debate.
That was awesome.
You just tore it apart. Really tore it apart.
All right, let me see if I can
for a bit.
fix this up real quick. I'm gonna get Anomaly in here. Hey, Anomaly, how you doing?
Oh.
Anomaly? You there?
Hello? Noms? You there?
Dear.
Let's see.
Can you get?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, how are you? Thanks for the invite.
Doing all right. How are you doing?
Man, I'm good. Just script writing at the moment. It's a big one.
Oh, what's the script?
It's Revenge of the Prequels. The one
Okay.
that's coming. People have wanted
Oh,
it.
nice.
I honestly want to take a break from it, but people have been hounding me.
I can totally understand that, bro. Like, you gotta take your time with your content, make sure it's nice and polished.
And then, yeah, it's coming along. It's 1,000 words right now, and
Oh, nice. Proud of you, buddy.
also wanted to sort of address a few things about like, criticisms of me of the series and just things I hear a lot as well. It's kind of but enough about that. How's Last of Us gone?
Oh, it's going pretty well. I'm of course playing Left Behind right now. I'm very close to finishing it off, I think. If I remember correctly.
That's cool. How's suffering through the commentaries of Game of Thrones going? I just barely finished your episode 3, part 3, and I'm gonna start on number 4 one eventually.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. It's actually a lot of fun, except for and I'll tell you something. Like HBO have been really cool about it. Like the streams will get shut down because obviously I'm like playing it unadulterated, but I'm trying to pause as much as possible, like EFAP does. So then it goes when it finishes, it gets published, but it gets blocked by HBO bots, and then I put in the request for us that hey, it's a podcast, it's a commentary, just critiquing it. We tried to alter as much as possible. Can you please release it? And they always do, like quite quickly as well, which is surprising
nice.
for HBO.
Yeah, you've mentioned that a number of times. Dang, they nice.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I feel really. This is gonna sound strange. I kind of feel bad for them with Game of Thrones. They wanted more seasons, and they've been pretty cool about everything. It's just trying to do their jobs, and I just think they were really stupid with who they hired. They kept in charge.
Robert, you're right. I do love how conveniently the bow and arrow slid to Ellie.
I would definitely agree with that. I think ultimately the ending of Game of Thrones has kind of poisoned people's relationship with HBO. Same with Watchmen. Like, I have a friend who loves Watchmen, but it seems as though the reception of Watchmen has been generally unfavorable.
Oh, you mean the series, not the movie?
Watchmen and Westworld. Watchmen and Westworld have kind of gotten mixed reception. Sorry.
I've heard people really. I know nothing about either of them, but I just know people hate them both.
Oh, I don't know anything.
The second season, especially season 2, was really bad, and I liked season 3 more, but yeah, season 2 especially was a disaster.
Westworld, I stopped watching after the first season.
First season has problems too, but I found that a lot more enjoyable and of better quality than what came afterwards.
Yeah, and especially since like they have like they clearly want to get House of the Dragon off the ground, but I think what with the pandemic and also they're kind of gonna be in Last Jedi Solo territory timeline based on just the virulently awful reaction, not just from like fans, but from general critics as well. Because with Last Jedi, the critics liked it and audiences did not like it, but with Game of Thrones, it was both. And the media really turned on Benioff and Weiss. after Austin Film Fest.
Yeah, for sure.
Like mainstream media, like Forbes, Best Hugo Award-winning author, were publicly crap. Yeah.
What did you think of that, by the way, about the Austin film? Like the shit that we're saying, I'm like, are they trying to commit career suicide or what?
Well, I think I've pretty much binge watched all of Dragon to Man's videos, and several times. So I saw the videos that were talking about it first, and I watched the commentary, and I was just like, I can't understand most of the crap that they're saying, but then Dragon put it in with the transcript, and it's like, oh my gosh, these guys are idiots and don't understand social cues. Like, it's like they don't understand that the audience is like, wait, what? What are you saying? Because or like when in episode 6 where they like casually mention, oh, we kind of forgot about a couple of things with camera work and stuff in there, just absolutely toned just casually, and it's just, wait, what? You kind of forgot that there was like this real drama after Danny dies, and you just kind of half-assed threw this together.
Yeah, they're like, Danny dying was meant to be the climax of the show. I'm like, oh wait, I realized there's all these characters that are just kind of sitting there. I'm just like, when I heard that, I just face palmed. I was like, God, fuck.
Yeah, it's so bad. I am amazed that happened. Like that, like HBO let it out. They let this out.
So close. I need a way around.
No, I think they were just happy with the money they were getting. They were just, they'll just, feed the machine, and they'll make us more money, and that's all we got to do. It's like you've heard, they fucked the pilot episode, right? They put like
they
put like $10 million into a pilot episode that D&D botched.
Yeah,
and then
foreign pre-sale saved them.
Oh no, like apparently they had to reshoot it because like they screwed up the thing with Jamie and Cersei.
Yeah.
People didn't know even know who the fuck they were by the end, and like, oh shit, we have to refilm this.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do you get a second chance after that? It makes no sense. How does it? That doesn't happen in the real world. You do that, you get fired.
Yeah, it's like it's in the script notes, but the problem is it wasn't an actual dialogue, and they ended up having to recast Catelyn Stark as well. And I've seen pictures, and it's just like, this looks like the cost, like the wig and costuming on Sean Bean from the pilot pictures I've seen looks terrible.
I gotta look into those. I haven't done that.
Well, you can see traces of them, like if you look carefully at episode 1, Theon Greyjoy's hair shifts between scenes. At some points he's got like blonde hair, and sometimes he's got kind of more longish reddish hair. It's
look out for that, actually. Does that change at all with that? Because apparently they're all getting. There's a scene in the pilot they're all getting haircuts. Maybe it changed. I don't know. Like,
I think so, but it's just like they look really different. Maybe let me find pilot. Okay, let me pull. Should be here.
Probably though, the best news of like all last year was Benioff and Weiss not getting to touch Star Wars. I was so thrilled with that.
Oh, I am too. The picture is loading right now. So, like, if you notice, yeah, his hair, like, sometimes his hair shifts between his normal haircut and...
Oh my god, you ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Actually, I kind of he looks more like Boromir there than he does Eddard Stark, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, he does. I actually own Ice, the sword. I have it in my room.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, I love that sword. I actually use that to use the swords in the books I published. Yeah, since it's a beautiful weapon. Oh, you were gonna say something, sorry.
I love to own a sword like Ice, just for like room decor, really. But like, yeah, like, did you find it at all? I mean, you didn't find. Of course, you found it very suspicious. Obviously, that Elf and Weiss were kicked from Star Wars, like, just
right
the day
Austin.
after.
Yeah, right after. It was like instant. And also with the Long Night prequel being like, we are canceling this as soon as these guys make it screw up, they're gone.
Yeah. And they did, and it was like, yeah, no, we're scrapping production. We're not hiring idiots again. I'm like, thank you, HBO. You're learning.
Yeah, the new CEO is definitely like a lay down the law type of guy.
Good for him.
Yeah.
He
just says, why is Netflix kicking our butts? They are making a lot more money than us. We need to shift this. Change it now.
Also, what was it? Like some of the YouTubers, like Jeremy, for example, from Geeks and Gamers. Like I like Jeremy a lot, but like he spun the story as there was like, because of Kathleen Kennedy's incompetence, that they decided that Benioff and Weiss decided to quit Star Wars, and I'm like, given the timing, I vehemently disagree with that. Like, I think they were like, Lucasfilm told them to fuck off. They like did it in like they framed it as if it was like they left on good terms. I don't see anyone turning down Star Wars.
Yeah, I think that kind of with Austin, she probably knows that she couldn't yes man that they wouldn't yes man her, partially, but also she noticed, okay, these guys don't even know how to run a film. These guys are going to cost us millions of dollars by tossing it away on absolutely awful referees, like a stupid staircase that was $10,000 for 2 seconds.
Yeah, no. Also because like they didn't end with their product, I think, is another problem she'd have. Like, she didn't a big reason why everyone hates Game of Thrones is because they pissed off everyone. They ruined Dany, and she was like, you know, if the feminists were going to stay on board with the show, you know, despite the show's poor quality, it was because they, you know, adored Dany so much, and they ruined her too. And then it's just like, well, now you got no one supporting you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the logical storytelling are like, wait, what? And then the people who like woke stuff are like, wait, is this woke? Is it not woke? And like, I love how Nerdrotic and Doomcock were ranting about episode 5, and Doomcock was like, is this? I'm just, the only good thing I see coming out of this is the SJWs are, wait, is this woke? Is it not woke? It's a strong woman killing a bunch of other strong women.
I wish I caught that. I was actually, Game of Thrones is just the perfect storm, wasn't it? Was actually, because like there was like so many chats going on at the same time. I was in Moore and Jeremy Wolf's chat, their podcast, and watching them talk about it. But like, yeah, the Doomcock was going, Roddick was going, Old Shift X was going. Everyone was just live streaming about it. And that was absolute. Yeah, so Southpaw, you're gonna get The Last of Us Part 2. I think you said you were, didn't you? Or...
Yep, and I'm gonna be streaming it.
Look forward to that. I've been watching for the past couple days, or more so listening to you and Evan, and just, I don't know. It's like, it's not like when I listen to EFAP and I work, it's sometimes hard to concentrate. I find with your streams, it's a bit more calmer and easy to stay focused and in and out, like when and you're doing. And
oh, really?
yeah.
Nice.
Okay. I appreciate that. Trying to figure out just how to get past this part here. I'm sure this gave you a lot of issues, right, Evan?
What was that?
This gave you a lot of issues, right, Evan? This
Yeah,
part?
there's like 10 of them. You have to like, you basically have to take on an army single-handedly, and it was insane. It took me so long to get through it. You have to be very strategic. And you have so little ammo. You're like, how much do you have? You have 4 arrows and 4 bullets? Is that it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's like you need to make every single one count because there's not much ammo to collect throughout. You don't have many resources.
Spread out.
Oh, come on. Oh, shit.
Son of a bitch!
Shit. Damn it. Alright,
Sorry.
don't go that way. No, it's fine. Come on. Okay. Guess I'll go in with the infected. Okay. I'm gonna go right. Alright, we got a clicker there. He'll write his final will instead of writing the book. Yeah. No shit.
Yeah, sorry, anomaly. I cut out right in the middle of while you were talking, so sorry.
That's alright, man. Good.
Yeah. One moment. I actually need to disconnect because my phone, I'm just barely connected. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I was about to say, actually, same for me. I'm gonna get some dinner, so I should be back in like 20 minutes or so.
Okay, yeah. You'll definitely see me playing through the winter section then.
There we go.
Let's see.
But anyway, it was. Yeah, I'm really glad to finally be talking to like someone other than like my girlfriend, who's like dug into the behind the scenes stuff of Game of Thrones.
I'll tell you this much: I'll never rewatch it ever again from start to finish. But I can still go back and watch clips from it and just enjoy moments. You know what I mean? Like the only one I was able to rewatch season, actually, like count the audio commentaries I've been going through. I've only been able to do it twice, and the first time was with someone who like I had to like avidly convince her that like season 8 was bad because she was like, I hadn't watched it yet before I put it to her, but she was like, you know, huge Game of Thrones fan. She was like putting it off, and then she wasn't. She needs to like under it a bit more, but like she was kind of okay with it. She was like, yeah, this kind of makes sense. Like, I was just like, you know, good for her, I guess, because you know, if she can still enjoy it, that's.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
There we go. I just used
problem
one
is
bullet
kind of-
and that was it.
I think like my problem lies with people like Yes and IRL who are twisting the story.
That guy was a fucking headache to listen to.
Heard about that.
Oh, you should cover his Game of Thrones defense videos.
Videos, plural? There's more than one?
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yes.
I'm very unfamiliar with the guy. I only heard that he was a bad guest. And I heard that it was actually on Anna's interview with Mauler that I heard about that.
Yeah. So one of his claims is that Danny has been crazy from the beginning, and that going into the fire in season 1 was one of the signs that she was crazy.
Honestly, though, like, we have to rewatch season 1, but like looking back on that, I have no idea why she thought she'd walk out of those flames. Like,
Well, she wasn't burned at any points throughout season 1. So it doesn't show like her being immune to fire other places, but at least in the show, that's not an evidence that she's crazy. At least to me, there's also like stuff like him getting things mixed up by saying the walk of punishment is inherently misogynistic when a dude does it.
Oh gosh. Yeah, no, I wouldn't equate her walking into the fire with her being crazy. I just think it's D&D's incompetence by not accurately. Again, I have to rewatch season 1, but I think there's not enough connective tissue for me to be like, oh, it makes sense for her to walk in the fire. Like, what? I can't remember why she walks to the fire. I just did. Retrospectively, just was bizarre to me. Again, I just have to rewatch it. But the reason I kind of go on that conclusion without rewatching it is because I'm reading through the first book. I'm about 500 pages into it. It's a long read, anyway, but it's great. Within the first like 3 chapters, within the first 3 chapters, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm. Well, I've listened and re-listened. I've listened and re-listened to all of the first.
Fast.
So.
Oh, okay. People tell me to read to get the audiobooks because it's quicker. But yeah, sorry. Go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, in the book, she does have a dream where it seems as though she gets some of her information from that, and some of the information is withheld, but there is that element in the book that kind of goes to explaining it. It's very vague, though.
Okay. I'm not up to that part yet.
Yeah.
I'm up to, where am I up to? I think I'm just up to Tyrion's imprisoned in the Eyrie, and like. Ned's broken his leg.
Yeah, it's not a spoiler. It's just so you know when Danny is knocked out while the Miri Mazdor is healing Drogo, we get her lost time while she's asleep.
Oh. Okay.
And I think we get another dream a little bit later. Probably just before she burns Miri Mazdor. I can't remember exactly. It's been like 5 or 6 years since I've listened to it, but I do remember at least there was that.
Oof. I got mollywopped there. Okay.
With the books, and the show, at least in season 1, like, we'll say season 1's really good, and I agree. I think it is pretty good. Very good actually. But like, it just within like the first 100 pages, I gained so much more nuance from the book, made things that confused me in the past make sense. Like, for example, when Jon goes to the wall, it's in the book it's like he wants to be a hero and he wants to just have an adventure and follow his uncle. But I'm like, dude, you're going to the wall with no women. Like, they changed this a bit in the book. They kind of justified it, like why he doesn't want children. I was just like, this seems like a really stupid thing to do. Why are you doing it? Especially when you have your Lord Father, you have your family at Winterfell, your brother's just broken his back. I mean, like why are you going to the wall? In the books, it actually makes sense because George makes it very clear that it's because Catelyn will not have him around while Ned is gone, and Ned's going to be gone for an indefinite amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, this makes much more sense. Jon doesn't look like an idiot to me when he goes to the wall.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually want to go.
Yeah, I get the feeling that they very much let Michelle Fairley influence how they wrote Kat, because Kat in the show is a lot less of a horrible person than she is in the books.
Oh, great. I hated her so much more in just the amount of time I've read.
Yeah. There's a very good reason why Order of the Green Hands, why Catelyn Sucks series is relatively popular.
I've spoken to them quite a bit. They're nice people. People.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been on multiple streams. That's actually where I got my title from.
Oh. Okay. Well, they named you.
Yep. I was I initially said, hey, can I be on your Queen's Guard? And they're like, sure. And then I sent a picture via Facebook Messenger of me holding ice and said, I swear my allegiance. And
awesome.
And then they remarked on later, like, he swore me an actual sword. Like nobody else has done that. And like, yeah, I think I have, yeah, I've got a pretty sizable armory in my basement. I've got like 10 swords in my basement. Like half of them are like good quality, like Valyrian steel swords from that company. The other 4 are like Fisher Price stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta work on getting one. Never afford it. I'm still setting up for my second tattoo. I want a sword, but like it's one of those things that like just, it's just you want to get for yourself. It's just,
yeah.
You'll never use it.
Yeah. I most of it's kind of like because I'm an author. I like having some kind of like reference for the swords I'm using in my books. So I'll just buy a sword so I can kind of get a feel for it and feel how it moves in my hand.
I have so little health.
Like for instance, I've definitely mostly like with ice. I'm not going to be flourishing around and doing anything because it's like it's extremely heavy and big, and like I'm relatively tall. Like I'm just in short of 6 feet, but ice is huge. It's up to my chest, and it's like as wide as my hand. The blade is like as wide as my hand. It's a big boy, and I like if I want to use it, I have to like just use circular motions with it in order to make it move properly. But something like Narsil or Orcrist are much easier to use and are a lot more manageable.
There's like a, I don't know what kind of shop it is really, but it's like a has like these like really cool variations of like a chessboard where you have like, you know, glass pieces, these really like medieval style chess pieces, and it has in the corner, it has like the Game of Thrones swords like Oathbreaker, and Ice wasn't on there because it had Longclaw, and it had Legolas's knives, Aragon's dagger, which I almost bought. It was cool. Aragon's dagger was great. Yeah, like and I mean like yours is a medieval fantasy then, I presume, novel.
I currently have 4 series that are mostly medieval fantasy, and I'm gonna be starting at the 5th in a couple of months. Yeah, right now well, one of my series is kind of more of a Renaissance fantasy book where there's varying levels of technology from kind of Renaissance era style tech to steampunk to almost semi-modern technology, because more people use magic and are able to use the magic in this world to create stuff like fire extinguishers that just suck up fire into metal discs and extinguish them, or a lift that brings you up a multiple-story building. As well as like floating cars, tanks, stuff like that. But like there are areas that just don't have magic, that have special devices that prevent magic from going inside or being used inside of it. I haven't published that one yet, but I'm finished with the manuscript and I'm going to be publishing it in a couple of months.
Okay.
I've got a few finished that I'm working on. Like I'm currently trying to do like a publishing blitz right now so that I can kind of like get up to double digits of books. Right now I have 7 out, and I'm hoping to have like somewhere around 14 out by the end of the year.
Bye, Strike.
Yeah. But yeah, that is correct, Noms. Sorry to go on a tangent, but yeah, most of my books are medieval.
That's all.
of my
That's all.
books are.
It's interesting. I'm not the biggest reader, but like I am very fascinated by how like you know, the novels and genres and whatnot. Like,
Fine. You wanna do this?
I finally go.
I'll go for it. No, go for it.
No, I was gonna say, like I've only read like the exception of like something like some like Game of Thrones, for example, the first book. It's like this is like again like 500 pages in, and like it's like the furthest I've ever read into any book before. That's how I don't read that many books. But, like, you know, I've read like
that's fine.
Some sci-fi, like small sci-fi novels, and the Harry Potter series, and what else did I read?
Oh, nice. I don't necessarily do like long fantasy books. I mostly keep it to somewhere around like I don't do George length. I usually do more like 500 pages, like 150k words usually. That's how I prefer. I don't go as high as George with 100k. I don't have that much material usually, and I try to keep my stories relatively simple and contained.
Nice.
It's mostly because like I kind of clearly outline the book and figure out, okay, these are the events that I want to happen. These are the characters that I want to have. This is the arc that I want them to go on. I'm gonna have a few events, but I'm kind of gonna discovery or garden right toward each of them. Kind of like having grooves in the path of a garden where you have a framework for them to grow up on.
Yeah, that's like it's like the opposite style of like a Panzer, right? Like Stephen King doesn't write like that. It's not the.
It's kind of a hybridization of someone like Brandon Sanderson, who outlines his books, and Stephen King or George R. R. Martin, who are like you said, pantsers. I kind of use like a Robert Jordan style thing where he calls it like a roadmap, where he has specific events that he wants to get to, but he discovery writes to those events and keeps it relatively loose.
Like I'm actually writing something myself. I just don't really have any experience with writing, so it's probably gonna end up like a train wreck. But like I've used like a sort of an outline, the main beats I want to hit, and then I just sort of fill in the connective with.
I think that's a good. That's actually a good plan. Like for instance, with my book Wrath of the Dragon, and then with the two Dark Champion sequels, I've written a set of the scenes that I really want to get to and have in my brain, and I'm going to insert them later into the actual book once I've gotten to them in terms of their writing. I just have to keep very clear on like, okay, here's this in the timeline, here's this in the timeline, here's this in the timeline, and I need to work up to this. Boom, insert the scene. Scene's done. Maybe do some editing to smooth out the kinks. Then discovery right to the next thing. Put the scene in, discovery right to the next thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the approach I was using.
All right. James Moore, if you need to take a break, yeah, absolutely take a break. I appreciate you hanging out with us here tonight.
Yeah.
With everyone else that's in chat right now.
Yeah. Thank you all. Cool chat.
Very cool chat.
Yeah. There's so many of the best chats on YouTube that I'm just like, that if I say best chat, it means nothing nowadays.
Right.
I think that out of all of us, though, factually, Anomaly Inc. has the most profitable chat, other than EFAP.
Most profitable? What do you mean?
There are actual donation wars on his live stream sometimes.
Oh, really?
Oh gosh. Oh, that was one live stream, but like, yeah.
Where you made like How much did you make that night? Like $900?
I'm not. It's that's pun intended. That's an anomaly of a fucking cat right there. Does not happen every day. But I had to actually without revealing who did. One of the donators actually spent too much, and we had to like talk about it in Discord, and I had to them to like, okay, don't ever do that again. That's a bit too much. Like, I appreciate it, but gotta, like it gets to a point where it's just kind of enough. But yeah, it's hadn't had any issues like that since, which is nice. Actually, Southpaw, something I wanted to bring up to you.
Yeah.
Is I don't know if you ever seen Chris. You don't watch Chris Stuckman look like him, right?
No. I don't watch Chris Stuckman.
Okay, well, like I'm a fan of him.
Okay.
Less so now than I was pre-TLJ, but I'm still. Anyway, the video that I watched a long time ago is called Star Wars Analyze: The Force Awakens. It's basically got Stuckman. Actually, it's got at the thumbnail, Big Lloyd, Skywalker, and Daisy Ridley is in The Force Awakens. This is back when like The Force Awakens is, even though I was still on board with Force Awakens at this time, like back when Force Awakens was getting some heat for being too derivative of A New Hope.
Sure.
And Stuckman was like trying to justify it as in like Star Wars has always had a formula. Yeah. And then, even George Lucas said Star Wars itself rhymes, and I'm like, yeah, but this is, I didn't know it at the time, but now I know. Because we did this on my podcast, and we just broke it down beat by beat. And we got to that point, and it was like, yeah, but Disney isn't George Lucas. Disney is plagiarizing George Lucas. That's the difference. Anyway, then it got to a point where Chris Stuckman's like, it gets to the point where the climate on the internet is like, if a movie is highly anticipated isn't absolutely perfect, just fly off the handle. Then he shows both Interstellar and The Dark Knight Rises. And we just burst out. I was going to timestamp, I was going to send it to you. I was like, you can go back, I can still timestamp. Like, I was like, me and my crew on the podcast just start laughing. I'm like, where is Southpaw? Is he online? Is he asleep? I need to send him this. Cause like you would have, I wish you were on that podcast, because goddamn, you would have lost your shit.
Yeah, I probably would have.
Oh god, he's like, something that isn't absolutely perfect. It's so crashed. I'm like, Chris, you. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I was really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I fully admit that there are things that like I'll take from like Lord of the Rings, because I think some of these ideas are interesting, but most of it's kind of like obscure stuff from the Legendarium, like the Witch King's conquest of Arnor, because I don't believe like anybody is ever going to really write about that, and it's such a vague story, but it's such an interesting concept of I'm probably going to rework the book that I published, kind of create a better second edition that's got a little bit more depth to it, since it's relatively short.
There's no way that mannequin arm is actually holding that door closed. Fuck that. There's no way that is strong enough to hold that door closed. No way. Evan, come on. You have. Oh wait, Evan's not here. Shit.
I will back you up, Southpaw, because you are a man of excellent taste.
Okay.
You, me, Anomaly, and Evan here are, and Glib, wherever he is at, are esteemed and trusted colleagues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Glib in the mini chat that's going on as this is going on.
Okay.
Hey Glib. He's like, hey, Nubs.
Glad to see you, Glib.
Yeah. How you doing, Glib?
Yeah, so, Anomaly, I imagine that you've probably watched a lot of Dragon Dance content, or like, which of his, like 2-hour plus documentaries did you find the most shocking / most interesting?
I'll say this much. I've actually spoken to Dragon more than I've actually watched his content, but the one that sticks out to me, there's a lot of his content I've been meaning to get to, but like the one that sticks out to me is like how they ruined Stannis and the Alaria Sand debacle.
Oh, yes.
Those were both great.
Yeah. I think like my favorite was actually the Battle of the Bastards, because like I was just like, are you serious? They did this? They thought this would work? Are you kidding me? Like,
I have to rewatch Battle of the Bastards because I do still it's soured for me, but I do still like it. I don't know. I have to.
So this is also like the horrible mismanagement that happened behind the scenes that Miguel Sapochnik had to fight against them to say, no, we are not doing what you want to do. I can't do this, but I can do this. Like, they wanted to have 70 live horses charging around in the middle of that melee crush at the end.
70 live horses. You mean like when the Veil comes in to save the day?
No,
Want to have
no, they wanted to. So instead of the, you know how kind of the Boltons come in with the pincer movement with the spears? Originally, that was cavalry.
Oh. Hey, that would have been retarded though. If you did it with cavalry.
Yeah, well, like the issue is they both. I think I can't remember like the timeline, but what they wanted was for a lot of that battle was they wanted it to be a one-shot focused on Jon Snow's face as he fights through a bunch of real physical horses that are charging around with stuntmen waving their weapons. And
sounds really odd.
Yeah, and a lot of it is based on their insane time management BS, because they scouted the location with the director, and they asked him, "What's your estimate on how long this will take?" After he gave them did some research, consulted, and he said, "Based on what you want to happen, I can do this in 26 days. You have 12."
Wow.
Let him go.
And then he thought, okay, maybe they'll cut things down, and then since it was the rough draft idea, and then they actually gave him the final thing, and he's like, "Are you insane? What you're asking me for is going to take 42 days." Like he needed at least 12 days to film the horses. There's also, with each horse charge, they had to reset the field. And that took a lot of time that could have easily been used elsewhere. And they ended up, and they filmed the whole battle in chronological order, and they actually got rained out. So they had lost the original ending because 3 days of filming weren't able to happen.
We fight.
It's fucking. It never ends with those two, does it? Fucking hell.
Yeah. In the casting call for Manderley, the guy who says Lady Mormont speaks harshly, but truly, I didn't want more Manderleys dying for nothing. Originally, he had that speech that Lyanna Mormont gives, or at least a big speech, and it's likely that him and the Umbers betrayed the Boltons, because there's little relic scenes throughout the season, and even the last season, that likely were trying to set up that they were going to betray the Boltons.
I just wanted to quickly point out that that dialogue right there in the game was really fucking good.
Yeah, this is a great ending to the game.
Love this ending.
My vote?
This is the epilogue to The Last of Us.
It's a very strong message for the ending of the DLC.
Yeah, it's the idea of fighting on. That's the whole thing. It's just like they were both bitten. They just both kind of accepted their fate, and they're like, you know what? Let's just fight it out and go crazy together.
2 more minutes or 2 more days. I like it.
Yeah, it kind of just never ends with them. And it's just, how on earth are you, like, it's amazing that these guys utterly, like had so many, like, horrible production failures throughout. But if you want, like, pro Game of Thrones content for at least, you can probably at least, like, 4 podcasts, Anomaly. Okay. Yezen IRL has a video saying, forgiving Game of Thrones, a defense of Dany, a defense of the Hound, a defense of the 2 Dany defense videos, 2 a John video, and a Bran as King video.
Yeah, those videos aren't too great, or at least from the ones I've seen, and that EFAP he was luckily.
Oh yeah, that was a disaster. I'm re-listening to it mostly because just like I'm interested to hear like his thought process, because he's so weird in terms of like, okay, why are you thinking like this?
Honestly, what I got from it is like he literally said that over and over in the stream. Is he said like I like Bran. Bran's my favorite character, and he said like that. He said I was happy with the ending because of that. And I'm like, I almost see it as like he watched the ending and he's like, I got what I wanted, but the road to get there was rough. So he went back and he tried to like rationalize it in his head. He's like, no, season 8's actually good because it all builds to this. And it's like, it's kind of thin though. And his arguments are not very well founded.
Yeah. And it's like, it was really impulsive. Like, and there's even evidence that they might have recolored the fire that burned King's Landing from green wildfire to actual red dragon fire, based on the fact that the director said in the commentary that they were working on CGI in the middle of when season 8 was airing.
Hunting the deer.
Go to check out that guy, Yezen.
Mm-hmm.
Have you not like watched his videos before, Anomaly? Or, like,
sorry.
Have you not watched his videos before, or like did you see the EFAP that he appeared on?
So yeah, I think I heard about it when Anna was interviewing Moore, and Moore was talking about the worst EFAP guests.
Mm-hmm.
And he mentioned Yezen. That made me go back and watch the EFAP. And I only watched it in snippets, but like I could tell, like I couldn't believe how frustrated Moore was getting, because like because I know how patient he is, and I was like,
Very
damn,
much so.
this guy's really getting on Moore's nerves, and I can't blame him. Because yeah, like this guy is. It's not that he doesn't. Like, it's more so that he doesn't let Moore talk, which was the issue.
He's interrupting a lot.
That bit where Muller's like, if you just let me finish, and then he's like, can I talk now? That's a no. It's just like
I remember that bit.
Insane.
Yeah.
That was like the most frustrated I'd ever heard Muller. Which, I mean, he still didn't like really lose his temper. Actually, the most frustrated I'd ever heard Muller was when Critical Drinker made that factually inaccurate criticism of Homecoming, and Muller pounded on Dila is like, this is part of why people like this movie for a fucking good reason. That moment was like when he actually lost his cool and shouted a little bit, but it was funny nonetheless.
Okay, I gotta go check that one out. What was that, the Homecoming debate? Is that what it what EFAP that is? Or was that on?
That was before. That was. No, that might have been after the Homecoming debate. That was during the coverage of Shea Frilla's video on why Thor was handled worse in Endgame than Jake Skywalker in TLJ.
Oh, I think that was EFAP, right? Yeah.
Check that out. I actually wanted to ask you guys about Drinker, because I like the guy. I think he has good videos. I think they're entertaining. I think that he's, the reason he's gained such a following is because he's like charismatic and he's likable.
Mm-hmm.
He says a lot of good stuff, but like one of his recent videos kind of got under my nerves. That was the Avatar video. I was wondering what you guys thought of that.
I haven't seen his Avatar video.
I've seen it. I think a lot of it is kind of just. I don't really have much to say about Avatar. I think that Avatar has some problems in being slightly bland, and that most of like the positive traits of Avatar are the visuals. I think that the characters are somewhat bland, and cookie cutter, and pulled from a lot of films such as Dance with the Wolves, Pocahontas, stuff like that, and it's kind of just mushed into a blender with a very obvious colonial critique.
Mm-hmm.
He called it the most was it the most amazing failure or something? I forget exactly what the title of his video was, and I was like, I wouldn't exactly call Avatar a failure. And then he listed. He wasn't really listing objective issues with Avatar. He was more so listing the tropes it follows and where it takes its inspiration from.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, people on my podcast actually sided with Drinker. They were like, "Yeah, Avatar is like the most unoriginal piece of work ever made." And I'm like, "Really? Huh."
A lot of interesting ideas. I think that those are the two key criticisms that it gets drawn to, is that it's a little bit derivative of Pocahontas and Dances with Wolves, and like, unlike the criticisms towards Joker, where it's like it's just like Taxi Driver. I'm like, I think there's a lot more validity to those arguments. I think that there's like people have a little bit more of a leg to stand on, considering that, like, especially in terms of plot and like how its story functions with the idea of like someone joined a tribe and like the different perspectives you get from there. It's like it there's a lot of similarities in regards to that, but I still appreciate a lot of like what the storytelling revolved around in terms of sci-fi, and like how I'm more interested in how the story was told rather than the story itself, at least inside of that case, because I personally don't think the story is very interesting, but some of the direction is at least unique inside of it.
I'm with Evan on that point as well. I would say that that's a good way of putting it.
I think
and that is why
the only thing that really stuck with me about Avatar was just the visual effects. Sorry, done.
Oh, I was just going to say, and that is why Evan is a much smarter man than I am.
Thank you.
Medicine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Steve. Yeah.
Do it, Ellie. Do it.
Yeah, I put in the Yezin's channel and the EFAP debate for your perusal, Mr. Anomaly.
It's like the clone of Cosmonaut. What the fuck? Cosmonaut's like slightly better looking cousin or something. Seriously, the resemblance.
I've never looked at that before. You're right.
It does.
So, I might get hate for this one, but I'm gonna say it. So I guess Cosmonaut is Yezin IRL's bastardized cousin with AIDS.
Oh man, Cosmonaut. Oh, we started.
It's weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say. I actually had another question for you guys. What did you guys think of episode 1 of The Mandalorian? I think I know what you guys think of the series, but what did you think of just episode 1 without the rest of the context?
Bring him with us.
Definitely the strongest before, Well, go ahead, Evan. No, I was just gonna say it's definitely the strongest episode of the series, but it's still got problems, of course.
But honestly, like, I wasn't really a fan of it from the start. Like, I had a lot of problems. Like, I've said this before. I almost feel like The Mandalorian like doesn't have a premise. Like, it's all built on the kid, but it's like there's. I feel like the plot is really thin, and that was my trouble with the first episode. Is it doesn't like. Conflict is so thin throughout the entire show that like I was like, what is this show about? Is it just about him going from bounty to bounty, and it's like it establishes the kid? You're like, okay, there's some decent action, some decent set pieces, but I'm like, I wish that there was some form of a greater story that was established throughout the show. That's one of my biggest issues. But yeah, for the first episode's alright. It's probably the best of the series, but at least so far. But it's still not great in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I'd happily share that actually. I didn't think it was bad. I thought it was. Honestly, I think it's incredibly mediocre. Like it was overblown to shit. It was just really. And here's the thing. I thought about it. Like Mandalorian should be the thing that I love. Like that I'm just like fanboying like a motherfucker because like it's like a space western, and that's like my favorite genre, especially after watching Firefly. I was just like, this is like the greatest thing ever. Anyway, so like I watched it, and I just couldn't. I was baffled at the approach they took to a pilot episode. It's like people say there's strong world building in there, and I'm like, there is some world building to be sure, but it like confused because I didn't know who the Mandalorians were. Thought that it was just a cantina. I had no idea that was a bounty hunters guild. I had no idea what the currency meant. The carbonite reveal I think was way too much screen time for very little payoff. I think that the pacing was really bad too. And I had no idea why the hell they had Mando riding a dinosaur when he didn't even have to ride it like at all. I was like, why? And you know,
the blurg.
Yeah.
I called it Dino Vag. Because the guy made a point that they were all female, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So.
How do you maintain a breeding population? That's really stupid.
It's just like they took the time to tell us that. I'm like, can you tell us who the Mandalorians are, please? I didn't watch the Clone Wars.
It's not even that well explained in the Clone Wars. Don't worry. It's actually like these. It actually honestly doesn't make like total sense. Like in the Clone Wars, the Mandalorians are, most of them are peaceful, and then there's a subgroup of terrorists that are called the Death Watch that are kind of antagonists throughout the series, but they're kind of and they eventually retake Mandalore, but there's no connective tissue, at least that I can see. And I haven't watched Rebels either. I think Rebels may explain, but I think the problem is it's relying on like other in-universe stuff for explaining its stuff. So.
Alright. I kind of understood who they were by episode 3. That's when I actually started to like the Mandalorian, because like I thought 1 was mediocre, but 2 was a bit better, but still mediocre. I think episodes 1 and 2 should have been combined into one episode, like a 90-minute pilot episode. Yeah. Episode 3, everything. The first 3 episodes kind of come full circle. You know who the Mandalorians are, who what the Bounty Hunters Guild is, the importance of Beskar armor and the currency and how valuable it is. I think it brings a lot of things full circle, and like I enjoyed the action, even though the stormtroopers were retarded. I enjoyed it. I'm like, okay, cool, now I'm on board. And from episodes like 4 to 5, sorry, 4 and 5 were just atrocious, and 6 was annoying, and then 7 and 8. I actually kind of like episodes 7 and 8, but they aren't very good, like structurally.
Yeah, there's some problems there.
I'm still kind of interested in season 2, but like, I was just kind of baffled as to how many people loved episode 1. I'm like, I'm missing something? Like, why? I wanted to talk about episode 1.
You don't need to worry about me.
Yeah. I have like I was like mildly entertained by I was pretty entertained by The Mandalorian, but I can totally understand a lot of criticism. I watched it with my girlfriend at the time, and I enjoyed watching it with her, mostly because we both hated The Last Jedi with a fiery passion. She actually hated it worse than I did. Like, she was like, wait, he dies? We actually, I think we first actually watched the Hack Fraud's media review of The Last Jedi, specific sessions before we watched the actual movie. And she was shocked by what happened, because she'd never seen the movie in theaters.
Confusing.
Yeah.
I didn't leave infuriated from The Last Jedi. I left very conflicted and
I actually left liking it, which I feel ashamed of now, because I was watching people like Just Right, School of Movies. Like, I thought, oh, this is like actually pretty good. And then I watched Mauler, and I'm like, I can no longer defend this movie and be honest.
Right.
it was Chris Stockman for me that made me last year. I was going to be.
Well, yeah. I know like School of Movies like actually has a 2.5-hour podcast gushing over The Last Jedi, and even like their criticisms are backhanded compliments. It's so annoying. The only thing they didn't really like was Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah, that was baffling.
That's Benicio del Toro.
Benicio, sorry.
Racist.
Sorry to. Yeah, I guess I'm racist against. What is he, Italian?
I think
No,
he's
he's
Hispanic.
Spanish. He's Spanish. I think he's Spanish.
Yeah, he's Hispanic. He's in Sicario.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he's Puerto Rican. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Neat. Oh, his full name is Benicio Ocerente Rafael del Toro Sanchez.
Huh.
Fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, I just looked him up, and his full name was on the Google thing.
Okay.
Cool. But yeah, I think that Anomaly, if you want some prequel crap criticisms to cover that nobody else has covered, take a look at the School of Movies archive for their prequel stuff.
There you are.
Sorry, let me go. Well, in regards to the prequels.
Yeah. So I think they have a few reviews on their stuff, on the prequels, and Force Awakens and Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, and most of their prequel arguments kind of would fit into some stuff that you don't like and are terribly inaccurate. But I also think that you'd get a lot of material out of them, especially for the novelty effect, because nobody else has covered them.
So I'm confused. They say a lot of accurate things about the prequels.
Inaccurate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have some really bad criticisms. I can send you. I believe they're on iTunes. It's not visual at all. You have to go looking at like Podbean or iTunes for them, but they're freely available.
Okay. And what are they called again? They're called
School of Movies.
School of Movies. It's a
They're
very generic title though for a channel.
Well, it's not even like a channel. It's like a podcast service. Let me pull. Let me see. Digital Drift podcast. Digital Drift podcast. Yeah. Let me find them for you real quick. Digital Drift pod. Archive. Oh, okay, cool. School of Movies archive. Let me pull it up. Okay, Star Trek, Star Wars. Okay, Star Wars. Let me put it in prequels. Empire Strikes Back. Star Wars. Revenge of the Sith. Okay, I got it all up. Here you are, my friend. And if you want any other of their stuff, I'd be happy to send it your way.
Okay, can do it.
Yeah, they're kind of long. They're like cosmonaut. Some of them are like cosmonaut length.
Okay.
Let's see, like I do think that Confused Matthew is worse. Chris Matthews. Confused Matthew's far worse, and I've hated that guy for a long time, and it was very cathartic for you to rip him apart.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually predates Plinkett, all things people, which is kind of bizarre to me. I was like, is this what Plinkett got some of his points from? Because, ugh. You know, and his take on The Force Awakens really made me want to punch him in the face. You gotta be kidding me, dude.
Yeah, there's also their Last Jedi video, which the only other people I've seen covered are Smudboy, Digital Saloon. But I think that you might be able to bring some interesting things to the table. I just put that in the chat.
Yes, man, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I like, I'm kind of a bad video hound.
It's yeah, I get it. Like you have like it's kind of like an obsession almost. You just want to see people's bad takes. Because like my obsession is just when I click on a Star Wars video, whether it's about the prequels, original trilogy, or the sequel trilogy even, I just have an obsession with seeing people's takes in the comments and like what date they were. Then I'll like see the comments of people that have like had more of a more recent date. I don't know. It's a weird fascination I have with how people make their opinions and how they change over time. It's just
Yeah. Like, I definitely think that your videos on the prequels have increased their quality in my eyes. But I do have like a few little niggles that I have about it. Mostly like I watched Rick Worley's video. Like I watched Rick Worley's video and I'm just like, I get what you're saying and there's some definite craft going on here, but I think that me and George just kind of have different tastes in terms of what we like in a story. Like in terms of like I don't know if I'm like taking him out of context, but from the comments that I saw in Rick Worley's video that he used, he's more interested in kind of the visual storytelling rather than the plot and the characters. That was what I got from it. Was that what you got from it?
okay. So no, with Rick's video, which I think I still think it's a great video. I don't agree with everything Rick says. For example, Rick makes a remark about Palpatine conceiving Anakin through the midichlorians. And here's the strange thing: the Disney comics kind of confirm that, even though that was only like was purposely kept like ambiguous. It was just like slightly mentioned in Revenge of the Sith. Like I did sort of make the connection myself, but I don't think it was enough to go off that like we couldn't infer that Palpatine created Anakin. He did reference the midichlorians and I'll happily agree with that. He also makes comparisons about how George wanted to pay homage to all the style of the films, which I agree with. Then he'll use, I think he went a little bit too far. In like one or two instances, like he'll reference, the Harrison Ford improvised, reply to Leia before he goes into Carbonite. I'm like, I don't really see how that can be. I don't really see how that can be a homage to classic films if it was an improvised line. But I agree with most of what he said on that one.
Yeah.
The thing from Rick's video,
just George's comments. It's mostly just George's comments that I'm just like, so much of this makes sense. It's just he has different tastes. It's not even that he has bad taste. It's that he like has different focuses. Like he doesn't necessarily like based on his own George's own comments. He doesn't really he likes the visual storytelling and the documentary style and stuff like that more than he likes doing the plot and the characters. He just doesn't find those things interesting.
That's actually one of the reasons why I'm surprised at how much depth is actually in the prequels from character standpoint. When I was like, George, for someone who doesn't really like doing this, you did at least in my opinion, I say you did a pretty fucking good job of making the characters special and the story something special. The world building too, especially like very very cool and intricate.
Yeah.
The thing I got from Rick's video that I think proves like a lot of the internet. It proves a lot of the internet like
is inaccurate. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of inaccurate. Yeah, I definitely I found the part where he took Plinkett and Chris Huntman to task about some inaccuracies in their videos, and I totally concur with pretty much most of his rebuttals. I do think kind of like I think there's kind of an interesting discussion to be had of like George's choice of acting. Like he deliberately chose to use a 30s style of acting, but I think that there's an interesting conversation to be had of whether or not the 30s style of acting hasn't been surpassed by modern day acting in a lot of ways.
Well, there's the quote is that he says he prefers a 30s style of acting, and he says in the 50s method acting, which is what's primarily used now, is when it became popular. He says he respects method acting, He just simply has a taste for the older style. It's really all it is. And I think the most accurate criticism you could give to like how George chose to film and have his actors like portray the characters on screen is like the style is there. It's because the style is like, there's a bit of it. There's an audience. There's a bit of a disconnect because of that. The modern audience is the criticism. It's not so much that George doesn't know what he's doing; it's the disconnect with what he chose, which I can totally understand. Like I didn't know about that until I did my research. Until I spoke to Rick and more of my. I don't really know how to. I'm gonna stop before I make a fool of myself because I don't really know how to.
Fuck out of the way.
And I talk about this in my next video, by the way. I'm like, I briefly touch on this, but I say, I'm going to stop now because I don't want to fool myself. Go watch Rick's video. He illustrated better than I can because of how he's edited his video together.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He's a smart guy, and I definitely concur with a lot of his statements of the visual poetry that George is going to. I think he's kind of like Guillermo del Toro in a way. In terms of both of them are very particular about shots. Guillermo del Toro is very particular about like colors and stuff, even to specific hues. So it seems as though with George, a lot of like his I guess like for lack of a better word, the storytelling soft points, the points where kind of like that appeal to you specifically are very similar between the two. But Guillermo del Toro uses a more modern style of acting, which is likely why a lot of people like him a little bit better than they like George. On average, I don't think George is bad at all. I think he's an excellent visual director. But it's just that sometimes there's everybody when they're disinterested in something, they're going to be like less good at it. But I don't think that George is necessarily bad at storytelling. I think there are just some times where he falls short of his own immense ambitions.
I'll even throw another olive branch to the people who aren't particularly fond of George and say that like sometimes his heart can get in the way a little bit. Like I'm not very sold. I accept it when I watch it, but when like for example the circumstances of Padme's death, like,
ooh yes,
I can get behind the. If he wanted to keep it intentionally ambiguous and just have people interpret it as like something of the, I'm pretty sure it's pretty straightforward that it's meant to be like she dies of a broken heart. And actually, this isn't my argument. Just bear in mind, I've had people actually try to approach me and say, no, it's Noms. It's possible that you can die from a broken heart. Look at these medical journals. I'm like, oh, okay, but like. I don't think that's George being incompetent, and I'll explain why. Because Padme was going to die giving childbirth. Just been choked and lost a lot of oxygen. She's very weak. It would have been very easy for George to just say, yeah, she died during childbirth complications. He wrote it as she dies of a broken heart. I think he knows. I think George isn't an idiot. I approached the prequels with the mindset of, okay, George isn't an idiot. Why did he do this? He's doing.
I would much rather watch a George Lucas commentary than a Dumb and Dumber commentary or a Ryan Johnson commentary.
Definitely,
they're very good.
Yeah, I feel like because George is an expert, he knows what he's doing. He's an expert, and he's like actually talks about his decisions and why they happened. D&D do not. They just care about pandering the actors.
Absolutely.
And I would concur that I don't think that George is incompetent for making that choice. I think part of the issue is he was somewhat limited in terms of his options based on how Revenge of the Sith leads into A New Hope.
Well, that's what I was getting to. I don't think, again, I agree it's not incompetence. I think it's just himself. I think it's caught shooting himself in the foot, if that makes sense. Said it could have been very easy for him to have Padme die due to medical complications. The poetry of like a love tragedy isn't there if he does that. That's why he has to make it as like, or she dies of a broken heart, to make it like a Shakespearean tragedy, as opposed to something that's just like was a medical tragedy. Again, like, you know, you have to have like 2 brain cells to not see that window of opportunity to kill off Padme. She's just been choked. As you know, she's pregnant. She's vulnerable. She's very weak. Have her die from complications when she's giving birth to twins, and George decided to go a different direction. It's because his heart wanted to, not because he didn't know that he could have taken the other option. Because it's very easy to. But I'm like, see, that's where I think George has a bit of a weakness, where that sort of is in the way. But I think every artist has that to a degree.
I would agree with that. Like, that's how I am. I think in some respects, it's like, it's kind of, he wanted to kind of have something a little bit more of a fairy tale, as opposed to something that was a little bit more grounded. Would you agree with that?
In certain instances, yes, I would.
Yeah. And I don't think that he did that all the time. I think there are several elements that it was grounded, but in this particular case, like you said, like his heart kind of got in the way, and he wanted to make it more of a fairy tale.
Yeah, there was something a bit more. You know, there was a bit of a like a lot of poetry there with what was like, fairy tale, Shakespearean.
How did he not see me there? Jesus Christ! I was right in front of him.
What I find most remarkable about Star Wars, just in general, and particularly the prequels, is the fact that like George did it all himself, like a storytelling aspect. It's like, you know, I did a rant about. Did you hear that George was like horrified with The Last Jedi?
Yes, I watched that. You just sounded so broken. I felt bad for you, buddy.
That just depressed me. I was just like, I mean, like it just confirmed what we already know. I mean, we know George isn't happy with it, but like it just like, I don't know, something about it just really got under my skin.
Yeah, especially since like it seemed like Luke Skywalker in particular holds a special place in his heart, not just because it's his character and his baby, but also because he's dear friends with Mark Hamill. And Mark Hamill went to bat for George in that bit of your Revenge of the Prequels theme song, where he says, "I can't believe some of the things they were saying about George in the prequels."
Yeah. No, it's it's just, but it just got me thinking about like how rare. Like I basically came up with I said in the video, Star Wars belonged to us because it belonged to George. Whereas a lot of people who hated the prequels, and I don't mean to paint the opposition like in a really uncharitable light, but like I'm telling you, go watch Stuckman, watch Red Letter Media, go watch Jeremy Johns, go watch I Hate Everything if you don't believe me. Like a lot of their criticisms can be summed up as, why did you do this? This was dumb. You should have done this. Should have done it this way, my way. And I'm like, we didn't. You know what I mean? Like Star Wars is like the horse. I actually cut this out of my original rant because it sounded retarded. But I was like, it's kind of like the horse you want to back because the person who's making it is the guy who got to essentially live his dream. Who got to because you write books. Mind if I call you Lord Commander? Can I call you Lord Commander?
Done, or just call me Done.
Call me Done. You write books all the time. Imagine, let's pretend you write mainly fantasy. You told me, correct?
Yes. I think. Am I correct in using the analogy that if I am I can only Rick Worley said where you can only use so many keys on my keyboard, with a certain backing, as kind of the similar analogy. Is that what you were going for?
I don't know. It's not the way I would have phrased it. But what I'm trying to say is if you're writing a drama fiction about couples having problems in the real world, right? That's anyone can write a story. People can. I'll just repeat myself verbatim from my rant. Anyone can write a story. Fewer people can write a good story. Fewer people can turn their story into a movie. if it was just like a regular family drama, for example, in our world, you just have to film it. It takes time, takes money, whatever. And even fewer people than that can make something like a grand sci-fi fantasy adventure space saga to a movie they wrote.
Yeah.
Like, into a story they wrote like that into a movie because it's just too damn expensive. And I was like, George was the guy who got to do that. That's why, you know, whether you love the prequels, hate the prequels, love the original trilogy, hate the original trilogy, whatever, still seeing, like, you're still getting an authentic art product, and you know, shipped to the cinemas. You get to watch it, and that's very rare. Like, wow, I was so shattered that Disney has it now. I feel like we're not going to get that ever again. It's always going to be, it could be good or bad, but it's always going to have, you know, be corporatized. I'm not saying that the original movies weren't corporatized to some degree, but like, you can tell the difference. You look at them.
Right.
They were made with a little bit. They seem to be made with a little bit more passion. And yeah. Sorry if I was like, I took the words out of your mouth. I very much apologize. That was not my intention.
No, don't be silly. No, it's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
I
do.
I'm not good off the cuff. I'm sorry.
No,
go on.
that's fine. Don't worry, I'm not that good off the cuff either. I say a lot of filler words. I have problems with that. But I like the analogy that Rick Worley used, where he said like anybody can write a book, but if you're trying to make a movie, you can't use, it's like writing a book, and you can only use so many keys on the keyboard because you need funding for the rest.
I get it. I didn't understand the analogy before.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
not at
sorry.
all. It's all good. Yeah. But the reason that it really grinds my gears though is that people, despite us having Star Wars like that, you know, and not only that, but like scale of Star Wars, it was like the biggest franchise in the world, and it was owned by one guy, like, you know, and written and directed and made by one guy who chose like these. You know, if you look at the staff George chose, he chose them because they were the best. Like Nick Gillard for the choreography, and Burt for the goddamn, that fucking sound design was incredible. And Burt, John Williams, obviously.
Ralph McQuarrie's designs.
Is he the Asian dude?
I believe so, but he's the guy who designed Darth Vader. He designed some of the original artwork for Chewbacca, stuff like that. He's kind of the man behind a lot of the look of what's iconically Star Wars.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta look. I've heard the name rings a bell. I just can't put a face to it. John Knoll as well. John Knoll, and you know, like he had all this, hired these people because they're the best and they could do what he wanted. Whereas you bring in J.J. Abrams and he doesn't work with John Williams, or you know, in the same way that George did. George was heavily involved with John Williams, and he couldn't make the relationship work with Ben Burt, and so that's why the lightsaber sounded like shit in The Force Awakens. But like, and George owned Star Wars. He was able to give us a product from his heart, and we all got to enjoy it. And it was like something for the fans, as opposed to something that's owned by a studio that's just trying to, you know, milk a franchise. Make, you know, it's especially in 2020. There's so little activity going on nowadays, the studios and whatnot. But what annoys the shit out of me is people like, you know, Red Letter Media, for example, tried to label George as this corporate machine instead of someone who, you know, what he actually was, which is what I just described. So like, you know, people like, and that's why I get a little bit annoyed at people like Stockman who about movie studios interfering, and I'm just like, you do realize, George, you know, you had Star Wars was like that before George sold to Disney, right? You understand that, right? And yeah, just, you know, it's a complicated subject. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. It's just, yeah, I just find the internet's opinion of George to be completely backwards, which it frustrates me. It's what I'm trying to get at.
It makes sense, you know. Your interpretation of George. Oh shit. Keep in mind, I am playing a video game that's a little difficult.
Yeah, no worries, man. No
As
worries.
we're
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a
this.
tandent, guys.
Oh yeah,
really didn't mean to.
stream has turned into a Star Wars and Game of Thrones stream.
Yeah, sorry, that was completely unintentional.
It's all good. Hey, it's what you're passionate about, man.
Yeah, just like I'm trying to distance myself from it. Firstly, on like I said, I mentioned this earlier. I just wanted to doing this video about the prequels, and then I'm kind of peaced for a bit because I'm just to talk about other stuff.
I think I passed this part.
I'd love to talk about Last of Us. I've never played it. I have no invested interest in part 2, but like I made videos talking about. I think I made videos just like a video commenting on it, just passingly, and then they struck me, and then like I was like, nah, fuck you guys. Now I'm pissed.
So you
hated them.
You don't want to get invested.
Oh, and I'm not anymore. I was considering playing it before, but just. Oh,
Yeah, I'm almost regretting it now. Like I played it recently, and I'm just like, man, from what I'm hearing, the sequel is going to be complete garbage. And I'm like, it's unfortunate. Like it's going to disappoint so many people. Like all the 10 out of 10 ratings are coming out right now, but man, when it's released tomorrow, I think you're going to get a lot of people who are turning on Naughty Dog all at once, and it's going to be a disaster for them.
It's going to be very interesting because like all the people have already turned on it. Turned on them. And they haven't even played the game yet. I mean, think of all the people that haven't seen the leaks yet, but are going to hate it. You know? There's going to be a ton of them out there. It's going to be very interesting.
I'm just looking forward to watching it all burn at this point. Just enjoying the show. I couldn't believe when, I forget where I saw it. Who on Twitter posted it, but God, when I saw Druckmann in there, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Self-insert character and the sex scene that got leaked today. I'm just like, oh God.
Yeah, we are going to suffer through it indeed, James. How much gameplay have I seen from the sequel? I haven't seen much gameplay from the sequel, Mojave. Oh boy.
Is Abby the LGBT person, or
so
is that someone else?
Ellie is the lesbian. Abby, I believe, is straight, considering that she's fucking Neil Druckmann's self-insert character.
Gosh,
she has like the body of a dude. Like she is built like a really fucking jacked up dude, which doesn't make sense in the universe of The Last of Us, which takes place 25 years after this apocalypse. So all of the supplements that would be used for like protein and shit would be used up by now. It makes no sense that someone could have that level of body mass, especially a woman. Like women are going to have a much more difficult time building up mass like that than men. So it's already ridiculous enough if a man is that like jacked up, but it's a woman, and they're doing it to push this agenda about strong female characters and everything. It's just
Yep, people like Janet Leigh, Gina Carano, Ronda Rousey have to have like special nutritional diets in order to build up muscle mass like that.
They didn't give us
and considering we're in the post-apocalypse, unless you were like that before, which it seems like this person is not, you have to have access to some really
there's a cutscene that confirms that like 5 years before the game takes place, she actually looks like about regular size for a girl. So
I guess somehow she raided whatever Walmart wasn't a backwoods Walmart that actually had some supplies in a locked closet or something.
Basically.
In the middle of the zombie apocalypse. So give me a break.
Quite honest with you.
No,
now I think it's your turn.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? There was
The only way I'm gonna be able to convince the others.
The UFC. Like, you ever notice how like some films will like insert like Gina Carano or Ronda Rousey for their actors to beat up? Like Fast and Furious. You guys probably don't watch Fast and Furious, but like the later episodes of Fast and Furious, they're like
I
mean,
haven't watched any
they'll
of the
get
Fast and Furious movies. No.
I used to adore it, and I tolerated it up to episode.
Oh, that's a great little moment right here.
Tolerated up to movie 7, and after Paul Walker's death, I'm like, yeah, we're done. That's it. You guys had 7. You're lucky to get 7. Let's move on. And then they started doing like the Rock spin-offs and shit, and I was like, I need to do this. Anyway, like they'll bring in Gina Carano, Ronda Rousey, people I know who are UFC fighters and
Ellie.
UFC like MMA.
Yeah, they're
quite
very muscular, but they're still feminine, and they defeminized Abby's figure, like to push an agenda, basically.
Yeah. I see. Oh, okay. So I was going a bit off topic. And Abby looks like
tiny pieces.
Yeah, just things Druckmann that were disturbing.
Yeah, you're just saying that because you're afraid because she's stronger than you. She's more muscular than you. She's more fit than you. You fucking man, baby.
With what we know about Neil Druckmann, this could loosely be interpreted as him, like, living out his Anita Sarkeesian fantasy in the game.
Basically. I'm Neil Druckmann, and my farts smell like roses. I'm just a brilliant artist. I'm such a good ally to women too. Everyone else marginalizes and sexualizes, but I'm a good ally to women. Okay, I respect women. Doesn't matter that I also have my. It doesn't matter that I have my self-insert character literally fucking my strong female character in my game. That doesn't sexualize them.
Which is weird. Yeah, I created a powerfully built female in my Blood of the Dragon book, but I had to come up with an in-world magical explanation for why she's sick and built like a truck.
Joel's miraculous recovery. Okay, so this is some months after he took that tumble. The Left Behind DLC actually takes place like right after the fall cutscene ends, as you can tell by like Ellie's jacket, and this is some time after that. So he's been like, I mean, it's been some time since he took that wound, and he's
like how
clearly
they
still
like a little
slowed
bit
down.
Lower.
Yeah,
See that he's like he's still moving around like cumbersomely. He's like, oh, it's just like, yeah. I love this section of the game, by the way, right after Ellie gets captured and then he wakes up. I'm like, oh man, and the way they cut between it where you play as Joel and then play as Ellie, it's like it's really well put together, leading to the scene essentially of the game.
It's good shit. It's really good shit. So this is your favorite section of the game, Evan?
Definitely.
Especially like the final cutscene, right? With the Joel
the gameplay to there is great, but yeah, that cutscene is probably my favorite of all of them.
Yep, definitely the most heartwarming character moment in the game.
Ellie!
The cutscene where Ellie curls up next to Joel in the after she gets back to the house was nice too. Nice little moment.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
Does anyone here follow like? I just wanted to get back to the point I was. Do you guys follow UFC at all?
No.
MMA.
Okay, so
boxing?
he took the medicine 1 day ago, yes, but like he was already getting stitched up in as of Left Behind.
Okay.
Yeah. That didn't happen too long ago. Yeah, like the penicillin is what like gave it there. It's like that wasn't like an instant heal though. It's just something that's probably helping him out a little bit. Yeah. I'm guessing he like regained a decent bit of strength since. So.
Yep.
Anomaly, you were about to kind of talk about UFC, right?
Oh, yeah, I was asking you guys this is a real quick point I'll ask you guys about. Do you guys follow you do Krav Maga at Southpaw, but do you guys follow any UFC combat sports, anything like that?
Not.
I can't say that I am really the only reality show that involves fighting that I like is Deadliest Warrior, and that was canceled several years ago.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at is when I see the reason why I brought up Fast and Furious and Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey is when they bring in the UFC fighters as celebrities to help their tickets, but what they'll do is they'll essentially just serve them up for their actors to beat the shit out of, and it's just one of my most annoying pet peeves because I'm just okay, this choreography is terrible. I know who this person is in real life, and that just makes this fight look even more fake to me because I know she'd actually I can't separate my can't separate the athlete from the character. Like they're essentially being like told to throw a fixed fight, and it really bugs me. Like Michelle Rodriguez beats up Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey in Fast and Furious. Fuck yourself, Universal. There is no way that would happen. I don't know. It was something that studios do that just really pissed me.
I like that these guys are running away from me as soon as I like kill 2 of them.
David had called him like a crazy man. I'm guessing they're afraid of him because they think he's just like a psychopath who's been killing them.
Yeah.
And he's literally like saying he's gonna catch them. It's like, wow. I just love this. I love it. It's all built on him knowing that Ellie's gone, trying to find her again.
Yep. Great little sequence. Where are they? Where are you?
Yeah, I'd to go back to your point, Anomaly, it kind of seems as though they're just kind of stereotyped into their own role, and they're not really giving any chops to act with.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I actually think that an example of actually a wrestler who's like a good actor is Dave Bautista.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, since he's been in a few major movies, or at least a couple, Scorpion King 3 is not a good movie, and he's kind of bland in that movie, but he's a different character than who he is in Guardians of the Galaxy or one of the couple of action movies that came out last year. It kind of... Oh, go for it.
I think he's a good actor, and I think he's certainly one of the better ones. Like, I think he's really. I wish they give Drax more to do in. I think Batista could pull it off, but he's only in there for like. He can be vicious or he's comic relief, but outside of those two, he's.
I like the scene You go on.
No, that's okay.
I was gonna say I like the scene in Guardians 2 where he's talking to Mandus about his daughter. There's a few moments where they like give him a little bit of material to go off of, but yeah, I do agree for the most part they kind of like leave him as comic relief. It's like, oh man, like because he is a really good actor in terms of like the drama he can pull off. It's surprising.
Like I think one of the best parts of that moment is kind of like he's just staring at the sunset, like just totally calm, and then Mantis touches him, and then he just like starts crying because the emotion is so raw to her, but he's accepted it. I think that's a really good moment. But he's kind of lost in the shuffle in a lot of cases.
And that's another thing I like. The Rock is a great actor too, even though I really dislike a lot of the movies The Rock does. Like, he can make a good movie and he can be good in a movie when he wants to. The problem I have with The Rock is he essentially turns every movie into one of his like rockisms, if that makes sense. I rockifies it. I know that sounds, but essentially turns it into one of his wet dreams where he's just essentially The Rock. Just flexing his muscles. He's got one-liners. He's popping his pecs.
Are you guys seeing what this one guy is doing? How he's just running in circles? Are you seeing this?
No,
I see. I see that.
Even going for cover at all.
You know what I'm gonna do? All right, hang on. Give me 1 second, folks. I've got the perfect song to play here. You might want to turn on the stream to see what I'm playing.
Yeah. Let me pull it up on YouTube. I've been working on Discord and my creative writing Discord server that I'm working on. What? What? That's a hilarious gift. That's such a gaffe. That is such a terrible gaffe. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that's funny.
He stops, he aims at me, and he just starts running in circles again.
Trap him out of his circle running. Oh god.
You know, that's the best way to avoid enemy fire. The military just doesn't tell you because it's embarrassing.
Hey, Nerdy's in the
Oh, my nerdy home. Nice to see you.
Hi, Nerdy. How are you?
How's it going, Nerdy?
How's your you guys still Valentine's, or is that dissolved?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I guess. I mean, Valentine's Day's come and gone, but
Yeah.
always have Valentine's 2020.
I'm messing with you, bro.
I know. No, but like I was just like, oh, that was a thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I love the Merry Mayhem, that Star Wars girl, my nerdy home thing where they're just gushing about how much Mary wants to bone Mauler.
Yeah, I remember that. I think the words verbatim were like, I want Muller's voice to impregnate me.
Yes, that man needs to impregnate me with his voice, along with, I wonder what sex with Mauler is like. I bet it's pretty good.
I like that Cop Wiseau just told me that he just got back to see the dude running around in circles with the Benny Hill music. Yeah, that's a fun thing to stumble upon without context.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah.
Oh.
You have a mod that's Stockman's Imperial Office.
No opinions on Night Dog. I have plenty of opinions of Night Dog. I think that they used to make really good video games, and we're about to get like a really fucking shitty one from them. But it's gonna be a Last Jedi situation where the critics love it and gamers, the audience hate it. So.
You wait here.
Probably. So, the nice thing is, at least Game of Thrones has completely imploded.
I don't know no girl.
Nope.
Great cutscene right here.
To say this is probably one of the darkest moments with Joel's character. Like, damn, Joel, you went far.
Yeah.
She's alive. She's David's newest pet. Where?
So, oh, Blessed Southpaw. I heard a while back that you didn't really like the Lego Movie 2, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts, since probably a lot of your dislike of it will probably be stuff that I share.
Largely has to do with over focus on like music. Like they're trying so hard to make the next Everything is Awesome, and I don't know. It just didn't seem to have the same heart that the first movie had.
Yeah, this actually was kind of, I noticed this when I listened to the School of Movies podcast on it, but it's just like they read it, Rex Dangervest, as a deliberate critique on whiny Star Wars fanboys.
That's how they read it?
Yeah, and that or just insert whiny fanboys.
Wait, was that the intention of the filmmakers, or was that just someone's interpretation of it?
I believe it was their interpretation, but I'm like,
So are you.
I honestly that's.
Right there.
It seems as though they read a lot of meta into their stuff, and sometimes it's weird meta stuff. I think they went on for. I have the timestamps if you ever want to cover that in their podcast.
I mean, the thing is, it's yeah, they can interpret whatever they want, but unless it's like Rian Johnson literally confirming that, yeah, I based this character off of people that don't like The Last Jedi, I don't particularly care because of this stupid reader response theory bullshit. It's just how that's just the lens that they view art with, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah,
so.
very much. Yeah, they are reader response theory personified. It's so weird sometimes. Like sometimes they have like good stuff, like with their Guillermo del Toro shows. Those are interesting. But like him saying, like, interpreting like the movies, critiquing people who are like, it's my Star Wars, it's my whatever, and I just really just found that annoying when I re-listened to it. And like, it's so annoying. Like, I think that maybe one thing that I might do is actually like respond to some of their podcast stuff, and the few videos they have up on their YouTube channel, because like I just
Who's podcast?
The School of Movies.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if you like, I can listen to it and find the best gaff stuff.
Okay.
But a lot of it is some of it's mess. Some of their stuff is funny. Like when they're covering Transformers 2 and they just sound miserable beyond reason.
I mean yeah, like I think anyone can recognize that Transformers 2 is a terrible film.
Yeah. Though for whatever reason they love Captain Marvel.
Oh, well, stars a woman, so of course.
Yeah.
What the hell did? Okay, guys, keep an eye on screen. You have to see this.
Oh.
You saw the dude step on the barrel of fire, right?
I think I'm about to.
I'm about to, yeah.
A delay with YouTube and
He some nice little animation glitch.
That looked like a Mario Brothers jump. Oh my gosh, dang. That's insane.
There are some funny animation glitches in this game. There's not many of them though. This isn't I don't know, Mass Effect Andromeda.
I have heard nothing but bad things about that game.
Yeah, I hear it's pretty terrible.
I actually I kind of had like a Lost Jedi thing with that game, whereas like I tricked myself into liking it at first. But the time I finished it, I was just like, why did I do this?
You just you pretended that it's what you wanted.
Oh, I mean, there are things I do like about it. I think it had great gameplay, and I think it had amazing worlds. But I was very uneducated on like the SJW-isms back then, and I didn't really know what I was looking at when playing through it. Damn, Mass Effect Andromeda, that was like 20. That was like months pre-TLJ. So yeah, I was definitely retarded back then. Everything.
You were unenlightened. You weren't stupid. You were unenlightened.
I happily admit that I was a massive retard prior to TLJ. I was many things were good when they were terrible.
What regarding like media critique and everything?
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Like I thought Transformers 3 was good, for example. Transformers 2 sucked. Honestly, I'd say Transformers 3 is one of the better ones out of the 5.
It's the second best one, but that's not saying
that's not a high bar. Partially it's like stuff like Deep Wang is so awful.
Yeah.
What's another good example I can give? I think Dark Knight Rises was enough. It's like
Force Awakens.
I used to adore that movie for so long, and then after TLJ, like it became very apparent that like it wasn't well. I still liked it. I knew it was poorly written, and then I had like a month or so ago. I had a 30-second conversation with Southpaw, and he made me hate it within 30 seconds. I was like, I don't know how you're going to convince me that this makes sense, that this makes sense, that this makes sense, that makes sense, that this character wasn't butchered. And I was like, all right, I'm sold. That movie.
I don't even remember having a 30-second conversation with you about it.
It was I think it wasn't specifically about that. The topic came up, and I basically said I'd be happy to, because like I said, I agree with you about Dark Knight Rises, but I do still like the movie, so I'd be happy to play a bit of devil's advocate if you ever wanted to like discuss it on podcast.
Right.
And then you just sort of made your case within like 30 seconds, and I was like, yeah, I get like it's not just the reason why I come to hate Dark Knight Rises. It's not that it's like bad, but I can still love it. It's like insultingly bad. Like it's basically puts a fuck you up to your intelligence. What happened, man, with that movie?
Yeah, it was something that I denied, like, how bad it was when I was in the theater watching it, because I really wanted to like it. But it was within I think a day or so of just like thinking about what happened that I realized that this was kind of shit, actually. It was just really surprising to me, because like, no, it's made by the same people that made Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. It has to be good, right?
Yeah,
nope.
I acknowledge any and all criticisms of Dark Knight Rises. Like I walked out of the theater feeling, oh, that was a movie when I watched it back in 2012. Like I wasn't blown away by it or anything. I was like, yeah. Nah. Like there's some good stuff in it that like appealed to my lizard brain, but it didn't blow me away like The Dark Knight did.
Right.
And like now that I see like, oh, there's some bad stuff in this movie that doesn't make any sense. Like I totally I agree with any and all criticisms of it.
Shit.
Actually, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I actually firmly think that Batman Begins is better than The Dark Knight, to be perfectly honest.
I actually don't disagree with you there. I like from a quote unquote objective level, like I think that it has fewer like contrivances or inconsistencies than The Dark Knight has.
There are a few less gaffes.
Yes.
And Batman Begins is a lot leaner and tighter.
Yeah.
So I think that like a lot of it is kind of the quality of The Dark Knight is because of Heath Ledger's performance.
Yeah. Oh, that holds up the movie. If it wasn't for Ledger, the movie would be known as like a good action film, but it wouldn't be like god tier like it is.
I mean, if they there's probably like one other actor that I can think of that could have played that Joker well. Like Joaquin Phoenix, maybe.
That proves it.
Or,
yeah.
Or maybe I think I've heard like Josh Hartnett has some pretty good chops on him. So, like but I think that like Ledger's transformative performance was great, and it's just sad that he got so into the role that he suffered from. Yeah, it killed him, and that's a crying shame.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Like, how does the guy who wrote The Prestige, by the way, Prestige is like my favorite movie. Like, how does the guy who made The Prestige, who made Batman Begins, and who made The Dark Knight? I'm unfamiliar with Memento.
Yeah, how does he write something that bad?
How does he write Dark Knight Rises? I just don't.
I'm not entirely sure.
It comes out of nowhere because I swear, like all of his movies have at least some degree of competency. It's like there's barely anything in The Dark Knight Rises that makes any sense. There's something like significantly broken in every single scene. It's like how I don't know how it happened. It was just maybe rushed, I suppose. But
there is
even so you'd imagine.
It's such a noticeable gap in quality in between the movies, you know, in between the preceding movies and The Dark Knight Rises. It's like really distracting. Because it's like, if it's like if you're grading on a curve, right? Like, I don't know, if you're comparing it to the DCEU or something, then I can see why you think that it's decent.
At least average.
Yeah. But,
as its own scene, there are a lot of writing problems.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
I think, like, you and actually Doug Walker have the same opinion on The Dark Knight Rises. He hates it, but most of the thing he hates... oh, you've seen his Dark Knight Rises video?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Then I will keep my trap shut then.
Well, I mean, you can continue talking about it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think it's kind of like most of his stuff seems like. I don't know if like he criticized like a few things that don't make sense, but a lot of his review seems very subjective in terms of like his personal bias that I've noticed, that he just likes things that are original and new, and he hates it when things repeat. And like I'm fine with certain things repeating, but yes, there's an element of like they didn't really they kind of rehashed a lot of things from Batman Begins in order for Dark Knight Rises, and not for very much of a good payoff.
Right, and not to mention, like, they're repeating the arc of Bruce has to become Batman again. Like, they have that arc happen twice in the film, and he spends a third of it in this, like, in the stupid pit prison, which I felt dragged down the pacing significantly. It felt like Batman wasn't really in the film very much, which, you know, that's more of a subjective criticism. It's something I'm going to bring up in my critique, like, this is a thing where it's a preference. Like, I really don't feel like Batman is in this Batman movie enough. I go to see a Batman film. I want to see Batman doing Batman things in it. And there's really not much of that in Dark Knight Rises. And that would be one thing if the story was, like, really solid and character-focused. And they try to, you know... A lot of people will say, oh, it is character-focused, though. But it's still... Shit. Nope. Damn it. I'm ready. Yeah. I'm just going to restart the encounter.
This is a hard game.
It's a very... Well, I'm playing it on the second hardest difficulty. For the purpose of immersion. It does make it a little more difficult to do it while streaming and, like, in a conversation with a few other people, though.
Yeah. Well, at least we're providing some measure of entertainment.
Yeah.
Of service.
Yeah.
But it's great having people to, like, actually, you know, bounce stuff off of, rather than just, like, streaming this by myself. It at least gives chat something to listen to rather than just, like, simply watch me quietly play the game. I'm really, like, trying to focus.
Yeah, thanks for letting me the baby out of the three on. I appreciate it.
Okay. Evan, would you like to answer Robert Wallach's question about the Midsummer review?
What problems do I have with Drinker's Midsummer review? Because he gets a lot of things wrong, and I honestly think he misrepresents the film. Like, it just... His summary is so short and so, like, vague, and I feel like if he had just, like, rewatched the film and, like, taken some more notes, probably would have helped out. Because honestly, I think if I had a conversation with him, I could probably change his mind. If he just rewatched it and I talked it out with him, I think I could probably get him to reverse some of his points. But just, like, from the points he had, they're very thin, and I'm like, I get that you dislike it, but the title of his video is that it's the worst film he's seen all year, and I'm like, I don't know about that, man.
Dude, 2019 had Captain Marvel, it had Toy Story 4, it had a lot of terrible films.
It had Glass. There were a ton of films, and that was... Yeah, Captain Marvel was before Midsummer was released. So,
guys,
yeah,
to keep this in perspective here, I saw like 20 films last year, and in the top 10 were John Wick 3 and Spider-Man Far From Home. I had those movies in my top 10. There were so many terrible films that came out last year. It was ridiculous. There's no way that Midsummer could be the worst movie he'd seen all year. Like, I just don't buy that. Oh great, this is the... Oh, I'm at the David boss fight. Alright. Gentlemen, feel free to chat about whatever. I am going to do my my thing and focus.
Okay.
He's a main bender for you guys. Which is worse, Dark Fate or Genesis?
I have not watched either, but based on what I've heard of Genesis is more insultingly stupid, whereas Dark Fate is more
it's disrespectful.
It's more, yeah, it's more disrespectful. It's more like stupid. It, like, Terminator Genesis seems like Terminator Genesis, based on what I've heard of it, is just like an asinine fan film, as opposed to a malicious piece of garbage like Dark Fate.
That's a good way to sum.
I honestly look at it in the same way as the Last Jedi and the Rise of Skywalker. There's a large debate that has been occurring about which one is worse. I think it's the Rise of Skywalker, and I think so because like the Rise of Skywalker is like incompetently put together as a film far more than the Last Jedi. There's a lot more merit to the Last Jedi in the way it's directed, and like even has like the most basic sense of how to structure a film, whereas like the Rise of Skywalker is just a disaster in terms of editing and like how the story's put together. It's nonsense. So that's my stance. I think that Genesis is worse because I think it's a worse made film and it has like one of the most nonsensical stories I've ever seen. But Dark Fate is insulting to the characters, and it's a terrible film to anyone who's a fan of the Terminator franchise because they literally blast John Connor out of the film in the first like 5 minutes, and you're like, what is this? It's to bolster new characters.
Yep. I think that's fair to say that maybe Genesis is actually worse than Dark Fate, but Dark Fate is just I just simply hate it more because it's so disrespectful. Because I take the same stance with you, Evan, as you, Evan, with regarding Last Jedi versus Rise of Skywalker. Rise of Skywalker is a worse made film from a craftsmanship perspective, as hard as that may be to believe, but it's I certainly hate The Last Jedi a lot more because The Rise of Skywalker was dealing with a mess that The Last Jedi had made. So yeah.
It felt like it was, I mean, granted it did more damage certainly, but it tried to do good. What branch I'll give that movie? Failed miserably, but it tried to do good. Whereas Last Jedi just actively and methodically tried to tear everything down to serve one guy's vision. Even though, which I wouldn't have a problem with.
Yes. Oh, plot hole. We weren't there. Now we're suddenly in the kitchen. Alright, I only died once. That's nice. Alright, back to Joel. Actually, I'm gonna maybe wait until I take a little bit more damage. I like to use my health kits very conservatively.
Bob gave Dark Fate a 7 out of 10.
Oh, cool. Ah!
Yep.
Oh.
Wow.
That's Movie Bob. Movie Bob is an idiot. Clothed in pseudo-intellectual BS.
Yeah.
How did he ever become a thing? I look at that and I'm just like, how did this happen? Where did we go wrong?
He's been around enough. He's just been on YouTube for so long that he's just gained a following based on like the fact that he's almost a veteran, but his videos are nonsensical.
Shit.
The video on Halo that I responded to. Couldn't believe it, how bad he was.
That's probably the reason
shit.
it's stupid.
Ooh,
That's
I got a
probably the reason
Molotov.
it's stupid.
Damn.
Like,
okay. Let's try this again. Rise of Skywalker did way more damage to Star Wars than The Last Jedi. Changed my mind. Possibly, given, you know, the whole Palpatine thing. I still maintain that, like, I'm way more upset about what happened with Luke than that. Plus, I think The Last Jedi is like, they kind of made it so that JJ was in the position that he felt the need to bring back Palpatine in the first place. So,
which is a rough place to be in, where you basically have either keep Kylo Ren as the villain, bring back an old villain, or invent a new one out of whole cloth for this one. Those seem like the two options they were left, the three options they were left with, and I think Palpatine honestly was the best option because Kylo Ren's a pretty good villain.
Yeah. Come on.
What do y'all think? Maybe I'm just limiting myself, but that does seem like the options that they were left with.
Yeah, that basically is it. Like, do they stick with bitch ass Kylo Ren, or do they bring back Palpatine, or it's? I mean, there surely was another option. Like, they could have done the Snoke clone thing, which they ended up doing, but without actually making Snoke the villain still, which was a very jarring choice. You know, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's bizarre that they would say, "Oh yeah, Snoke was a clone this whole time," but then they wouldn't actually. I don't know if I can.
That opens so many, like, stupid doors.
Yeah.
It's like, why not, like even then, like, this has kind of been a thing since the Clone Wars. It's just like, why not clone Jedi?
Mm-hmm.
What's stopping you from, like, the Kaminoans said, like, we asked if we could clone a Jedi.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, cloning is fairly expensive, and I'm not sure if cloning a Jedi would necessarily make the clone Force sensitive, would it?
I don't know. I know in the EU there was a clone Jedi, and there was a story about him, but I don't know. I know that, like, they make 1 million clones.
Right.
With they make, like, 1.25 million clones. So that's always been something I've wondered about, but I don't think. I just think that, like, that's a question that I've always had. Maybe I'm just a dick, being overly critical. That's always possible. I know that I'm in the king of prequel defense, the presence of the king of the prequel defenses.
Sorry. I was out of I wasn't exactly sure what you were commenting on though. I was about cloning Jedi, which I thought was talking about Snoke, not the prequels. But
yeah.
in regards to cloning Jedi, there's a bit of EU in terms of the video games. Like, I don't know if you guys ever played The Force Unleashed 2.
Yes, I have. Yeah, I've watched the cutscenes. Yeah.
It's not a good game. I enjoy playing it, the gameplay perspective, but the story is garbage.
Absolute garbage.
One of the interesting things about it was, can you clone a Jedi? And they made it. They didn't even answer it in the end. It was left on a cliffhanger, which is one of the most frustrating things. But the game makes it clear that cloning a Jedi is not an easy task. And like, Vader was able to clone like an army of Jedi in question, Starkiller, but they were all abominations. They were like mindless husks, and they were Force sensitive, but they weren't. They could only use the Force a little bit. Like, he was still just fodder to him because he's much more powerful. So, like, I mean, that's the only exposure I have, and it's the example I used in my Rise of Skywalker video. That is just like, just saying you can clone Snoke, not only clone Snoke, but clone a Jedi, his power like it's nothing is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, similarly to like lightspeed travel, if you could clone Jedi, that would kind of break the universe a bit. And I actually talking about an issue I know Maul and Rags have with Attack of the Clones is the Kamino saber dart. And I had a conversation on my own Discord about like, we have our reasons for why the saber dart makes sense from a purely practical standpoint, but then we asked ourselves, like, hang on, if the saber dart's meant to be a special weapon,
right?
Assassins are meant to kill people without being traced. Even though blasters are more common and easy to use and get a hold of, like, how would the Republic maintain any sense of law and order if it was so easy to get away with murder? Like, if they had no way of tracing blaster shots,
right?
You know what I mean, like, it just kind of. I just stumbled upon the question. I was asking. I was like, wouldn't one presume the galaxy would have some sort of forensic methodology to, account for that? Because I'm like, I don't understand how you could essentially kill anyone, get away with it that way. I don't really blame Star Wars for not accounting for this, because the blasters began as like outlaws in space. with blasters as a sci-fi element of the space adventure.
Right.
There was never any need for, and I'm going to talk about this in my next video as well. There was never any need for, intricacies of forensic investigation as it pertains to blaster fire until Attack of the Clones, when it was an actual assassination attempt and there was an investigation into the matter.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just like, it's just it's one of those things. I'm like, do we, just from a common sense standpoint, there's nothing in the movies to go off. I'm like, wouldn't one presume, again, through common sense, that the universe would have accounted for the most common weapon of murder? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think like you could kind of like tell based on the amount of damage what model of blaster they used, but it seems as though most people use the same model with only like a few little variations.
I figured maybe like, the way I would, if I was George and I wanted to write it in and I had reason to write it in, I would be like, every blaster shot leaves an energy signature that can be traced back to the weapon it's registered to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's yeah, and they were never written into the story to begin with this, with the idea that you might need this bit of building. That's why I kind of excuse it from Attack of the Clones, but yeah, it just got me thinking, like, we never see people mentioning you can't, at least to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't watch the original trilogy nearly as much as I watch the prequels, but as I know, we'd never heard of anyone talking about, you can't light speed ram, which is kind of
wait. Okay, can we hold off on the prequel conversation for a minute and just like watch this cutscene play out? A really good cutscene right here. All right.
Sadly.
I knew you had heart. It's okay to give up. Ain't no shame in it. Guess not. Just not your style, is it? You can try begging.
Fuck you.
Major rape vibes off this one.
Think you know me? Huh? Well, let me tell you something. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
Oh, I forgot. It's a fucking quick time event. Whoops.
Just not your style, is it?
Hi, Dunn's girlfriend.
Fuck you.
Think you know me? Huh? Well, let me tell you something. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Stop! Stop!
Fucking touch me!
It's me! It's me! It's me! Look! It's me.
He tried to...
Oh, baby girl. It's okay. It's okay.
No.
Such a sweet moment. So, do you think that's the biggest payoff of the game? Evan?
Is this your first playthrough? Paul?
No, it's not. My first playthrough in like
Okay.
about 6 years, but
Okay, thank you. Cool. I was worried.
Did you hear me?
Yeah,
No.
sorry, I was muted. Yeah, that's definitely what I would consider the best payoff of the game. Like I honestly view Spring as almost kind of the epilogue. That's like where the story concludes. But I'm like that for me is the kind of like the conclusion in terms of the characters. That's like their high moment in terms of their development.
the climax of it's basically what the whole story had been building up to.
I teach you how to play guitar. I reckon you'd really like
What are my thoughts on the prequels? I actually kind of like Phantom Menace. I don't like Attack of the Clones. I love Revenge of the Sith.
I am with you there.
Hey,
I am with you there.
I gotta ask actually. Do you agree with Moore and Rags' 4 out of 10 Revenge of the Sith?
That Revenge of the Sith is 4 out of 10.
Apparently.
Like from sort of like objectively, I guess.
Objectively, yeah, I'd say so.
There's definitely some writing issues in it where that might be. I don't know. I might be more inclined to give it like a 5.
Yeah.
I would rate it like a 6 or a 6.5
Big plane full of
if
people.
I were to like
Everyone is
have a
screaming.
gun to my head and ask for a number.
Plane's going down.
I like Jeremy John's method of rating films a little bit better than I like numbers.
I
It's
try to
less.
use the controls, but
It's easier to kind of like put things in. It's easier to categorize stuff.
wake up.
Yeah.
I've never
Like Good Time No Alcohol Required for something that's like enjoyable but has some problems, or Good Time No Alcohol Required is like an average movie. Blight on Blu-ray is like, this is a really good movie, but and I want to own it. And then Awesome Tacular is like films that he like really hit a chord with him.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of numerical. I think numerical numbers for a film doesn't do any film justice, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's hard to like really consistently, like how exactly do you calculate, like what, how many points do certain merits give a film? How many points do certain demerits dock off? Like, I have this. I raised a question to Evan yesterday, and I'm curious what you and Anomaly would say, Dunn. But when there's like a story that involves a villain having like this really well-crafted plan, right? How much does that like elevate a film score for you, or grade rather? Because I think that goes a long way to like raise up the score. Like even if the editing is a problem or the acting, it's like, well, at least like the villain's plan makes sense, the conflict makes sense, and it's really hard to craft a like a villain plan that will work effectively. It makes sense. So
Yeah.
I mean, like go.
I was going to say, one of the things that I like is kind of something that's a personal vendetta between the hero and the villain. That's something I'm kind of a sucker for.
Okay.
Like in a lot of my books, I try to make it so that there's a very personal stake. For instance, in one of my books, there's a guy who is stuck in a eugenics breeding camp for years, and the person that put him in there made him her personal sex toy and abused him really terribly before throwing him in there as punishment for him trying to help his friends out. And so when he comes after her, it's very personal, and he wants to get back to make sure that justice is done for the horrible things she did to him and several other people.
Excuse me, I look kind of fat to you? Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Give me 1 second here.
No, you're a stud. Don't worry.
Does this look like a fat person to you? Huh? All right. There you go. See that? Regularly shaped person. All right. There you go. It is confirmed. I am not a massive. I vote only once. Okay.
That guy's reply was so hilarious to you. I remember that. Clearly he angled that. Maybe we be kidding me, dude.
The
You're
thing,
that desperate.
yeah. The
Accusing
funny.
him of hating the fact that he's fat.
Now we,
I'm wearing a waist trainer. Oh, guilty.
now we just need to see them sick abs.
I'm not going shirtless on stream. Not at this point. No.
You're not a Patricia Axon
I am not.
surgery.
No, I'm not. I'm not an exhibitionist. No, not really.
Yeah.
There's also something I wanted to. Oh, sorry. Go look, Amanda. Shit.
Oh. I think like if a villain has like an intricate plan, I think that what should be there is you understand what the stakes are, you understand why the villain is doing it, and you might not be aware of like the details, but you're at least aware of like the rough outline. Like we're not totally aware of what Darth Vader wants to accomplish in terms of getting finding Luke Skywalker. We just know he's trying to do it, and he's competent in terms of his way of going about it. I think is the best way. I think that's does that answer your question, Southpaw?
I guess, yeah. What about you, Anomaly?
So what was the original question? I'm sorry, I just kind of.
So how much does like a really well crafted villain plan like elevate your grade or scoring for a film?
Yeah, that kind of plays into what I was going to bring up, but so I'd say it elevates it quite a lot. I don't really know how to like quantify that though, but like, I suppose a really well crafted villain plan would keep, if it wasn't broken and like raise red flags, like, oh, this doesn't make sense, or oh, that's a hole. I obviously think the film is more intelligent because I'm constantly engaged and wanting to know what's behind the next corner, and what's coming for the protagonist next. What's the the villain's agenda. So yeah, a well-crafted villain plan can heavily increase like the rating in my eyes. But also subjectively, I just love complex stories. Like
right.
So the more complex they try to go,
they actually pull it off. Like when they're crafting a complex story and it actually like makes sense, like that's a huge feat to accomplish.
Absolutely. So if they can go complex but also make it fit logical, keep it objectively solid, then yeah, absolutely. And that plays into what I was going to say. And yeah, absolutely, that would increase my rating quite a bit. It's one of the reasons I love Prestige so much, because it's complex and it makes so much sense. It's not really the villain to do with the villain though, but because of the complexity and how well it's portrayed in film, like that definitely raises it home in my eye. That's the thing, like objectively solid by default equal better though. This one I'm going to open up a bit, because like I was gonna, for example, you could say you want to film a movie and it's basically just man going to get groceries every day until he finally, let's say the character's arc is to come up with a perfect recipe, and keeps going to the store, buying recipe books, making food, and by the end of the film he finally nails it and he makes the perfect recipe. He's so happy with himself. That's like objectively solid. There's no plot holes there. It's just the way it is. It's very simple. And you have something like, for example, of the Dark Knight, for example, that is complex, that is grandiose, spectacle, multiple characters, a villain with a complex plot that mostly makes sense. I mean, but there are more holes in the Dark Knight than what would be in, say, that grounded objective story. You can argue that's a false equivalent. That's what I'm gonna open up for discussion here. Like, does objectively solid media actually make it the better media overall?
Wait, so hang on, Ramsor. I'm not sure if I understand your question. But is it safe for TLU2 spoilers? Are you saying, is it safe to discuss spoilers here, or is it safe from getting spoiled? Because we are discussing spoilers occasionally here. We're not currently talking about Last of Us 2, but they might come up.
The past, so it's like I wouldn't call it like a spoiler safe area.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite
Ramsor apparently doesn't know. Ooh, he hasn't seen the spoilers.
Well, I think he told me he knows like the big one. I'll obviously be vague, but it's like I think he said he's gone out of his way to avoid as much as possible. Like
Okay.
I think he's avoided as much spoilers as he can because he doesn't want to know anything. So I'm like, I haven't spoiled anything, and I just But yeah, spoilers have come up before. I'll try to keep it vague if you want to stay on. So yeah.
After all we've been
Ramsor, if you want to super chat, there's a link in my description for the stream. It's a Streamlabs link, and I don't think that you need a Streamlabs account. James Moore, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. But you can send a donation that has a message attached to it, and that'll show up on my Streamlabs software, and I can read that out immediately. On my secondary streaming channel, once I have enough subscribers and views and viewing hours, I'll be able to monetize, hopefully, and then there will be like a super chat button for YouTube itself. But yeah. Apparently he's got the stream muted. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I think my favorite villain plot that I've ever seen is actually in Way of Kings, where the bad guy understands the guy he's up against so masterfully that he's able to press on his friend's button and then eventually betray him at the end.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, let's see.
But it kind of relates back to Brandon Sanderson's 3 rules of a good character, and you can kind of play with them. It's like, usually people connect with people that are competent, that are likable in some way, or that have a strong moral compass. But you can, as you play with some of them and raise them higher, like competency, like a lot of people like bad guys because they are competent.
Yeah.
And so, if anybody likes Brandon Sanderson, his full course is on YouTube. I highly recommend it. It's really fascinating.
Okay.
Even like goes into like publishing stuff, like talks about how you get published, how to get an editor, that sort of thing, as well as like talking about how to formulate a plot, how to like use various tools of writing. It's really, really fascinating. I like it. So I guess like, who are some of like y'all's favorite villains, and why do you like them? I think that's an interesting question to kind of build off your previous question, Southpaw.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just going. So what are y'all's favorite villains and why?
My favorite, probably my favorite villain of all time is from Fargo season 1, and his name is Lorne Malvo.
How so?
He's
Oh, okay.
I love his character.
He is like SS tier, which I guess it sounds, that sounds terrible, SS tier. But no, he is
Nazi, cancel Southpaw.
he is like,
I'm kidding.
no, like seriously, if there is a tier above S, it like Malvo. You know what? It's not even SS tier. It's Malvo tier. He is such an amazing character in Fargo, and I'm really glad that he's really only in one season, and that they're not going to ruin him with like other stories that like prequels or sequels or whatever. I mean, there can't really be a sequel with him, but
I really hope we never get a prequel with his character. I'm like, I just leave it mysterious. That's the best way. Like his past and like the stuff he did before Fargo season 1. I'm like, that intrigue is one of the best parts of his character.
it can't be anyone other than Billy Bob Thornton that plays him.
Oh, I don't know who you would cast. I'm like, Billy Bob Thornton is so perfect in that role, and I'm just like, you'd suffer from the same problem that Solo suffered from, where it's like you'd be trying to get someone who would like impersonate Billy Bob Thornton. It would never work.
Yeah. Let's see. Give me 1 second here, real quick.
I think like one of my favorite villains is actually Moradin / Ishamael in The Wheel of Time, because Moradin actually chose the side of evil because he's a nihilist, and he just logically figured it out. That he just logically, like based on like his own logic, decided, well, the Dark One's gonna win in the end. I might as well just join his side because he's going to win, and I might as well just end all of this. That's a lot more interesting than a lot of villains that I see in a lot of places, where like rather than like being greedy, he just kind of just says existence sucks. I think that's maybe that's just me, but I'm also like I don't know like whether I think that like you could kind of classify Tywin Lannister as a villain, but I'd say that Tywin Lannister is an excellent villain in terms of yeah.
True.
Him and Gus Fring are definitely up there in terms of my favorite villains. Like I love both their characters. Like how
I love Gus Fring.
Yeah, Gus
is great.
The thing I love about him is like all the like you have a lot of seasons where he isn't that big of a like presence inside of the show. Like he's primarily inside of season 2 is like the thing that like Walt looks up to, and then season 3 like you introduce like a bit of danger and showing just how sophisticated he is, and then season 4 is basically Walt versus Gus at that point. It's like they develop him so well, and he has such a clear history and a presence. Like I love Box Cutter. That's like one of the most tense episodes of television that I've ever seen. And it's like, yeah, his character is fantastic, and it's largely tied to the performance as well. Because
I kind of liked season 4 of Breaking Bad more than season 5, just because I felt like he was such a better villain than the Nazis.
Yeah, like Jack and his crew, there's pretty much nothing to them other than they're evil and they want money, more or less. There's like they're basically the final foil at the end, but like Walt essentially becomes the villain at the end of Breaking Bad. I've honestly said it that like Mike is essentially the protagonist of the first half of season 5, and then Hank becomes the protagonist of the second half of season 5. So it's like, yeah, that's more of the story. But yeah, Gus definitely brought the villain of the show instead of the middle half.
I like season 5 more. I just think it's better paced than season 4. Even though I know season 4 is a bit of a, I still really love season 4. I still think it's the second best series. It's kind of a slow burn to excellent payoffs at the end, and it just keeps you tense on the edge of your seat the whole way. But I just like the pacing and stuff better. And I've always seen Walt as the villain in season 5, who sort of, as he's the villain for the most part, and then he loses everything. Then he wants just a sliver of redemption at the end, wrap up all loose ends, and I find the satisfying. Honestly, my favorite villain of Breaking Bad, though, if I had like Tuco, find him hilarious.
I like Tuco too. He is so just how he's
yes,
just like how he said, like just how like unpredictable he is, but also just like you 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 being disrespectful to my abuelita.
Yeah.
Biznatch.
At one level, one moment, and then like one the next. It's like he just changes moods and changes his attitude so quickly.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
man, him snorting meth. The guy who plays him he hams it up so perfectly in that performance. It's like, man, you nailed it 100%.
He actually hates violent roles. That's why he kind of wanted to step away from it, apparently. I could be wrong about that. I do know for a fact he doesn't like violent roles. He's like the complete opposite in real life. I'm like, dude.
I recognize him from the show called The Closer, where he plays like a police detective.
Wow. Oh, really? Wow.
By the way, is it pathetic that I found Ramsor on Twitter and I messaged him and said there is actually a way that you can send super chats to me and send him the link there.
Like he was asking me.
Yeah.
He's the guy lending me PS4 so that I could play The Last of Us actually. So.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah. He's a great guy. Great.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
No matter how hard you try.
Let's see.
Actually, gotta hit the hay, boys. Or not hit the hay. I just have to leave. But thanks for the invite. It was a pleasure, all of you. Evan, Don,
Great having you on.
Yeah, great talking to you again.
Thanks, man. I hope to do it again soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to chat sometime on Discord. I think I sent you a friend request if you want to ever chat or like if I haven't scared you off. I could be maybe on your I'd be happy to guest on your stream if nobody else is willing to, able to, or even if you like what I had to say.
Man, I would absolutely take you up on that. Actually, yeah, I'll check my requests and shit. I've got like 16.
Okay.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Again, thank you. Enjoy Last of Us, and let's all laugh at Last of Us Part 2, shall we?
Oh, absolutely. Anomaly, are you going to play Last of Us Part 2?
Oh, I'm just gonna laugh at it.
You're just gonna laugh at it? Okay.
Laugh at it, yeah.
Oh, Henry Tree Prod Productions picking jab at you, buddy.
Sorry.
Damn. Shots fired.
And the ROT's better than the prequels. Oh yeah, he's drunk.
Oh,
hey. Anyway.
Right,
take care, guys. Look after yourselves. And talk soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
Take care.
Talk to later, Anomaly. Ramstor actually just sent a super chat. Appreciate it, Ramstor. He says, knowing the game is going to be shit, but not knowing why is like bracing yourself for a thunderstorm you know is coming, even though the sky is clear. Monka S.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just, if he really has protected himself from a lot of the leaks, then I'm like, I feel bad for what's coming, because I guarantee I know more than him, and I haven't even read into the leaks all that much, but just the bare bones stuff that's in there, like, dude, this can't be good. This is going to be a disaster to play
if I had been able to like stream through this whole game and then like, you know, a little bit earlier so I could finish it, and then like have a podcast with you where we just talk about the first game and then go over the leaks of the second game, like we did with Rise of Skywalker, that would have been fun. But oh well. But then again, it probably would have been taken down by Naughty Dog. So
probably, man, that's you want more. And all the people they're trying to take down and put copyright strikes on, it's like, come on, guys.
Yeah,
that's not looking good for you.
Let's see. Oh, Firefly pendant. Yeah, I'm about to go into this big tunnel.
I just know it.
What do you mean?
We're gonna be there. The fire.
Davy Jones is definitely one of my favorite villains. He even had one of the most mythological. It's a pet.
Huh.
Who we are ready to wake Kraken. Davy Jones is pretty good.
Pretty cool.
I love how Beckett kills Kraken. That's literally the first thing he does. He's like, hey, I have control of Davy Jones. Kill the Kraken, the most powerful thing, which was killing all these ships like instantaneously and was unstoppable in the second movie. He kills it. I'm like, why would you do that?
Yeah, that's a stupid idea. That is so dumb.
And clearly they just offed it because they wanted ship battles and they wanted the third act, and it wouldn't make any sense if the Kraken still existed at that time.
Yeah. Well, guys, in chat, I should probably get to bed myself. I'm pretty tired, and I've got work at 8 in the morning tomorrow, and it's 11:30 p.m. Now, last night I made it to 1 o'clock, but for sure tomorrow I will be able to finish The Last of Us 1, and then I'm gonna see if I can maybe have part 2 downloading while I'm at work tomorrow. Although actually I have to pick it up from GameStop, I think. GameStop's still even open. If GameStop is even open at all because of COVID.
It's down.
I was just waiting for... Yeah, I thought that's a lot of background noise. Holy shit.
Sorry. I'll mute myself.
Kick done.
Okay. Yeah,
oh great, I've become Jay.
You have become the Jay of the stream. He's the one that's always going like, ah, into the mic, you know, midstream.
You get the digital version, or do you get a physical copy that you ordered for GameStop?
I think I'm gonna get a physical copy. There's no way I'm getting the digital version. You can't get refunds through that, or you can't resell it. By the way, I forgot to mention what I'm going to do with the second game. I'm making an entirely... I'm either going to be playing as a guest, or I'm making an entirely new PlayStation account, like an alt account, just so I don't have to have the trophies from the second game on my profile. I'm that petty. I don't want the trophies. I don't want the save data. I don't want any trace of The Last of Us Part 2 on my main PSN profile. Southpaw LP, by the way. If you want to send me a friend request through PSN, I'll be happy to add you. Just mention in the message that you're a subscriber or a fan or whatever, and I'll add you, okay? But I'm not playing The Last of Us Part 2 on my main account. I'm gonna find a different account to play it on, and that game's trophies can infect that account. It's not happening on my account. I'm so petty. I don't even want the trophy credit on my main account. That's how little I want The Last of Us 2. Any trace of The Last of Us 2 to come up in my memory again once I finish it.
Wow.
You want to be reminded of your sins? Man, James, you're just a glutton for punishment.
Clearly, yeah. Like I'm kind of glad that I'm not a gamer.
Yeah.
Like the only game that I like religiously play is an RTS game, but that's mostly to get strategy ideas for battles in my books, and that's Battle for Middle Earth.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and click end stream, but thank you all for tuning in again, and you know, keeping us company, and even if I myself wasn't the most lively commentator today, but happy to have you on as a guest, done as well as Anomaly, of course. Tomorrow, I'm not sure who I'll have on. Evan, you're gonna be free tomorrow, right?
I don't think so, actually. I have work early on, and then there's something else planned. So
okay.
Sorry about that.
Well, at least you got to be here for when I finished the winter section. So
majority. So yeah.
I will see. I'll see if I can get a couple guests to keep me company for the next one, if they're okay with that. But yeah, I hope maybe BuzzAxe can be a part of it. Would be nice to have him on for this. So, all right. Night Leader Tears, Night Mojave, Night Nick Brown, Night Henry Tree, Night Khaleesi. Nice to meet you. Night Nick Brown, Night oh wait, I think I already said Nick Brown. Night Robert. This was fun, and I will do this again tomorrow. I work from 8 to 5 tomorrow, so I'm gonna need like about 40 minutes to settle in after I get home from work, get the stream stuff set up. So it'll be like 6 p.m. Eastern time when I start streaming tomorrow. So y'all have a good one. Night Beans, Night Shinepaw, Night Depressed EG. Yeah, you just watched the scene? Yeah. And hey, thank you, Henry. I will appreciate any donations that you send me. Donations of any size are appreciated. So, but yeah, I shall